This is Jocko podcast number 458 with Echo Charles and me, Jocko Willink. Good evening, Echo.
Good evening.
They treated us like animals. You're laying in the fetal position on the ground, and they don't care. Their duty was to keep me from dying because then I wasn't worth anything. And I thought, please tell God that I need some help. We need to get out of here. Later, all of a sudden, it's just this eruption of gunfire. And I think, okay, well, this is it. This really is truly the end. And I cover up with my blanket again, and I just start saying, oh God, oh God, oh God. And I just remember thinking, or maybe I'm saying out loud, I cannot survive this. And then all of a sudden, I feel these hands on me, roughly grabbing at me. And I try to protect myself, and I pull the blanket closer on top of me. And then I hear my name. But it's not a Somali accent. It's an American accent. And I can't compute. Like, I can't understand that somebody with an American accent knows my name. And they say, Jessica, we're with the American military. We're here to take you home, and you're safe. I pull the blanket down from my face, and all I see is black. Black masks, black sky, and all I can say over and over is, you're American? You're Americans? I don't understand. You're American? Thinking, how did you get here? And I'm still alive. And they ask me where my shoes are, and I don't know. And one of them picked me up and starts running. He runs for several minutes and puts me down on the ground. And I'm still asking who these Americans are. I don't understand who they are, and I don't understand what they've done. And then they identify themselves. And that they knew I was very sick. And they have medicine. And they have water. And they have food. And they've come to take me home. At one point, I think they thought they heard something. I don't know, this group of men who's risked their lives for me already asked me to lie down on the ground because they're concerned that there might be someone out there. And then they make a circle around me. And then they lie down on top of me to protect me. And we lay like that until the helicopters come in. And they are so kind and so gentle. And they are trying to assist me to get to the helicopter. But I think I've been out here for months. I can run to this helicopter myself. And so I just break away and I just take off running through the scrub, through the brush. And I throw myself onto that helicopter and push myself up against the wall. And I don't start breathing until we actually lift up off the ground. And they hand me an American flag that's folded. I just started to cry. At that point in time, I've never in my life been so proud and so very happy to be an American. And those are some quotes from Jessica Buchanan, who was working on a demining project in Somalia when she was kidnapped and held captive for 93 days until being rescued along with one other person, Paul Hagen, who were both rescued by SEALs from the Joint Special Operations Command. And it's an honor to have one of those SEALs, Sean Murphy, here with us tonight to share some of his experiences and lessons learned from his 22 years of active duty service and the other experiences in his life. Sean, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Jocko.
Good to see you, man.
Likewise.
It's been a while.
It has.
Man, you got so much stuff I want to get into. Your whole life has been, it's just been a wild, you've had a pretty wild ride.
Yeah.
So let's get into it. So what year were you born?
1981.
And where?
Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma.
And what was going on with what was your mom and dad doing at the time? Jobs and whatnot?
My mom was a stay-at-home mom. My dad, this is as early as I can remember his job. He was working at a furniture store from what I remember. He bounced around a couple of jobs.
Mm-hmm. And they end up getting divorced, right?
Yeah.
And so what happens, how'd that affect you? What age were you?
I was probably around 8 or 9. I was really young. I don't really remember exactly why they got divorced, but I remember my dad losing his job at one point, and I had 4 brothers at the time, and we just didn't.
What
quite
number
understand.
were you in the stack?
Second.
Number
2.
Check.
Number 2.
And so you're all living together. When they get divorced, what happens to the family unit?
Man, that was so we went and lived with my aunt for a while my mom was trying to figure things out. My dad was trying to figure things out. I could sense that there was like tension, and we didn't quite understand. We thought it was cool that we got to go stay with my aunt, all of us there, and she had kids at the time, so there was a house full of maniacs, 5 boys and her 2 kids, and it was cool because this was the time that, man, I'm going to date myself pretty good here. They had cable, and it was the cable box that you press the button.
Oh yeah, chink,
yeah.
chink,
So
chink.
that was cool to us that we got to go stay with our aunt, but at the same time, like, we didn't understand what was happening with the family. Where was dad? We're just kind of living our lives as kids, real young kids, just fighting and beating each other up and playing politics within the family of who we picking on today and what's your strategy to avoid getting picked on. And so we had that going on, and it broke us pretty good as far as like what we anticipated was going to happen. We just didn't quite understand.
So then where did it all shake out? Like where did you end up living permanently?
So we went back to a little town called Claremore, Oklahoma. And I think the only reason why we did that was because the church that we were going to at the time opened up a place for us. It was just a 1-bedroom apartment, and we didn't have anything, because the divorce and everything. I don't know where everything went at the time, but I remember staying, like, there's 5 of us, there's 5 days in a week, so we got to choose a special day of the week. My day was Tuesday. Second in line, day number 2. And that was the night I would get to share the one mattress that we had with my mom, because she was trying to figure things out. She was going back to school to be a nurse and just trying to make some sort of, like, I guess, path for us. And we were all living in this 1-bedroom apartment, having the time of our lives, because as kids, you make the best of what you have, and that's what we did. And the same thing, that if it was your night to sleep on mom's mattress, the rest of us would sleep on the floor, but you also got to choose what dinner you had, like whatever government cheese that you had, like what kind of concoction you're going to have. And I always chose macaroni and cheese. And so Tuesday night used to be pretty special for me.
And how long were you living in that kind of 1-bedroom apartment scenario?
Man, it's hard to remember, but it seems like it was about 6 to 7 months, maybe to a year. And then we finally got an actual house that was down this old country road. It was pretty old and pretty bad shape, but it was a home. And so we loved it. And we're like, we're not in a 1-bedroom apartment sleeping on the living room floor on a mattress. We started getting things. We had a couch. And beds. We had beds. That was a luxury that we embraced and enjoyed. And we had a little bit of land too, which was good for us as 5 boys.
So how far apart are all the boys? Pretty tight group as far as ages go?
Yeah, it was 2 years apart. Actually, my older brother's about a year and a half. No, he's right at 2. My younger brother's at 2. The one beneath that is 2. And my youngest is right about a year and a half. And I remember when the youngest was born, but I don't remember the other ones. They were just always my brother. I remember my little one being born, being in the hospital. I'm like, what's going on with mom? She's having another kid. No, another brother. Cool. So it was pretty interesting. 5 of us.
So now what's going on as far as, like, did your mom eventually get a job? Did she finish nursing school? Like, how's she putting it all together? And
that's a great question. I don't know how she held herself all together, to be honest with you. She was going to school to get her nursing license, and she was working, trying to find some way to provide income. And we were on food stamps at the time, and that was like very embarrassing. I could, from where I am today, going back in that time to being a parent, being on food stamps, not being able to provide for your family. As a kid, you don't know. You're like, oh, what are these cool things? They buy you food? Cool. Well, we were actually stealing from her purse to go down to the gas station. And this is where we learned that if you've got a food stamp that's worth $1, you're going to buy the cheapest thing in there and buy as much of it as you can. And we'd buy little Jolly Ranchers. And so we had like a plethora of Jolly Ranchers. We're like, Eureka, this is awesome. But for her, like, it was just chaos, and 5 boys, trying to, 1, get a good head count. Where are these kids at all the time? And then 2, like, how do I feed them? And there's a lot of government cheese, government powdered milk. and whatever we could get from like our friend's house, like, hey, let's go over to so-and-so's house and see if they got leftovers.
Where was your dad this whole time?
He had moved to Bentonville, Arkansas, and was trying to find his life now too, trying to get a job. However, I didn't realize it at the time, but that was 2 hours away from us. And so every time he got to see us, he would spend 2 hours driving. Mm-hmm. And it taught me a lot now on the effort you put in matters. And he would drive 2 hours one way and then 2 hours back. And then for us on the weekends, we'd go see him on the weekends, and he would do that same drive 2 hours and made the best of it in this big blue Astro van, throwing all the kids in there and saying, all right, buckle in. We got 2 hours. And it was like, in the SEAL teams, you have van fights.
Yeah.
No, we were doing that as
well
kids.
Experienced in van fights by the time you got to the teams.
It was familiar to me. I was like, oh, van fight, I know this very well.
So where'd you end up going to high school?
Claremore Sequoia. It was a very small school. Everybody knew everybody. It was such a small school that you kind of knew where you were and everything. Like you had small little cliques of groups. You had the preppies, you had the jocks, you had the I don't even know what they're called. I think they're called goth now, but the dressing all black
type,
yeah. So you had different cliques. You had it's Oklahoma, so you had the Cowboys.
Yeah.
We had a lot of Indians. We had a reservation that we passed every day on the way to school, and that was actually very, very cool. Getting to see, because they would come into our school and we'd get out of class to go see like demonstrations they do. So you learned about their culture, and I thought that was awesome. You learned how to build a teepee, got to see, the headdress and what it means. And then you got to go to school with these kids that know all about it. And you're like, man, that's so cool. Like, tell me more. And it was neat. It was a small school, but you got to see a lot of like diversity and culture in it.
And what were you playing sports?
Yeah. I always played something. That was daycare for us. Mm-hmm. You either had track and you had football, because Oklahoma, you had to play football. You had baseball, and that was about it. Mm-hmm. They had wrestling, but the school that I went to didn't have wrestling. I would always wrestle with the guys that went to the other school. Yeah. Just get my butt kicked.
Yeah. And that's such a bummer. They should have. I didn't have wrestling in my high school either growing up, so it's just a terrible loss. And what were you thinking? I mean, so now you get your freshman year, sophomore year, like, what are you into? What does life look like? Do you have any kind of grand plan for life?
No. So the only reason why I even left my hometown was because my best friend, Chris, he was going to college. And so throughout this whole time of my childhood, I had some good instances that shaped me. And my mom, she was working. She was never around, not because she didn't want to. My dad, not because they didn't want to, just because they were trying to make something of themselves. And so I was always over at his house. And so their parents, I spent more time with them than I did my own parents. And I had the greatest influence was his mom. Like his mom and dad, they would take us to the lake and stuff like that. And so when high school was kind of winding down, I had some buddies that went to the Marines. And I was like, man, what am I going to do? Like, I have no plan. And my buddy Chris was like, hey, I'm going to Missouri Western to go play football. Why don't you come with me? And I was just like, okay, like, how do I do that? And he was like, well, we'll figure it out. And my dad and mom kind of came together. My dad got me, because we were such poor kids, there was all kinds of programs you could get some of your funding paid for. And he took on a lot of that and got me to where I could go in and went to college football just because of my buddy was like, why don't you come with me? I was like, okay.
Now, did you actually play college football?
I did. Well, I walked on. And, so at this point in my life, I had to do something. I'm a fighter. I was always made fun of, picked on. There was always some sort of adversity that was hitting me in the face. And so I was just naturally stubborn, and I wanted to fight.
Hitting back. Yeah. When life's hitting you in the face, you hit back.
Yeah. No, I wasn't going to get pummeled. That's not who I am. I just had to okay, let me go give it my all until I am a bloody pulp, no matter what. That's the mentality that I had. And so I walked onto the football team, and man, that was a wake up call. I got my butt kicked so much, but I freaking loved it because the guys that I was with, there was this other running back that was a walk-on as well, Nick Richardson, and we became really good friends. He was a black dude from Springfield. And so me and him, buddies, but he was a lot more talented than I was, but I had a lot of heart. That's what I call it. I would get just pummeled for the scout team, and I think I did my part for building the confidence of the first team, the starters. But
making the first team feel confident, Jack.
And so that was my experience, and I knew that I had this small dream of like, oh, I'm playing college football. Like, this is my ticket to get to the NFL. I could be. So I loved Barry Sanders at the time. I grew up like, Barry Sanders is the man.
Hell yeah.
And that quickly faded when I realized like, oh, like the best I could be is a third down back to go and like throw my body into like a defensive end that's just going to destroy me, just so the quarterback gets a few more seconds to throw that ball. And there was a calling. I said, you need to make a change. You need to find a purpose. You need to find something.
What were you studying in college?
Criminal justice.
So were you thinking maybe being a police officer was in the cards?
Yeah. So growing up, I was always in trouble. The police, my older brother was always getting arrested for something. And so I was always near policemen. At one point in time, like me and my best friend Chris, we were in my house, and there was a group that went out and like tore down a gazebo or something, and like our house was surrounded. I was asleep on the couch. I had no idea, and a bunch of guys come flying through my door. They're all my friends, and like they're like sweating, and they're just panicked, and they sit down like, "Hey, what's up?" And I'm just like waking up. I'm like, "What's up, guys?" They're like, "Oh, nothing. What are you doing?" I'm just like, Wait, what's happening? And they're like, oh, nothing. And then my mom comes out, and she's like freaking out, like, why are there cops everywhere? And I was like, there's cops here? I was like, well, let's go. I had a Jerry Rice jersey on and old windbreaker Adidas pants. I remember because it was a very unique experience. And so I was like, well, let's just go out and talk to them. Like, their cops are cool. And I walk out, and they had like the end of the road blocked off. So they're all down there, and
dang, dude, what kind of gazebo got wrecked?
Right?
They went hard.
There was another car that came flying through, and my older brother comes out of his room with an SKS and just shoots in the air, and was just like, because he wasn't part of it. Like, he has this chaos going down too, and he walks out and he shoots in the air. And so we have no idea. Like, we just have this vehicle driving around our yard that is not a police car. It's just a truck. And I think he was chasing the guys that did it. And they're like, go to Murph's house. They're always in trouble. You can go to his house, and that's our safe zone or whatever. He'll know what to do. No, that was not the case. So I walked out, and it was that big line of cars. There's probably about 10 cop cars there. And they just split. And then it was like, there was a cop car that came flying up to our house. And I'm like, cool, someone's coming to talk to us. You know, it's like 2 a.m. I'm walking out, and it was like guns in our face. Get on the ground, get on the ground. And so I'm like, oh, face down? Yes, sir, I'm going to obey what you say. And they got the full story. And it was funny because as we're sitting on the cop car and our hands are on the car, there's another buddy of mine that was with, I can't remember if he was with the gazebo gang, is what they're known as around our hometown. But this guy is like, he's one of our best friends, and he's a pastor now in Kansas, and really good kid. And he's like freaking out. And he's like, guys, we got to come up with a story. Like, we're at the movies. We're coming back from the movies. And I'm like, I don't think they're going to buy it. Mm-hmm. And so we talked to the cops already, and he doesn't know this. We've already told him the story. Like, we're like, oh, yeah, there's some guys. I wasn't part of it. Like, I can vouch, these guys can bust it in. And so we just told him the truth. And he doesn't know it. And he's like trying to say, sir, we were just at the movies. And he's kind of looking at him like, we already know what happened. And so they end up, then my best friend's parents show up, and you could tell they were pissed. Mm-hmm. Like, hey, this isn't okay. Like, look at all this. This is not a good spot. And they yanked us out, and the dad and the parent look of like, yeah, you're in trouble. Yeah. Like, ooh, okay.
So that was your experience with police, or one of your experiences with police.
One of
so
many.
When you're going to college, is being a policeman like something that you're considering at this point?
Yeah, I respected the uniform. Mm-hmm. That was something that I always admired, that, because they were very professional. They always had, like, everything was dressed, very to a T, meticulous detail. They looked professional. And some of them would come up, and they were like good mentors. And they would say, you got to think about things. There's consequences. We see the worst in everything. And so I took that on as like, man, that's great. That somebody has that awareness that a troubled kid like myself, they could impart some wisdom and knowledge on, and it could change the trajectory of their life. And that's exactly what was going on. It's like, I love that. The uniform, I respect it. I respected those guys. And so maybe that's what I want to do. Mm-hmm. Maybe I want to be like them. Because I didn't have anybody in my life at the time to say, I want to be like them. My dad was awesome. He gave me some very good wisdom and lessons learned that I still apply today in life. And my mom, I saw the hard work ethic, but I didn't want to be a nurse. You know, that wasn't something as a 19-year-old punk wants to say to his friends, like, I want to go be a nurse. And they're like, oh, okay, float off, like, go ahead. That's whatever you want to do, man. Being a nurse was not one of the things. And so that was one of the things that really impacted me early. And so I was like, let's do it.
So at what point you realized that the NFL probably not going to happen? At what point did you start looking at the military as an option?
When I was on campus and I saw Army ROTC, and they were running around. And at that point, you know, I did my internship and practicum with the Kansas City Police Department, and I saw some really messed up stuff with, you know, just how bad it was. And I saw some of the guys there that didn't project the same professionalism that the cops did in my hometown. And so I was like, man, I don't want to be a part of this. They're not a team. Like, that's not something that they're together. But these guys, they're all in Army uniforms.
The ROTC guys, yeah.
Yep. And they were sharp, they were professional, and they were the same age as me. And the look that I was giving them, and keep in mind, I was on the football team. We got a lot of good looks of like, oh, these guys are awesome, right? But me looking at them was like, ooh, that's cool. Like, I like that. I used to play Army in the ditch all the time growing up, and now I get to see it and have the opportunity. And so I went and signed up for Army ROTC. And we did these, have you ever heard of the Ranger Challenge?
Yep.
That was so cool. I love that.
It's like a ROTC thing. They get together different groups and they go and do these challenges. They're like 3-day weekends, and you'll have to do foot patrols and bridge building and just kind of little tactical missions and stuff like that for the cadets.
Yep. Marksmanship. That was the first time I got to shoot an M4 or an AR-15. That was awesome. And so it really, like, it started this little fire inside of me of like, this is amazing. This is what I want to do. Until we're at an event, it might have been, God, what college did we go to? Well, I saw this battalion commander, and they had all their NCOs and all the ROTC guys lined up, and this guy was just, I saw the way he was talking to his guys, and it was like accepted. And it pissed me off. Like, I was like, hey, man, like, why are you talking to them that way? There was no point. There's one thing if, like, you were in the wrong, but he was just, like, kind of belittling them, and I was like, that's not cool. I was like, I got to find a different path. But that fire was lit. Like, I was like, all right, I want to do something in uniform, but this is cool. Like, I love the guys that were in the Ranger Challenges with. They were really good dudes that, you know, I learned a lot about leadership, a lot about, you know, thinking things through. It was a big one of, like, you've got to think things through. You can't just, you know, use your emotion in things. And that started there, and it added on to some of the things that were already ingrained in me as a kid. So I was like, all right, cool. Let me explore this a little bit more. Let me get a little bit more deeper in this.
And so where'd that take you?
Right down to the Marine Corps Recruiting Depot. My friends went into the Marines, and, you know, at the time, I didn't know anything about the military other than what I saw, because we didn't have technology. What I watched growing up was like maybe 1 or 2 cartoons as a kid, and the rest of the time was outside. You know, we were poor. We didn't have TV. We didn't have cable. And so we were, whatever trouble we get into, go build a bike, go rebuild that motorcycle, like ask for things that people wanted to give you. And so that was like my childhood of like experience that and pretending to be in the military. But when my friends went to the Marines, you knew about the Marines. Everybody knows about the Marines. Marines are awesome. And so I walked down the Marine Corps office, and clunk, clunk, that door was closed. I was like, that's not cool. That's probably the only time they were closed. But then there was 2 like E5s in the Navy's office that were like the 2 doors, you could reach them with one hand. So I just opened it up and walked in, and I said, hey, I'm looking for something. What do you got? And what they did is they sat me down. I kind of gave them my background a little bit. I was like, you know, I play football, teams, and I want some team dynamics. And so they popped in. I still think I would love to find this video. I've tried to search for it, I can't find it, but it was like probably the JFK original like recruiting video for SEALs. It was the old like cheesy music, and they were running on the beach in Coronado.
Oh yeah.
And one guy comes out of a submarine, and I was just like, that looks awesome.
Yep, sign me up.
I want to do that. And they kind of, this is where like the fire was set ablaze because they kind of laughed at me. And so in my childhood, when you laughed at me, I'm kind of like, okay, you judge me for something that I'm not. And like, oh, nobody makes it through there. And I was like, well, what are they? Like, oh, they're Navy SEALs. And so in my mind, I said this to them, I think out loud. Don't they grow Navy SEALs in like some sort of government facility? Like these special people, don't they like have like this special place for them? And they laughed at me and said, no, but don't worry, you can't make it. Like nobody makes it through SEAL training. And I was like, okay, you can't tell me what to do. It's like, sign me up. And he was, the two of them were like, okay. You know, so I ended up going into the delayed entry program. And at that time you had to do the screener, and they had a Chief SEAL up in Kansas City at the time that was, his name was Chief Roger Roberts. I'll never forget his name. And they brought him down. He was like a dive motivator. And he spent some time with me, explained to me what a SEAL was. So, hey, this is what a SEAL is. Because I never read a book, didn't know anything. I just know that cool video, and they're saying I can't go do that. And I was like, you can't tell me what to do, man. Like, you don't laugh at me and say you can't. Roger that. Okay, let's see what I got. And after that, like, he trained with me for a little bit. I worked my tail off, man. I was already in pretty good shape because of football, but then like he taught me the side stroke. Which I didn't quite grasp, but at the time I'm like, okay, I'll do it. I would try and muscle through it, and it was just exhausting. So I exhaust myself time and time again, and somehow gritted through the PRT and passed and got a contract saying you can go to the Navy and try out for BUD/S. You can actually try and get a chance to be a SEAL. And that was the first time in my life I'm like, I see a path. You know, I never had anything before. It was typical, and you know, society puts pressure on people to be something that, in a situation like being a poor kid, it was common for the poor kids in my upbringing, in my area, my community, to go along with, oh, you're not going to make anything yourself. You're going to come right back here, work in a gas station, working something, and I didn't want to accept that. And that was the first time I broke that. I'm not going back home. I made a choice. You know, home is not where I want to be right now. I want to be out making Sean Murphy, and that's where I found the SEAL teams. Is like, all right, I see a path. I see something I can try and do and make something of myself. And 6 months later, I had to finish out the semester in college. 6 months later, I'm on that bus heading to the Navy recruiting depot in Chicago.
And how was the shock to the system going to boot camp? Were you good with it? If you did ROTC, I imagine you kind of knew some of the games that were going to be played and all that, so probably not that big of a deal.
Well, Jocko, I have to put you in where my frame of mindset was. I grew up with hand-me-downs. I had LA Lights for like years. And I have a love for this pair of Jordans that I got given to me from I'm sure somebody probably felt sorry for me or something. They gave me a pair of like 93 Jordans. It was like the black ones, because I watched Jordan all the time. I loved watching him play. And so I got a pair of his shoes, and I had them for so long. And so I didn't have anything of like that was cool, like an ooh and ah at. Well, when I get to boot camp, they're like, you know, you remember going through the line, they're like handing you underwear, handing you socks. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. This is better than Christmas. You got the sweatpants that's got the navy blue on it and stuff. And so it was awesome to me. I was like, this is cool, guys. We got free stuff, man. Like, it's awesome.
And a bunch of food to go with it.
Food, yes, that was a big one.
So you go through Navy boot camp, and then weren't you a GM? Did you go to Gunner's Mate school?
Yep.
How long is that school?
It's about 6 months.
Cool.
I still use some of the stuff I learned in that school today. Like that's a great school, because I learned about guns, right? And that's satisfying. Any young kid that has a passion for, you know, guns or anything like that and wants to learn, you get to learn to dismantle them, all of the different nomenclatures, what their capabilities are, and not just the small arms, but you also get big guns, and seeing how these big Navy ships, how those giant guns and everything works, and the hydraulics. Like, I use that on my tractor today. Like, I understand what an accumulator is. I understand that you got to do all these things. And at least it gives me a starting point to, problem solve on like what's going on. Like, what did I push my tractor too hard to do, and where did it break? And so I learned it all through Gunner's Mate A School.
And are you still prepping hardcore? Were there other guys going to Buds that you were with at the time? Mm-hmm. And you guys were training your ass off?
Yeah. So ignorance is bliss, Jocko. Mm-hmm. We didn't know. We didn't have any idea what we should be training. I was running in the Navy boots, the like clodhopper looking things.
Oh yeah, the Boondockers.
Boondockers, yeah, those things. I was running around in those things, tearing up my feet, doing push-ups, pull-ups, not really swimming that much. I should have been.
Yeah.
And there was a big group of us that kind of stuck together. Everybody's like, "Oh, we're going to go do it." Every single one of us is like, "We're all going to make it." Yeah. And everybody's very confident in training, but it wasn't. It wasn't the right path. It wasn't the right thing to do in that working out the way that we did.
So you show up to Buds. How's your first impression of Buds?
I remember the smell, that seawater, that kelp.
You ever seen the ocean before?
Never.
Check.
Never. I was like, this is amazing. This is the coolest thing. Because I remember landing in San Diego, and it's a short runway, and I could see the Coronado Bridge. I didn't know where Buds was, but I remember seeing the bridge. And I land there, and I got my little the van driver that picks you up and takes you over to the compound and Buds. And I remember showing up and like, this is Buds. This is awesome. Like, I had goosebumps and everything was. And this is this group of dudes that we had that were going to be in class 238. I don't know how many of these. I don't think any of these guys made it through, but we had this genius idea. We get into 618, we drop our stuff, and we're like, let's go surf torture ourselves. And in hindsight, that was so dumb. It's like we're trying to now like prep ourselves to be ready because we're going to be the best SEALs ever that came through Buds. Everybody thinks that. And we went out and surf tortured ourselves for a little bit, and we're just like, yeah, this is so cool. And it was just, I think back, it's the dumbest thing. Like, there was plenty of that to come.
You're going to get plenty of that.
Yeah.
So, and so you form up in class 238?
Yeah.
And how'd that work out for you?
Oh, that was a disaster. So I was sitting in, it was actually when 9/11 happened. 9/11 happened when I was sitting there eating breakfast, and I didn't realize it was real. I thought it was a bad movie. And
were you in first phase at this time?
No, we were right about
getting ready to class up.
Yeah, we're in NDOC or PTR now. I don't know what they call it now or what it was back then. It was. I remember I had my blouse, my little canteen belt, and canteen and stuff, and I remember sitting there eating. And I looked up at the TV that was in the galley, and I saw the plane hit. I was like, "That's weird, man. That's a messed up movie. Like, why would somebody make a movie about that? Where are we going in society?" And got up and had my swim buddy, and we started running back. And I remember seeing what dawned on me is like, this is real. Is when I saw the SEAL teams, like people up on the roofs and like cop cars and everything, like things locking down. I was like, oh, maybe that's real. And then Master Chief Guild, he was the CMC at the time.
Big Will.
Yeah, he got everybody together on the grinder and he gave us a great speech of like, war.
Yeah.
War is here. This changes everything. And it was like that feel good, and you're like getting goosebumps, and you're like, this is it, man. Like, we get to go do something, but we're still like, we haven't even proven ourselves yet. We haven't even stepped into, the actual training. It's just like getting you prepped. It's kind of like a babysitting club, like NDOC is the way I look at it. Is prepping up to.
I bet Big Will. So when I was like an E5, he was my senior chief at Team 1 in the training cell at Team 1. Yeah, and he was one of those guys where I bet you he gave you one hell of a speech.
It was
fired up.
It was awesome. It was the one that touched your soul.
Yeah,
yeah.
Because he's a really smart, really articulate, just awesome guy. He is an awesome guy. But yeah, I can imagine him coming out there and as a Master Chief, and you're a freaking
nothing,
not even kicking off into Buds yet, just getting ready to start. Whew.
Yeah. As a Navy SEAL, like this guy, and he had that tone, and just like,
and he's
gentleman.
Like 6'5" or something. That's why his nickname is Big Will.
Yeah,
that's freaking epic. So you kick off, you get into first phase, and how'd it go?
Well, so first phase, there's so many dudes. The first time I ever did an ocean swim was in first phase, and they sent us out, the little fins and all that stuff, and I'd done pretty well. Like, I was figuring my groove out, figuring out how things worked. Realized that you'll never pass a room inspection. You're always going to be wet and sandy. That it doesn't matter how many perfect push-ups you do, the hoo-yah isn't going to make it better. And got all the way to Hell Week. And this is where now I'm starting to figure out, you got to make it through Hell Week before you get this brown shirt, this coveted brown shirt. And I can't remember exactly which night it was. I think it was Tuesday night. It was right before like you could get rolled forward if you make it another night. Mm-hmm. And we had come back for med checks. And there was this other guy, Noel Sons, which I just talked to him the other day, and we reminisced about this. We hadn't talked since then. He is like a 6'2", probably taller than that dude. And I'm Smurf crew, the best group of guys. And somehow whoever was the instructor that decided to do this thought it was funny to put us in the same boat while we're take seats in the surf and trying to eat our MREs. And I remember Noel just having this this pain scream and falling forward. Well, I'm in the middle of the boat in between the two back guys, and I'm in the middle, and they're taller than me, and they kind of fall forward, and this whole way the boat, boom, right on top of me. And I remember my spine just feeling like the bolt of lightning. Doom. I was like, oh my gosh. And so it like stiffened me up, like everything kind of like tensed up. And so I go through, this is clever. Team guys are so clever. When you're out there and you're cold, they turn on the hot showers to rinse you off before you go in and talk to the docs. And so I'm like, hot showers in Hell Week? Piece of cake, right? Well, that was terrible because the second you step out of that nice hot shower, I remember being so cold, my back being tight, and then walking into the med checks just jackhammering and trying to tell the doctors my back is hurt. And he was like, you hurt your back? And I explained to him what happened. He's like, well, we got to get you x-rays, especially if you had a bolt of lightning and it's stiff. And so they sent me over to get x-rays. And at this time, the group that I was with, they said, hey, you guys all get rolled. And I was just like, what is rolled? Like, I want to get back in there. Like, no, they're too far away. You've been out for too long. You get rolled to 239. Okay, I can do this. I know I can do it once. Yeah, it sucked, but I can do this.
Yeah, and you get rolled. Just so Echo Charles, yes. If you're in Hell Week, so you went through, 3 or 4 weeks of really a bunch of crap, and then you start Hell Week. If you get rolled in Hell Week, you have to go all the way back to the beginning. And it makes sense because otherwise you'd have someone that was like, I'm just going to purposely kind of get rolled in Hell Week and then be totally fresh going into it, which gives you a huge advantage because all of first phase beats you up. So it's simulating combat. Like you don't get a fresh start. You don't get like the weekend to recover or a week to recover. So when you get rolled back in Hell Week, you're going back to the first day of first phase. So that's what happened to you.
Yeah, day 1, week 1.
Get some.
Guess what? You're on the same playing level as everybody else next to you. You know better than anybody else that has a white shirt. You got to pass every single run. Nobody's going to have any sympathy or anything for you. And I was like, all right, I do remember, don't be in the goon squad. Mm-hmm. You don't want that. And when they tell you to get wet and sandy, don't be emotionally hurt. Go get wet and sandy.
Get some.
Yeah, just embrace it. And so I did a little better in 239, and then I get all the way back up to Hell Week and get rolled again for the same thing. Not the same scenario, but same thing. I had an injury, and they're like, hey, you can't, man. Like that, they were rolling people left and right. And so I got into 240. And so at this point in time, man, that hurt. That was like, I don't know if I can do this. And I was in 240, and I was happy. And there was a point where I had so many miles on my body that, because I didn't recover. If you think back to buds, once the class makes it through Hell Week, they're like another one starting. So you don't have much of a break. And so I jumped in 240 and going through it. Awesome dudes, making some good friends. I'm like, I see it. I can do this. Getting back in that confidence. And then we're on a 4 mile time, or no, I can't remember if it was a 4 mile time run or if it was just a run. But there was one of the guys that used to be in Swick. He was coming through, and we're on a beach run, and all of a sudden this dude collapses, boom, thud. And I was like, what was that? And we all circle around him, and then all hell breaks loose. They're like, hey, you guys take it back to the beach or back to the podium, and they end up swooping this dude up, and he died on the spot. He had something go on with his heart, and he just collapsed and died. And so I was like, oh, that's crazy. Within the next week, right before we're going into Hell Week, you had that 4 mile time run right before Hell Week. And so I'm on that 4 mile time run. I remember coming back around. I was right at the rocks coming back to the podium, and I couldn't walk. Like it locked up. I couldn't do anything. I was like, the weirdest feeling of like you try so hard, but your body's like, no, like you can't move. And my legs wouldn't move. And I was just like sitting. I was like walking at a very slow pace, and they put me in the ambulance. And so now the medical, as you know, anything that happens in buds that like a student dies or a major injury, there's going to be a lot of scrutiny. And so I'm in the back of this ambulance and I'm telling them what's going on. They send me to get x-rays, and I had bilateral hip stress fractures. And it's where there's like where your hips are, there is a little hairline fracture on both sides that if you've never had a hairline fracture, it's the same thing as feeling like it's broken. It was rough, man. It was hard to understand, like, why can't I walk? Well, now I know why. It's because I had 2 cracks in my hip. And I remember sitting down there with the medical guy, and I've had this conversation multiple times now, and he's like, hey, bro, you can't get rolled. We can't keep you here. I was like, what are my options? And he told me, he's like, well, here's what we can do. You know, you're very well liked here. It's like you definitely put out. You're not like one of these guys that are, because I never went into medical. You're not a medical commando. You just seem to have like a series of bad things happen to you. He's like, we've got a billet that you can fill in Puerto Rico, but you got to go to Texas. It's about 1.5 years, 2 years, depending on how you do there, you can come back. I said, all right, man, you're telling me that this is not the end of my chance. He's like, yeah. I was like, all right, I'm in. I did it. And so I signed the paperwork, said I voluntarily remove myself from training to go do this. And so I got the orders and left. And man, that was, looking back on it now, like as sad as I was, like, you know, my feelings were hurt because I didn't make it through, but that vision was still there. It was a blessing because now going into it, I was ignorant, which is also a blessing. But now I knew how to prepare. I knew exactly what I needed to get tight. I had actually, Mark Lee was in that class that got, I think he was in 239 and got rolled, and he went to, where did he go? He went
to like Virginia
Rhoda?
Beach.
Something. He went somewhere.
Oh, maybe it was Rhoda. I don't know, but he went to the fleet, but he was also did some kind of like quick excursion back to the fleet.
So did
Mikey Mansour.
Yeah, Mikey did too. I think he was in Rhoda. That's right.
Yes, he wasn't. He was, because I remember his dad was telling a bunch of stories about him driving like fast cars and renting fast cars over there. But yeah, but it's always, you know, when I talk to guys that quit, if I talk to a young person that quits, you know, first of all, going into Hell Week or starting, I'm like, don't quit. Yep. And then if they happen to quit, which happens, I always tell them about Mikey and Mark, because both those guys quit, and both of them came back and are freaking heroic, you know, iconic frogmen for all time.
Absolutely.
And so that's, you know, you can get back to it.
Yep.
I think that I also know that the highest percentage of quitters that they have are previous quitters. So if you're a quitter, chances are if you go back, chances are you're going to quit again. It's not a guarantee, right?
Yeah.
But it's a low percentage of people that make it if they've quit before. I had a guy that was my roommate who was a quitter from the fleet. So he quit, went to the fleet, and came back, and he was now in my class. And he was, you know, I was young. I was like 18, 19, and he was probably 25, which is a pretty, like, seems like an old, knowledgeable person, right? And he was kind of a physical stud and everything. And yeah, sure enough, he quit again during Hell Week. So chances are you've developed a habit of quitting. You're probably going to quit again, but you have control. And if you're Mikey Mansour or Mark Lee, you go, cool, I'm not going to make that mistake again. So, and so you end up going down to Puerto Rico.
Yeah. And
are you training your ass off down there?
Yeah, do you remember the book Stu Smith had? It was like the 36 Weeks to Buds or something?
Yeah, I don't remember it, but I know it's been a guide for a lot of dudes trying to go.
There was, I'm not going to say his name because he's still active, but another buddy of mine that was down there in Puerto Rico with me, and he had it. And he's a tall, lanky dude that, you know, he was in 239 also and quit. And so there's a group of us that were like, hey, let's train. And we trained so freaking hard. There was 3 of us. Another kid was he was a triathlete, super stud at everything, good swimmer, good runner, everything. Like could do pull-ups and push-ups for days. But me and the other guy.
And was he a previous quitter as well?
Yeah.
Dang, dude.
So it was quitter land down there.
Yeah.
But it was fun because we had our vision of getting back through and making it back. And I trained so hard. I actually swam in the ocean this time. Learned the side stroke and just got in really good shape. And I could run for days. It just mattered. I just had to learn how to control my breathing. And after I did that, I was running so far, so fast. It wasn't about. I would just run for like. I remember on Puerto Rico because it was down in the Caribbean. You could run any day, and so I remember running just until for time. I would start with a time and say, I'm going to run for 30 minutes. I didn't run for distance. I would just run for time. I'm going to do a 30-minute run today. And that 30-minute would keep getting longer and longer. And the better I control my breath, what I was doing is heart rate training. I didn't know it. And so as I'm controlling my heart rate and breathing, I could run as fast as I wanted, as far as I wanted, as long as I maintained that and controlled my pace, my heart rate, and breathing, the trifecta. If I could maintain that, I could run forever. And I was doing that almost every day and living, being I think I was 21 at the time, being a 21-year-old, just getting the best that you can, getting the best physical shape you can, learning as much you can, doing some really cool stuff. And down there in Puerto Rico, they had a SEAL, I don't know what they did in there. It was like a dive locker or something. And there used to be a unit down there in Puerto Rico. Yeah. So I got in tight with those guys. There was 2 bars. There was Don's Lighthouse right outside
Don's
the
Fight House.
Don's Fight House, yeah. And then there was Papa Joe's, which was I guess you could call it a strip club. It was it was more of a bar than anything. And so you could tell those are the 2 places. And I was in security at the time as a gunner's mate. And every once in a while I had to go do patrols in the cop car and stay on the gate. And I started, and there was a group of us that if we ever heard about SEALs getting in trouble, we'd try and help them out. And so I started giving my number. I was like, hey guys, if you go down these bars, call me, I'll come pick you up. And I don't know how many team guys I picked up at the gate in the cop car and would drive them back to their barracks. And there was, golly, I would love to talk to these guys again, but there's one night that there's this back road on the north side of the base that nothing was back there. And so I have a car full of team guys doing a van fight in a little Impala. And they're like, hey, turn on the lights. I was like the cop car lights? To me, I'm like, okay. Boop. These guys are a bunch of big kids. And so I let them on the PA, which was the worst thing for me to do. I gave them that. Decisions. Yeah. And so I'm doing 80 miles an hour with these guys on the back with the lights on. They're just yelling at people. And I actually come up on a car and I can't get it back from them. And so I'm trying to get back away from the car because they're just screaming. And that guy pulls over. And so I just have to blow past him so that I don't I'm not going to get behind him. And I don't know who that person was, but it was that was don't give team guys things that you can't answer for. Yeah. So I would drop them off and had a good time.
Check. So when you're getting, you go back into buds.
Yeah.
And you must feel like you're prepared.
Absolutely.
But 100%. Are you still also realize that there's a chance of you can't make it?
Yep. I knew that it's not 100% guaranteed. Nothing is ever 100% guaranteed. But I had confidence. I had a little bit of, I know what's behind the curtain. I know what's coming. So I can be more calibrated, not be so shocked. I can stay focused, determined on where I need to be and what I need to do, knowing that, and this is truly when I realized nothing lasts forever. Nothing. And man, 250 was awesome. I ran into Mark again. Mikey was there. All these, we're having a good time now. We're oh, we're back, and we're telling stories about what we did and where we were, and we start going through training. And this is so funny. Mark was the supply guy, and so Mark always had everything.
Well, I'm sure he did.
I'm like, how are you passing all these room inspections? My knife, my K-bar is destroyed. And he's like, I'll look you up. And so I have this brand new knife that became my inspection knife. Yeah. That once after inspection, I put that thing up and it never saw the light of day again because it was in pristine condition. And so I was like, oh, there's tricks you can do. Cool. And so there's a group of us that all right, hey, we got to bond together and stick together and like overcome what we can, and just try and survive. Like, let's do this. And that was good. I had the confidence I was going to make it through because the community, the brotherhood that was there, was just so strong this time, and we're like, we got this. Whatever they throw at us, we're going to make it. And it was not the case. I got all the way to Hell Week, and oh man, the entire class had VGE. I forgot the acronym, gastroenteritis something. And so there was a brown shirt, and a big dude came over to me, and he's like, "Hey Murph, here's some Skittles." Because you remember they took all the good stuff out of the MREs, and we're sitting on the
what
beach.
Savages,
right?
That's so crazy.
To this day, this is why I do not like Skittles. So I'm like, oh, open package, insert, and swallow. Ate the whole thing of Skittles instantaneously. I was like, sugar, like that's awesome. And we're doing med checks, and there was an admiral touring Hell Week, and I'm sitting on the podium, and all of a sudden, I got it. I got VGE, and it comes up. Just the rainbow came out, and I'm pretty sure it hit the admiral because he's walking down talking, "Hey man, how are you doing?" Doing the admiral thing, shaking hands and looking at us, and I was just like, "I'm doing great." And he's just like, "You don't look so great." I remember he turned to his aide and was like, "Get that man to medical now." And so I walk in.
What year was this?
2002, 2003 time frame.
Okay, check.
And so I go into medical, and the doctor, now I'm friends with everybody because I'm not afraid to talk to people. And I'm in there, and he's like, "Hey, they're watching you." I was like, "Okay." He's like, "So here's the deal. You've got to hold down something or else they're not going to let you go back in because you can't go back in."
Oh.
And I was like, "All right." And he kept feeding me Ensures. Like, "I need you to keep one of these down, just one, and you'll be good. Because you pass all your other med checks, but you got VGE. Everybody's got it right now. But for some reason, like, they're watching you. You're like the little test case for them." I was like, "All right." And so I drank the Ensure and couldn't hold it down.
Yeah.
And so after, he gave me 3. And the last one, he said, "Hey, Murph, I know you want this, and you will go back out there if I let you, but you have to hold this down." I said, "Okay." I drank it, and there was nothing that was going to hold it back. So I said, "Hey, can I at least go take a leak or something?" He's like, "Yeah, the bathroom's right there." So I go in the bathroom, I shut the door, and I lock, and I just like let loose and let it out. And I was just like, he'll never know. And then walk back out, and they're just standing there looking at me. I'm like, "I'm good." Yeah. They're like, "No, Murph, we heard you. Sorry, buddy." And that crushed me, and I was just like, not again. I have to start over.
So this was during Hell Week?
During Hell Week.
Ooh. Yeah, that's a bummer.
Yeah. And then it was kind of like questioning, do I have what it takes? Is this like God's sign of saying, "Hey, bro, I got something else for you in store. You're just being stubborn. Go follow the other path that I've been laying out for you." And I was like, you know what? No. I got something here. Like, there's a reason why all this is happening. Got rolled to 251. And at this point in time, like, nothing was going to faze me. I knew, don't be in the goon squad, pass inspections, and don't let the hype of what's happening deter you from your focus. And that's where I found my happy place, was in a log PT. There's a big SEAL instructor that was notorious for crushing souls in log PT. And it's actually, this is a good thing because one of the officers, he's still on, so I won't say his name, was in the Smurf crew. And as you know, like, everybody can pretend when you're going through hard times until eventually your true colors will come out. Well, we're on the log, and we're losing race after race. The Jolly Green Giants, screw those guys, man. They were winning races, and we always wanted to win because you got the 2 boat crews that you cannot miss these guys, the taller guys and the shorter guys. Yeah. So you got a bullseye on you all the way through buds. And we're losing races, and it started to get to us, and guys started arguing, complaining, bitching, moaning, whining. "He's not putting out. I need a break. You're not. Your hands aren't even touching logs." Like, it was just arguing. I remember him saying, like, "Hey, listen, this isn't working. We've got to figure something out." And it dawned on us. We're like, "All right, who's tired?" And we're all like, "Well, I'm all tired." I'm like, "No, seriously." I'm like, I'm on the end. I'm like, I could use a break. because the end of the logs is usually the heaviest because you're just if one guy on this end, now it tilts it on the other side, and so you're taking a lot of weight. So we switched out. Well, that worked. Just that one little thing of us coming together and saying, "Hey, switch out. Speak up, and let's figure this thing out." Because right now, what we're doing, complaining, isn't getting us better. And it actually, we weren't in last place. We didn't make the goon squad in this chaos of going up and over the beach or up and over the berms. And we came back, and that kind of gave us some energy. We're like, coming together works. Mm-hmm. This is crazy. And we sat down and said, all right, now let's start seeing what other people are doing, what's working for them, like little things that we started recognizing, like this is our competition. What are they doing well? What are we not doing well? What are our advantages and what are our disadvantages? Our disadvantages were our little bitty legs just doing it 1,000 miles an hour coming up over the berm. And so we would get over the other side, and before we got down, we would start lifting the log up to use our momentum to get underneath and get our little legs turned around and going back up the other way. Well, eventually we kept doing little things like that, coming together and communicating, telling each other, hey, try this. And hey, I need to switch out. And so everybody was eager to help instead of like blame. Everybody was blaming each other. And so we kind of holstered our blame guns and kind of got on the same page of let's find a way. Yeah. Let's do this, and end up winning. And I remember that same time frame, we're sitting in the ocean, and I had to find a place to go because it was hot and it sucked. Like, you're just exhausted. And they sat us with the logs, which is terrible. Logs were facing the surf, and you took seats. And so you had to like do the craziest sit up to hold this log up. And then I remember go to a happy place. And I went to I was on the beach, but I thought of the beach, but in a different way. The water was nice and cool. It was cooling me off. So I had to gravitate towards something positive. And I found this happy place of embrace, feel the things, do a mental check, feel the things that feel good. And so I started feeling the waves, and I was like, ooh, this feels nice. And so it reset me. I was like instantaneously in a better place. And from that, I started finding those things this time around in class of like communication, teamwork, finding your grounding point. I call them touch points now, but finding that grounding point to keep you focused in what you need to do. Because it started getting me past all these little things that would, it'd be a lot. You're going through, and now I started getting that confidence back of, I'm going to make it. Mm-hmm. And sure enough, I did. I ended up making it all the way through the 251. I still get excited about this. I remember, and I had this story with another guy that was in our Buds class with us. I forgot about this, but I remember because when I made it past that, that hump of Wednesday, when I made it through Wednesday, I remember one step at a time. Don't think about it. Don't look at Tuesday. Don't look at Wednesday. Look at right now. And then I realized oh, it's Wednesday. And it was like that turning point. And so I can't remember when they do the nap that you get like a 30-minute.
Yeah, it's probably Wednesday or Thursday or something like that.
And they reminded me I did this. So now I'm in like happy mode. Like, there's nothing you can do to me. And he reminded me, he was like, I don't remember a lot, but I do remember this in Hell Week. Like, you were so happy that when you woke up, like everybody was miserable, but you like woke up and you beeline to the surf and were like pretending to be a dolphin. Like, look guys, the water's great. Like, you're out there like making dolphin sounds. And he was like, as much pain as I was in, I laughed. And he remembered it. I was like, I do remember that. I remember because I was like, I guess that's kind of the way I was wired is, going in my childhood, growing up, and like the best thing is laughter. Like, if you can joke around, mm-hmm. like defeat them before they come and make fun of you about something. And so I was like, hey, let's brighten things up. Let's have a good time. I'm having a blast. Like, we're going to make it, guys. Like, it's right in front of us. And he told me that story, and I was like, dude, I remember that. I remember being so happy that now that thing that was so foreign to me is a reality. I'm making it. Mm-hmm. And it's funny. I was so I do team building now. And I was with a NASCAR pit crew, and a good buddy of mine, Paul Swan, he wanted to hear my story. And this is the first time I ever put it all together. And I started lining out the amount of days I spent in Buds and Hell Week. And I had it up on this whiteboard, and I was like scratching my head. I was like, my gosh, like that was a lot. Like, I didn't realize at the time because I was so focused on my dream. And when I lined it out, I was like, it was so rewarding that this thing that I wanted so bad was now a reality. Mm-hmm. This is Sean Murphy. Didn't know who he was, and then he's joined the Navy and still didn't quite know because he hadn't made it through. And now I'm like, yep, got it.
Yeah, I can imagine it's so much more rewarding because you went through 5 first phases, and that's basically 5 months worth of training that I made it through my first shot, man. I just did one of those. All my buzz was altogether was 5 months. You did 5 months before even getting through Hell Week, so that's a lot of. You must have been super freaking stoked.
Oh, I was happy. It changed. It changed me. I was super stoked to be there.
So, any other you go through SQT? Any challenges there? Pretty straightforward.
No, it was. And, after you get through that, now it's a kind of not necessarily a gentleman's course, but you start learning things. And, I was never very good at school, but now this is a school that I'm passionate about. Mm-hmm. I'm learning all about diving, Charles Gay-Lussac's law, the Boyle's law, things that I would have never given it any effort because it wasn't valuable to me. And now I've got these things that I'm like, this is going to keep you alive. Mm-hmm. And it's also going to make you who you need to be in the SEAL teams. You got to learn to dive and understand the dangers of it so you can mitigate that. And I put myself, it was the first chance I think that I really had to apply myself. And so I'm going through there applying myself and learning and no issues. It was like, okay, I got something here. And just went right through. And
SQT, same thing?
Yeah, there was a chance. Actually, I got a scar on my finger here. It was in 3rd phase. And we were doing an inspection. I thought this was going to roll me. Actually, no, there's 2. There's one right after Hell Week. I got a scar right here. I had a cellulitis during Hydro Hell Week. You remember those little Hydro charts? Yeah. And my hand was the size of Mickey Mouse's hand. It looked enormous. And one of the corpsmen came up and was like, Murph, we got to take you to the hospital. And I was like, why? It was streaking. That was bad. So they took me in, they drained it, and I was like, no. But they were cool. They're like, no, as long as you finish your charts. So I wasn't sleeping. I was coffee and just doing my charts with this. I had surgery on it. And then in 3rd phase, I had one of those K-bars. And we're doing an inspection. And I remember pulling it out. And somehow I nicked my finger really good. And there's still a scar from it. It opened it up. And I'm like, at first I was like, oh, cool, no blood. I can hide this and get through the inspection. Well, then all of a sudden I'm standing at attention. And I can feel the little warm sensation. I was like, don't look. It's one of the things. You don't look, it doesn't exist. Well, then I remember one of the instructors came up to me and was like, Murph, what is going on? I was like, nothing. I was like, I'm good. What's up? Try and don't look at the knife. Don't look at the knife. And he's like, give me your knife. I handed it to him and he looked at my finger and he's like, go to medical. And I was like, no, not medical. They're like, hey, we're going to stitch it up and you can't get it wet. So I'm thinking, no. But again, I just, did the duct tape Band-Aid, and when I would hit the surf, I'd hold my finger out. It just didn't do anything. And I was fine after that, came through, and SQT was a blast. That's when, guys really, I think, come together and you get to know each other. You do in buds. At this time, right after buds, you graduated, and I moved into an apartment with Mark and a couple other guys that were at Team 3. And we were in La Mirage.
Oh, okay. Check.
That was up by the Charger Stadium at the time. That was interesting. That was not, it was cool because you're out on your own and you made it through buds and you're going through SQT, but when you come back and it was interesting because you had a lot of freedom in your apartment. It was worse than a frat house.
Yeah.
You can go out and do anything and everything. But once we got through SQT and we stayed there and had some adventures, to say the least. Because I remember you guys at Team 3, you guys were going through schools and Mark would come back and tell us about it. And then we were just like little kids, like, oh, cool. What's land warfare like? Or what's this like? And Mark's a little smug, and he's like, oh, it's no big deal. I was doing this, BTF and this, that, and the other. And I was like, so we're in awe, just like, oh, that's so cool, man. That's so freaking cool. And I think you guys went through ITI. Did you guys do ITI?
We did. Well, we sent a bunch of guys to ITI. Yeah.
Mark was one of them.
Yeah.
He had this little Volkswagen Jetta that was diesel. And I remember we'd gone out and he'd just gotten back from that trip. And so he's like showing me on the San Diego freeways about how to do high speed tactical maneuvers, which was scaring the living crap. And I was like, dude, it's like, we can't be doing this, bro. And like, but you had to practice, right? You had to stay relevant and current. And we tried. I don't know how we didn't get pulled over. That was an interesting choice that we made.
And was that just random that you got? So you get stationed at Team 5? Is that just like how many guys went to Team 3? How many guys went to Team 5? Did you pick West Coast?
Yeah. Well, I didn't care, because again, I didn't know anything about the East Coast, West Coast, and I was like, I'm just happy to go to a team. Like we have our little cliques that formed in SQT and stuff like that. And, we had our core group of guys that we all wanted. The guys that lived together, we all wanted to be on the same team. And I just happened to draw orders to SEAL Team 5, which one of my buddies had a brother at SEAL Team 5, and he came and talked to us, and I was like, yeah, I'll go to Team 5. I love Team 5 because I don't know anything other than I want to be a SEAL. You put me on a team.
Give me orders.
Yep.
I'm happy. And so you were living with Mark in SQT, and then when he showed up at Team 3, you guys were still living together?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they were we at SEAL Team 3 were a little head on the cycle because you at Team 5, they might have still been on deployment at that point. But anyways, they were just a little, So that's good times. And you're getting that insight from him because he's now he was the cool guy now.
Yeah. He loved it. He loved every minute of he'd come back from a trip, walking in the door, hey guys, what's up? We're like, come on, tell us the details. Like, what's it like being over there doing the workup and stuff like that? And he was like, oh, it was good, man. And he's building everybody up, and it's like, this is awesome, and this, that, and the other. And we learned a lot, and it was a good time. It was good insight for us because at Team 5, the platoon I was going to was still on deployment, and they had just disbanded another one.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And so I got kind of the mix of that, and so it was interesting. Like, I'm learning what Team 5's culture is, and I'm actually learning what Team 3's culture is from Mark. And ignorance was bliss. I just didn't know, and Mark was feeding us with some good insight, and I had some stuff coming.
It's like occasionally, I would say probably once every 2 or 3, maybe even 5 years, like a platoon just for whatever reason, just isn't going to work. Yeah, and it gets disbanded. I mean, they just echo Charles. They just take everyone. They go, nope, this platoon doesn't exist anymore, and they just break and they send everyone in different directions and divide them up as much as they possibly can. Because it's usually some personality. Sometimes they get disbanded because like there's infighting, meaning the chief has like a group of guys and they hate the officer who has a group of guys, and it's just this big disaster. The one in Team 5 that you're talking about is they were just filled with maniacs.
Yep.
Like, and you can have maniacs in your platoon, and you kind of want to have a couple maniacs in your platoon. But if you have if everyone's a maniac, there's no like all gas, no brakes scenario. And that was that platoon, and they just ended up getting disbanded, which was, that's a little shocking, right?
Well, it was, because I didn't understand it.
Yeah.
The guys that got disbanded, I know a lot of them still today, or a few of them still today. They're great dudes in the right environment.
Oh, totally. That's what I said. I know a lot of those guys, and I would want all of them in my platoon. Yeah. Would I want all of them in my platoon at the same time? Honestly, for me, yes. I like guys like, and plus, I can tighten guys up, and I could tighten guys up and be like, dude, you cannot do that. Stop what you're doing. But if you don't have that, like, if you don't have someone that can kind of put the brakes on, it's just going to ignite, and it's going to be a problem.
And there's two sides that you've got to have if you're going to do that, they have to be able to respond to that.
Yeah.
And that's I think they didn't have that in the previous one.
Yeah. So you get to Team 5, you get put in a platoon, workup. How's workup?
It was good. It was, I remember every part of my first, impression of these guys. I thought, we'd made it through BUDS, SQT, top of the world, you're invincible. And you're like walking in like, guys, I got my trident. And everybody's like, nobody cares. We all did the same thing. But guess what? We've deployed. We're coming back. We got to get ready. Like, get up on step, bro. And so it was like humble pie for me. It was like, oh, I've got a lot to learn. It was like, you don't have the knowledge that we have. We need you to be where we are. And so I had some awesome mentors. One of the guys, he's still in over at Dev Group, and man, learning from him was awesome. He was the guy that was always quiet, working on his gear, big time grappler, and would basically say, hey, if you want to learn something, read the manual. Read the manual, figure it out, understand its capabilities and why you're using it. And that's when I started learning, oh, okay, it's not just you get a gun, go shoot it, sight it in. Understand the optics on it. What are its capabilities? Understand the lasers. What are its capabilities? What is it used for? Understand like the battery life. You got to understand the equipment, not just, you've got cool equipment. Understand it, put in the time and effort so that when you are starting to go into these cycles and training, that you're more knowledgeable about what you're employing and why. And it was a great experience learning from those guys, to have them take me under their wing, because I see, as SEALs, when they go through, you have different places that you're going to be in. New, you're going to be a little bit more impressionable. And so if you don't have good guys that are guiding you in the right way, then you will end up probably not ahead of where you need to be. You'll be right behind, because if these guys, you're going to have an attitude first. Like we were growing out beards and stuff like that. And so that was the cool thing, growing your hair out long. But if you didn't have somebody that guided you into, hey, there's a reason why we're doing this, and you need to clean it up just as quick as you can grow it out. So if there's a reason behind growing out your beard and your hair, because we're going on deployment, you're calling it blending in. But there's also going to be a time you need to present yourself to be professional. And so if you can delineate those two, at first you're going to be like the younger guy being like, oh, why can I do this? This is stupid. If you don't have somebody that explains the why, then you could develop a bad attitude, and that's your reputation. That's who you are. And so you kind of evolve and mature as a SEAL, not just as an individual, but as a SEAL. And I had a bunch of good guys that ended up going to Dev Group, I think, because of that. They were the top 1% of the platoon that were always, they're stellar performers. They're mature. They took everything serious. They knew how to relax, but they didn't go off and just party and, put everything they just went through to the side and said, oh, I'm going to go out and make an ass of myself. They were actually locked on a look at liberty and operational. Is like, do you have character? Do you have like a maturity level? And that's, you kind of mature through the SEAL teams when you do that. I'm going to have good guys that can pick you up along the way.
Yeah, to me, that is the SEAL teams. And if you don't have, like, that's what a guy, starting with, you get done with your first platoon. Now you're a one cruise wonder. Yeah. Even that guy has a responsibility to teach and educate the new guys that just showed up, because he knows infinitely more than them. The 2 platoon guy, absolutely, he's passing on knowledge. Yeah. The 3 platoon guy, absolutely, and passing on the attitude that you're supposed to have in the teams, which is, there's like the simplest things. Team gear first, then platoon gear, then op gear, then personal gear, then yourself. Yep. Like that religion. For when I was at SEAL Team 1 as a young guy, that was religion. You didn't do anything until the team gear was taken care of. Once those big boats were taken care of, then we take care of platoon boats. Once the platoon boats were taken care of, platoon radios, then it was like, oh, now it's our radios. Now it's our weapon. And then finally, at the end of that whole chain, you get to take a shower. Like you get to take care of yourself. And not setting that example, or if someone doesn't set that example, it's going to be terrible. Same thing with like, if the platoon, I remember we were on an ARG platoon, so we're on a ship, and squad 1 was out doing an op, and we get back from this whatever operation, training operation. It's 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. It's miserable. And as we're pulling our boats to the stern of the ship, I look up and I was in squad 1. I see squad 2, all squad 2s there. They all woke up. They all came down, put their warmies on, and freaking were standing on the deck of the ship to help us recover the boats, march them upstairs, run the engines, do all that stuff that we had to do. But it was all the platoon was doing it. Mm-hmm. And that was the way I always operated, always. Like, if there's a platoon guy working, we're all working. If there's one platoon guy that has work, we all have work. And we're not done with work until every platoon guy is done. And that's how we roll. And if you don't get that impression as a young SEAL, you really missed out. Yep. And if older SEALs don't pass that on to the boys, like, oh, we're going to do a FAM shoot. with the 60s. Okay, or the Mark 48s. Oh, so the whole platoon's going to shoot the Mark 48s, and now we're just going to stick them with the new guys to clean? Like, no, it doesn't work like that. If we're doing a fam shoot if we're using platoon gear, we're all helping. Yep. If we use the vehicles, we're all cleaning the vehicles. We're all doing the maintenance on the vehicles. Everything that we do together. And that's the way I was raised in the teams. I couldn't conceive of walking past you, like if you were putting dive gear away, I can't conceive as being in your platoon, walking by you and not stopping what I'm doing and helping you put dive gear away. It was not part of the program. So you get a lot of your DNA from your first platoon, yep. And it sounds like you got a good set of DNA from that first platoon.
I did. You know what I learned, kind of a deeper part of that is the most valuable resource that you can never get back is time. And they would always say, hey, the longer you put it off, now's the time. Nobody wants to do it at this point in time. It's at the end. It's like late at night. Everybody's tired. You know, the adrenaline of training's worn off, and you're just exhausted. And all you want is like a warm shower, but you're like, it's got to get done. If we don't do it now, it's just going to get put off, and that's not the way we do things because it's going to rust. It's going to make it 10 times worse.
Yep.
Make the most of it right now. Don't waste your time and give it up just because you're being lazy or you're feeling sorry for yourself. You know, you learn, don't feel sorry for yourself. In the teams, you're the only one that's going to feel sorry for yourself. No one else is feeling sorry for you. It's just the way it is. Like, okay, but are we going to get work done? Like, I don't feel sorry for you. You going to get work done or what? And so that was like one thing that I took away is like, take your time and maximize what you can do in that time because you don't get it back. Once it's gone, that's one of the things I teach some of these professional athletes is if you're not training, if you're not working right now, every second that you waste, you gave it to your opponent. So you gave it to them. And it's going to mount up. So make the most of it. Give it to yourself before you give it to them because you can't get it back. It's not about the moment of performing. It's about the time that comes up to that moment that you're going to go perform. And that's what I learned in the SEAL teams is it's not just about that Super Bowl moment. What work did you put into that got you to day one to being at, season one, first game or the first race or whatever? Like, what did you do up to that point that's going to make you perform? How much time did you give yourself? Are you performing based on the effort that you gave to yourself, that time that you had, or did you waste it? And you can have nobody to blame. You can say, oh, it's bad luck. It's the way things go. Well, part of that goes into like what you put in. That time, that valuable resource that you can't get back. You can't just say, oh, I'll go buy it. Nope. Money can't buy it. Everybody's got a clock. It's winding.
As you're going through workup and now we're on deployment, meaning Mark's on deployment, are you tracking what's going on Ramadi? Yeah. Are you hearing AARs, reading ARs and stuff like that? Yeah,
that was, Yeah, so everybody was so engaged with what was going on. They heard about the gunfights. And it was like such a high of like, awesome, we're going to go get some. There was this thought of like, what are we going to be doing? And when we started hearing these stories and these after action reports, like, that's awesome. That's just amazing. It was like, kind of made us feel a little bit more confident of like SEALs. Because I think at the time, I can't remember the number, but there was like a story going around, like the ratio of SEALs that died in Vietnam to how many enemies we killed or something like that. And it was like some crazy number, like 200 to 1 or something like that. And so we started hearing about this, like, awesome. This is the way it goes. This is cool. This is where we are. And it was so interesting to hear and then hear how the older guys are like taking a look at it and telling us what's happening. And I remember snipers were always, that was a cool school. That was the thing. Like, you wanted to be a sniper. Everybody wanted to be a sniper or a breacher. And as a new guy, you don't get that. My first school was hazmat school. And I'm here listening to these war stories. I'm like, I went to hazmat school. Okay, I can put a label on a truck and get the gear there. It matters. But I wanted more because of what was coming out of what you guys were doing over there in Ramadi.
And so when did you hear that Mark got killed?
I was sleeping in Ocean Beach in an apartment that I had. And I got a phone call from one of the intel ladies. And it was as it happened. She's like, hey, did you hear about Mark? And the first thing that went through my mind was, no, what did Mark do? Like, Mark's always doing something. She's like, well, where are you at? And I was like, man, I'm at home. Wow, what's up? Just woke up. And she's like, hey, I need to tell you something. And I was like, what is it? She's like, hey, Mark was killed. I was like, Mark Lee. And so my mind at that time didn't want to grasp it. Like, no, that didn't happen. What do you know? Like, I started fighting. I was like, no, that ain't right. And so I remember hanging up, and it was just like whoosh, like out of my body. It was just like the reality of everything. I was like, how? Why? You know, just it felt like something was ripped out of me, because he was my best friend in the SEAL teams, like living together. Like there was a moment to where like I had a deep, profound respect for Mark, because it was Christmas time and I wasn't going home, you know, because I came from like a broken family, and it was like going home, like no big deal. And so I was just going to sit at home, and Mark's like, no, you're coming with me, bro. And like he took me in, like kind of like what my best friend's mom and dad did, took me in and took me to a home to spend time with them, to have like that family feeling. And once he passed away, I was like, man, what now? Like, what is this? I just felt empty. Like it changed the way that I was looking at deployment. It's just like, so it's not a game. This is real. This is people die. Close friends of yours, you have a chance of dying as well. And so I had to stop and kind of really take a look at, what am I doing? Like, am I going to be sacrificing myself in the same way that Mark did? And I didn't know the full story about how he died or anything like that. And so we went through the funeral and everything. And I mean, I must have cried like a baby for like a week. Like, because, you know, I did my sunglasses, tough team guy at the funeral. I'm not going to shed tears, but I was just like, I couldn't hold it back. And I just let it go, because I had friends that passed away through my childhood, but nothing like this close to me. And so that was the first time that it was a gut punch. And it was close to, you guys were about to, you know, come and switch out. And then it wasn't that much longer that I heard about Biggles and Mikey. Mm-hmm. And that's when it hit me even harder. I was like, man, where are we going? What are we doing? Everybody was jockeying, like, who's going to go relieve Jocko? Who's going to go relieve that platoon? Because everybody wanted to go and like get in the fight. Now, this is where I'm going to go back to my childhood. It's about what my dad taught me about, you know, people, seeing the core people. And when that had happened, I had hate. I had felt hate. I wanted to hate somebody that took my best friend, another good friend of mine, that are killing people that are close to me. I went back to, I was about 3 or 4 years old, and my dad would work on vehicles. And he had an old El Camino. And one day, me and my older brother got in the car with him. He had to go to a shop and pick up some parts. And he walked into the store, and my little brother, you know, at this time, it was in the early 80s, racism was around. You know, it wasn't in our household. We didn't know much about it, but my brother had heard a racial slur. And he peeked out the window, and there was these 2 black guys walking up, and he yelled a racial slur out, and I didn't know what it was. But my dad was walking out at the same time. And it stopped my dad dead in his tracks. And he looks over at us, and I remember him looking in. I'm sure he was apologizing to those guys and let them in the store. And I remember seeing the look on my dad's face of like, you guys are in trouble. Like, this is not right. And so we got in. He didn't say anything to us. We sat down. Everything was quiet. I remember the ride being like so tense of like, Dad's getting us. Something's wrong. My brother was like, he had no idea either. And we get home, and there's this iron rocking chair that was in our backyard. And usually when we got in trouble, we had the Murphy belt. And my dad would take it off the wall and had our last name on it, and he'd spank us with it. Well, we didn't go inside the house. He said, go put your hands on that rocking chair, and walked over to the rocking chair. And I'm a little kid now. I'm already crying. Like, I'm like scared. Like, what did I do? Like, where am I at with these things? Like, why is he being so mean to us? And so we're crying. We know the drill. Like, cry and you can probably get out of it. And so I'm holding on this chair, and I'm like shaking, like, oh my God, what's happening? And he comes back, and he doesn't have the belt. He's got a bullwhip. And that's when I realized, like, man, we messed up big time. Like, he's about to beat us. Like, he didn't beat us, but what he did is he took this whip, and he started explaining to us. He's like, let me explain to you what you just did to those 2 men. He said, they are people just like you and me. But what you did is they've got something with that word that means a lot more than a word. It hurts them. And he spanked us, and so we're crying. And he said, when there were people in the United States a long time ago, they were called slaves. And they use that word to hurt them. It's something that you could hurt somebody without ever touching them. And it was demeaning. It was putting them beneath you. It was putting them to subhuman status. And I'm like, we're like pleading with us, like, Dad, that's not what we were trying to do. We didn't want to do that. And he's like, he leaned down to us, and I remember looking at me in the eye, and he was like, hey, do you love your brother? I looked over at my brother. I was like, yes. I'm so intent, like I couldn't be more deliberate. Yes, I love my brother. He's like, do you love me? I was like, yes, Dad, I do love you. He goes, well, those two men, they have somebody that loves them too. And when you hurt somebody like that, you take that away from them being those people. You need to see people as that you see me and you see your brother, because they have a father and they have a brother that they love. Somebody loves them. And so from that moment on, I realized if I look at people with whatever stereotype, whatever adjective, whatever label get placed on people, it takes away from who they are. And that's what essentially was happening to me throughout my childhood. And having that lesson that he taught me, value somebody for who they are as a person, not for anything else that somebody says they are. You get to know them. And about 5 years later, we were at the ballpark, and there was another incident where there was a kid that had a bloody nose, and we were always fighting. And so they came up and grabbed me and said, hey, Sean, there's a kid that he's fighting this other kid. There's a little black kid in there. And so I ran in there, and I remember seeing the same fear in that kid's eyes, little black kid's eyes, that I had in my eyes. I looked at him and said, hey, man, what happened? He's like, he called me that name. I looked over at him, and he had a bloody nose, and I was just like, took his side, and I was like, all right, bro, I got you. I was like, hey, you deserve that. And everybody kind of looked at me and was like, Sean, like, what are you doing? I was like, no. I was like, he didn't do anything wrong. It was all, the fight started over like who could be in the batting cage. And so I stood up for him. And it was my opportunity to say, make a change. You know, if you have that lesson, instill it. Don't hold on to it. You got to instill it, enact it. Make a practical application to use that lesson that you learned. And so I go back to when Mark died. You know, 9/11, the day after, America was filled with flags. I didn't know what a Muslim was. I didn't know what an Iraqi was, but I knew that I was supposed to hate him because what the media was telling me. And so that was the enemy. Didn't quite understand it. Didn't understand who it was. And so when Mark died, I had to reshape kind of what my mindset was. Is, all right, I'm feeling hate. That's not right. I got to find a way to not let my emotions take me over and be just as bad as the people that I'm supposed to go and fight. And I carried that with me, and I went on my very first op, and that was my time to like have every single bit of emotion come together. You know, the first time that you get to step out, it's real. You get to go be, I mean, I was excited, but I was also kind of scared. I had all these emotions going on, and, you know, being a Navy SEAL, going on a Navy SEAL mission was, you know, that was what I wanted to do. But at the same time, I had all this hate. I had all this emotion inside of me. And I don't know if you pray, Jocko, but I pray. And this day, I remember this all happened in the span of 100 yards. As I weighed myself, I had 185 pounds of gear on. I only weighed 185 pounds. I was an 8-up gunner. Just had my Mark 48, had my loadout. I knew that guys depended on me. I was the big gun that came and brought the noise. And I'm patrolling, and all these emotions are going through me, and I was so ineffective because I couldn't see right in front of me. I had one nod on my helmet, and I'm walking through this village, and I was just so overwhelmed. And I was like, what if I get hit? You know, I started thinking about Mark. It's like, how did he die? What was he feeling? What happened to him, and what happened to Mikey? You know, what's going to happen to me? Am I going to be able to fight when the gunfight breaks out? And I had all these things going through my head, and I just like felt this hate and this like, I wanted to go kill everything that I could. And so I recognized that I was not in a good mindset. And so I stopped, and I remember just taking a deep breath and being like, all right, God, you know, I wasn't always that good of a Christian, or I didn't pray a lot to you, but I'm coming to you now. Like, I need some help. I need something that I want to give my life to you. It's in your hands. Where are you going to take me? And please let me perform the way that I need to so my brothers can rely on me. And that's when I felt like this big weight lift off my shoulders, and I could breathe again. And everything, like my vision was starting to get tunnel, and it opened back up. And From that point on, like I had so many more times that I prayed, but that was the single point where I took the hate and had to let it go. I said, you know what? If I'm going to be an effective SEAL that honors those that came before me and the many SEALs are going to come after me, I need to be in the right frame of mind. If I don't do that, I'm going to probably do something stupid. And luckily I changed my way after that, thinking, okay, I can't go in and just hate these people. Let me figure this out. Let me see what the battlefield is. Let me learn from the guys in front of me. They've got to rely on me. And if I'm not effective, I'm actually taking away from the effectiveness of the team. And I thought, if I was to look at myself, how am I going to be in those moments, even if it is my last moments? Like this is where I looked at every step could be your last step. How are you going to be if you could see yourself in those final moments? Are you going to live up to the honor and integrity that the SEAL teams have, that you have? This is your time. Are you going to be weak? Are you going to cower down? What decisions are you going to make, and how are you going to apply yourself in these moments? And that's when I said, you know what? I'm going to have courage. I'm going to have the integrity. I'm going to have the honor. I'm going to listen to all the things that I've had throughout my life facing adversity. I'm going to fight through, because that's what it takes for me to be effective. And that's what is expected of me. So I'm going to come through and not be the weak-minded person that lets emotion, lets hate, lets all the things that are negative control you. Because then you're ineffective. Mm-hmm. You're not coming through. You're not going to be that teammate. And that's what I needed to be. And it taught me so much about how I saw people. Like, you could be the greatest celebrity in the world that does all the great things, but who are you as a person? I don't care your accolades. Who are you as a person? Like, how are you? Because that's what I look at. I wanted people to see me like that as a kid, and now I want to see people like that. I don't care if you're my enemy or not. Like, we got a limited amount of time on this rock. Mm-hmm. Like, the places that I've been, like, let me get to know people so I can do the right thing. And that's where the big picture with immediate impacts is I got to make choices. If I was to pull a trigger, the government and myself are making choices. The government gave me the ability to make that choice, to take a life, to do these things that not many people have the ability to go do or have the opportunity. So now it's my time. That's a big responsibility. I have to live with that for the rest of my life. And how do I want to do that? Do I want to have it be hate-fueled to where it comes back to bite me later on? Or do I want to take a look at things and make a choice that I can live with? And those are the things that changed me when I would sit down and talk to the TERP and get to know the families of the houses that we were in. And I was like, man, because I saw a little bit of myself there. I saw a little bit of the struggles that some of these people were going through. They're just poor, waking up early just to make ends meet, taking what they had and making the best of it. And I was like, I can relate to this. So how do I view them? And then how do I find the enemy that's within? Because they were blended in. You know, it was all over the place. You couldn't just look and see. As easy as society is divided, well, I could say, oh, Jocko, you've got short hair. We don't like people with short hair right now because it's some sort of divisive narrative. You couldn't just see that. You couldn't see a visual difference or something that you could apply. It was like surrounding you. So I had to be a little bit more deliberate and think things through a lot more. Even though I was a new guy, I was trying to learn from those guys like, hey, why are we going to engage this guy? And they taught me the right things, the right steps to think of what rules of engagement truly are and why it's important to think very deliberately and not let that hate, those things that can sneak up and bite you, make you a bad operator, bad person, control you. And that changed me after Mark died. That really kind of fueled something that set a series of things in motions that I could draw from my childhood and apply. I still to this day think of, how do I present myself? If I could look back and see, what have you done? What choices did you make? Yeah, you made some stupid mistakes at times, but what did you do that was honorable? That time that you can't get back, how did you make the most of it? And it changed my whole mindset. That first deployment, that first instance where I felt overwhelmed of like, I can make a choice, but is it going to be the right one? And I put a lot of thought into it. In a span of 100 meters, changed my life. Yeah,
like everything you just said is so important for people to think about and think through and understand. And you're right. Like there's guys like the front line, whether it's a frontline SEAL, whether it's a sniper, whether it's a machine gunner, whether it's a Marine, whether it's an Army guy, they're going to have someone in their sights. They're going to enter a building. They're going to be looking down a street, and they're going to have to make that decision.
Yep.
And if they make the wrong decision, or if they make the decision from the wrong place, everything's going to fall apart.
Yep.
It really is. And you know, we had situations on deployment, not only for us, but the Army, the Marine Corps, where sometimes it would be something that was called a good shot, bad result, meaning a machine gunner or a sniper or a rifleman sees a person doing something that is completely an enemy TTP, engages, and the investigation happened. It's like, oh, that person didn't, you know, they didn't have an IED. They had this, or they weren't carrying a weapon. They were carrying a tire iron for their car or something like that.
Yep.
If those things happen, it's like devastating. Number one, is devastating for the war effort, because especially, well, for us in Ramadi, it was like there was locals everywhere. And if you shot an innocent person, everyone was going to know about it, and there was going to be massive amounts of backlash. So that's number one. And then number two, from, like you said, from a human perspective, now you got to live with that for the rest of your life. And you got to live with the decision that you made. Mm-hmm. So yeah, those things are, I mean, there's nothing more important in combat than those things. So the fact that you were able to reconcile those things in the first 100 meters of your first patrol on your first operation, that says a lot as to where your headspace was at. And also, I can only imagine that, knowing Mark and knowing the type of person that Mark was, which was obviously a man of great faith, also a guy that always took care of other people, always was empathetic, funny, and even, you know, there was a whole kind of like a scenario that was happening with Mark. I forget what his actual nationality is, but he ain't white. Like, he's not 100% a white dude. Yeah. He's got some brown person in him. Like, he's.
We gave him a lot of crap about that. We call him whatever. Oh, you're Spanish today? Okay.
Yeah. So whatever he was, but now when he grew a thick mustache, and he got tan, you know, obviously being in Ramadi, he got tan. So all of a sudden he could easily pass for an Iraqi. Like, he could pass for an Iraqi. And the Iraqis, they, you know, because he was a fun-loving guy and he was open to him. And so he had this, you know, the scenario that I'm talking about is he basically bonded with a bunch of the Iraqi soldiers. And so that all played into this, you know, and I'm sure as you're talking through, you know, you can just imagine, even though you weren't there with Mark, you can imagine what kind of human being he is. Yep. And he's looking around going, oh, like, I understand these people. I understand. And you look at the background that Mark came from. You know, Mark came, you know, his mom, single mom, growing up, really tough conditions, not a lot of money. And he's doing the same thing that you're talking about. So that connection that you made between him and going out on patrol and making sure that you're doing the right things for the right reasons, yeah, that's like, that's how it has to be.
He wrote, so we probably weren't supposed to do this, but he was writing me on Facebook, and he told me about that. Mm-hmm. He told me about, like, because he had a sense of humor. He would start off with, like, hey, in camp today we made ashtrays, and then go into, like, yeah, you know, these people are actually human. And I remember him talking about that, like, yeah, I became friends with, you know, this, that, and the other. And I saw the mustache. The mustache was just ridiculous. He looked like Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, he did, dude. Oh, yeah. And the other thing is, like, he's such a good soccer player. And, they played, like, soccer games against the Iraqi soldiers. So, yeah, he had these big, you know, bonds with the Iraqi soldiers, which, therefore, you go out in town. And even in Ramadi, like, you go into a house in Ramadi, they look like just normal people. I mean, they'd be in there. The little kids are dressed up like little kids, and the kids are kicking a soccer ball around, and the dad's working on his car or whatever. And like, it was very distinct of, oh, I see what's going on here. These people are being abused and terrorized by the insurgents, which actually, talk about fuel. It's fuel to, like, oh, they raped this woman in this house. They killed the dad. Like there was times where they'd murder the dad, cut his head off, and put it on like the front porch, or not the front porch, but put it in the compound. Skin people alive. Like they're doing this horrible stuff. And that was great fuel to say, oh, we need to protect these people. And that was what was in Mark's soul. It was like, oh, I see what's happening here. I understand these people. I relate to these people, and they're being tortured, murdered, raped, mutilated by these insurgents, and we can help them.
Yeah. One of the things that I started to say to people is, you know, like when you come back from deployment and people want to know, hey, how many people have you killed? I was like, man, like, oh, I'm sorry if I don't need to ask that question. I was like, no, but I can tell you how many people I've saved. Like that's how I had to rationalize things. I'm not here to kill people. I'm here to save people. Like that was something to me is, if I'm just there to kill people, that's a slippery slope. Slippery slope. Because if you're drunken with that number, it's dangerous. Very dangerous. And that's a lot of the situations I was in is you were saving, whether it's an American life or the Iraqis' lives. Just like you said, they were going through some rough stuff that you're like, man, these are humans. They're going through, like you said, they're kids. I got a picture of this kid. I'm sure you've seen it. They had it was just a hoop and they had a stick. They would just play with it. And that was like their toy. And so I'm like, man, I kind of want to play with you because I remember my childhood, I didn't have anything and that looks really fun. You know, so I was relating to them in a way. It's like, I get it, man. Like I see where you are. Like you were born, you're 2 feet planted on this soil here and you're just in this situation doing the best that you can. I get it. And that was, that's why I say, I can tell you how many people I saved because that's what I enjoy doing is saving those people that deserved saving. And the Americans that were over there, just as you remember the convoys and stuff like that, unsuspecting. And there's somebody that, like my dad said, somebody loves them. And somebody wanting to take that away. It doesn't matter. All these little things that make us different. You wear that American uniform or you're in a bad spot, somebody loves them. Let's go protect it. And so it was like, I can get behind that. That's the way I like to think about it. And so that's what I did, and it helped me out a lot.
Yeah, for sure. So that was where were you on that first deployment? Hobby, check. And what kind of missions were you guys doing?
We were there was all kinds. We had we're doing a lot of river stuff that would go in and do a capture kill mission. We had some that were going out providing aid. We do the med caps, provide medical stuff to them. There's actually one that I saw a lot of good things and bad things. It was, do you remember Kidney Bean Lake? Maybe you can call it something different. Past 611 Bridge, no man's land. Yep. Well, when you guys went through Ramadi, you pushed all the insurgents out into that one territory where there's this kidney bean looking lake. And we were going to go in, and we had 2 mutually supporting OPs. And because we were just basically going to clear out that area and say, hey, this is where they're bedding down. And we got into this area, and we're going to stay there for a couple of days. And we had the Iraqis with us, and they were down on the first floor. We were always on the roof. And when we got there, we patrolled through some places, and the house that we're in just looked like somebody was there 5 minutes before and got up and left. There were still warm things. There was an AK laying up against the wall. There was food that was still warm. We're like, what happened? Like, this is weird. And as you know, you get into a cycle. You learn call to prayers. You can kind of time things, throughout the day. One, most likely somebody's going to attack you. And we had these 3 snipers that were in the area that were, putting a whooping on the Marines. And so we were like, hey, let's go get this. Let's clear out this area. They're supposed to be in this area. And sure enough, we saw this mosque. These 3 dudes came bebopping, got in the mosque, and they came out. And I remember, I wish I could say his name, but it was so funny. Like, he's sitting there raw, like it's in the hottest part of the day in Iraq. Tar's all over. So we're melting. Like, you're just sprawled out, and you're just like, man, this is miserable. Like, something happened. And we're all sitting there kind of looking around. My responsibility was behind us on the route coming in. And I remember he looked up and he's like, oh. I was like, that's weird. I've never seen that on an operation. Oh, and he gets up and he was just like, drop these dudes. And it was, from that point, it was just kind of like, oh, something's happening. Like, get us out of this midday funk. And some of the guys got together. Well, there was nothing that came from that. Like, I think they were premature to go and like start an attack on the other OP. And so we went out and did some SSC on it. But while we were out there, we went through a couple other homes. They were in the same kind of thing that we had, is they were empty. And because we didn't see anybody coming out and about, and we were like, this is weird. This is not normal. Usually you see people out. And so as we're coming back, all of a sudden we started getting mortared. And we're like, oh, somebody knows that we're here now. So we ran into our house, and that's when all hell breaks loose. You hear it was like as much gunfire as you could possibly hear, but it wasn't coming at us. It was coming at our other OP. And it took about a minute, and all of a sudden over the radio, it was just pure chaos. Like, like you hear yelling, and we hear, seal down. And we're just like, oh, and we've been shot at a lot, but none of us have been hit. And so that jacked us up again. Everybody was like I can only speak for me, but my heart rate went through the roof, and it was just like that overwhelming feeling again. I was like, uh-oh, like here we are. And so I didn't really get a clear picture of what was going on. So I immediately go back to my responsibility. I'm like, okay, panic mode, just do what you're supposed to do. Get your responsibility. So I went back and I'm watching, and I start seeing, as you remember, what their TTP was, their tactics at the time was they would attack us, and then they would go and hit our exfil route. They wanted to kind of see how we're going to respond. And so I saw some guys going out there, and they started laying down IEDs, and I got to engage one. And that was the first time that I actually got to see a guy fall. And that kind of made me take pause for a moment. I was like, oh, that's a life. And I didn't have much time to think about that because there's chaos going around. Like, I'm overwhelmed. I'm like, all right, just do what you got to do. Do what you got to do. I kept saying, hey, you got to do what you got to do. You got to do what you got to do. And so I'm scanning the whole route, and finally got to a point where this chaos is going on. You just hear an incredible amount of gunfire. And I hear over the radio, hey, everybody, come down here to the first floor. And I could hear it clear as day. So I'm like, roger that. Came downstairs, and the chief, he was my sister platoon chief. And this is where I learned about emotional intelligence and how powerful it is. He had the awareness at the time. He saw the chaos that was going on, and he knew that we needed some sort of direction and guidance. He had a plan together. And we're in this circle on the first floor, and we're all just like sweating, like, team guys, let's go get some. And each one of us looked at us in the eye. I was like, hey, I need you. Go get your pack it up. I want you to be in the rear, and we're going to go help these guys. We're going to have you lead it out. So everybody meet back down here 3 minutes. And so we went and packed up my stuff. And after he did that, when he engaged with me, I could breathe. Like, it was like, I just needed that connection with that emotional intelligence to set me where I needed to be so I could understand what my job and where we're going. Because at the time, like, we didn't know, like, hey, we're going to go help these guys. Like, there were so many questions that left unanswered, and he answered them all. And in a very good way that connected with everybody to calm everybody down, like, this is what we're going to go do. And so we did. We ran through and got to about 100 meters away. And so they didn't know exactly where we were. So it was like that deconfliction of, hey, we're coming in. They're still, it reminded me of like the only way I can explain is like the Mogadishu Mile and Black Hawk Down. And I can still see the guy's eyes, that you're doing that rolling, that bounding thing. And I remember I loved seeing him, like it was like you knew, like, yep, go. And so you're going back and forth. But that first time that I exposed my back, I'm like, I trust you, man. And so I probably the fastest my little legs could go with an A-dub, just come across the road. And we got there and we're popping smoke to let them know. And they finally said, hey, we see you. We're coming from that direction is what we told them. And we got in there, and that's when the guy, Mark Robbins, he was shot in the eye. Well, everybody thought he was dead. And there was supposed to be a medevac helo coming in, but one of the chiefs at the time, like, waved him off and said, no, get out of here. It's too hot. It's a hot LZ. I didn't understand at the time. I was like, why did he do that? And so we called in the QRF, the Marines. They came in with their Humvees, and we're all converging at the same time. And I remember seeing Mark come down, and one of the officers had blood all over him. And Mark, his head it didn't look real. He got hit in the eye, and that side of his head was so swollen that seeing him, like, he was out of it. Like, he was walking. I was just like, what? Like, how is this alive? Like, is this like he looked like a cartoon character almost, and got in the Humvee and went off. And so that kind of like spun me up again a little bit. I was like, oh man, like I don't want to see what I would look like if I got shot. I just want to go lights out. Like I just don't want to suffer. I don't want him to suffer. I don't want anybody to suffer. And we got all together, and I remember going in and seeing the look on the guys' faces that they were hunkered down. There's bullet holes all along the wall, and they were like, "Get down, do not." I'm like looking. I was like, "Okay, thanks." I could walk in, yeah. And so then I come in. I'm like trying to control my breath because somebody just did that for me, and I'm like belly breathing. I'm like, whew. I was like, "Hey, what do you got?" And I remember talking to a friend of mine, and he's sitting there, he's like, all right, there's these guys right over here in this, right next to the lake, and there's this road. They've been coming down this road. They've been hitting us from this. Like, you can see where the rounds are. You can see where they're shooting from. And so we kind of devised a plan, and we were effective. But then the hard part about that whole operation was our QRF had just came in, and now they took Mark to go get medical attention. We don't have a QRF now. And so we're like, okay, when are they coming back to get us? And I'm up on the roof now. Things have kind of died down a little bit. We're still getting like, they're using kids to come out and like spot for us. Mm-hmm. And then guys would come and shoot at us. And so we would be getting a lot of pop shots and stuff like that to keep our heads down as well. And they were very effective rounds. And I remember the same chief that calmed us down, and he goes, hey guys, listen up. I need you to take a quick pause for a second. So the QRF can't come get us. We have nobody that's going to come get us. So I want you to get comfortable, come up with a plan, and sit tight. He's like, I'm going to be working on something to try and get us to come out. And that feeling was like, nobody's coming to get us. It was hard. It was like alone. Like I just felt so distant. Like the world became so big and I became so small. Like I'm stuck here. And so a couple of us were like, hey, if this is how we're going to go, let's go out fighting. And so I remember one of the guys, he's still in. He looked at me and said, and this is when it got really raw. He was like, hey, count your rounds. I'm like, why? Because you need to know you have enough for us to fight. Don't waste them. Make them count. And I was like, oh, got it. And so that's when it sank in. Like nobody's coming to get us. We're all alone. Hey, if we're going to die, let's fight. Like let's stick together. I got your back. You got mine. Let's do this. And it was, we sat there for a while. It seemed like an eternity. Well, this comes to play later on in my career. I learned that when you go out on SATCOM, everybody hears it in theater. Mm-hmm. And nobody was coming to get us because we were in a bad gunfight and we just had a guy hit, and the Marines came in and said, no, we're not going back in there. Not right now. It's IED Alley. You know, you got all kinds of gunfire. It's way too hot. It's too big of a risk to have all these resources come in for bigger risk. And
by the way, that's not cold-blooded. That's like risk assessment and evaluation. Mm-hmm. And sometimes like, hey, we just came in there. You have no one else wounded. We don't want to come back in right now because they're putting IEDs in the roads, and that stuff happens. Like there was a lot of situations in Ramadi where it was like, oh, if you like the casualty evacuation plan was wait.
Yep. Tactical patience.
Yep. And wait. And then hopefully we can get a minesweeper to come in and we can clear the route and we get up there. You know, there would be other situations. Well, if it's urgent surgical, maybe we can push. But if you have a kind of a somewhat stable casualty, you're going to sit there. Yeah. So yeah, this stuff happens.
Yeah. That was, for me, I didn't know all this stuff was going on behind the scenes. Yeah. I'm like, God, I guess we're going to die here. This is how we're going to fight. And you kind of get that dump of adrenaline. Like, all right, let's do this. Like, now I want to see how I'm going to be in these situations. Now is my time. And this is what was the most profound thing for me in that moment was when we'd been sitting there for a while, and then that same chief came over and said, hey, guys, somebody's answering the call. And I was like, what does that mean? TF-160th was listening to the radio, and it listened to everybody like, hey, we don't have any resources, can't come get you. You guys are on your own. And so we're still out there just sitting there, and they were probing us. They would send all the women and children come probe us and stuff like that. And finally 160 said, we can come get you, but you got to wait for 3 hours for nightfall. Mm-hmm. You set up the LZ, well, we're coming. And that was a long 3 hours. Mm-hmm. That was the longest 3 hours. But I think they rogered up. Like, that's what we needed to hear. we needed to have something that somebody was coming. 3 hours or 12 hours. Somebody was coming to get us, and that's what we needed at the time, because at the time you felt like, all right, I guess we're going to die in this crappy little hole that we're dug in right now with all these bullet holes. But you develop a bond with people when you go through that. There's nothing quite like it. So I left with a lot of good and bad things. The bad thing that I thought was just it's not necessarily bad. I look at, you grow as a leader too. We didn't have the information at the time. And the way that information came across when Mark got hit, I thought that was bad. Like being clear and direct and concise, people could have processed it. But when it's just screaming and yelling and trying to it was like overwhelming. Everybody was like, ooh, that's not good. I can't do that. And so hearing the other side of it, the good, being emotionally intelligent and deliberate with people, that's how people listen.
It is indeed. You come back from that deployment and it's just re-rack into another platoon, right?
Yeah. Yep. Right back into, now I'm that one platoon wonder guy. Had some great mentors. AJ, you know AJ James?
Yes.
Awesome dude. So
yes,
I love
indeed.
AJ. We became brothers because I started to become a point man. Now I got to go to sniper school, and AJ's my bro. He taught me how to do Muay Thai, and my other buddy I was doing jiu-jitsu. Do you remember Eddie Bravo, the book? He had a book. So I would read Eddie Bravo's book and Butterfly Guard and stuff like that. And I was like, I want to learn Muay Thai. And everyone's like, AJ's this world champion Muay Thai fighter.
AJ's a stud, dude.
He's got a story. Like the guy,
I know.
His whole story is just incredible. But now he's my right-hand man. He's my A-dub gunner. I'm the point man. And I got a real funny story about learning not to follow stars. So it's my first time being a point man, and I had my GPSs and everything, and we came in the 53s, covered in hydraulic fluid.
So we're back in Iraq now?
Yeah.
Okay, check.
Yeah, so we came in, and oh man, we're going on this target. It's like a Bedouin camp out in the middle of the desert. And so there's nothing, like, usually I use terrain association, and this is my first time to get my bearing, use my GPS, and I'm put it in there. But when I land, I looked at my GPS, and I'm like, that's weird, it's not working. But I know what my bearing is and what the distance is. We can just straight line it there. We're going through the desert, but I need something to reference. And in the horizon, there was this mountain range, and there was a star off this tip. So I was like, okay, if I keep those things lined up, I'll be good to go. And we're walking along, and you got the dog. The dog was going out, come back and hitting me, and I'm just counting my steps and doing my little Ranger beat. And I kept checking my GPS. It's not working, but I was like, all right, if I stay on this bearing, stars are aligned. I was like, we're good. And it was a while, and I remember people, hey Murph, where are we at? I'm like, we should be coming up on it shortly. And AJ's there with me, and AJ's, God, he's such a good dude. He's like, hey, everything good, man? I was like, yeah. I was like, but let's circle it up and let's take a knee for a minute. I need to check some stuff. And I was like, AJ, hey, is your GPS working? He's like, I don't have a GPS, man. This is only a few of us had GPSs. And then another guy that's still in, funny, watch your eyes. That's what we used to call him, would come up. And he was the LPO at the time. And he was like, hey, Murph, what's going on? I was like, hey, I got to come clean. I've been following stars. And when I said that, I could see the look on their faces of what? And I was like, well, yeah, I took a bearing. It made sense to me. I took a bearing. I lined up the stars, been following it, but my GPS isn't working. He's like, he pulls out his GPS and he's like, fix it. And so I looked, and luckily, because the moon, it curves. And so we just kind of went off to the right about 500 meters, and the target was about 500. If I went 500 meters left, I'd be back on track. And that's what I did. And I learned, trust your instruments, have a backup, and don't wait so long to say, hey, I got a problem. Because I thought, oh, this is why we learn, 2 is 1, 1 is none, or redundancy, have a backup plan. I knew my bearing and went off, and man, I still am embarrassed about that.
We also learned that stars move in the night sky, Echo Charles.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. How was the rest of that deployment?
That deployment was, it was good. We got called up to Mosul, to do some sniper ops, and those deployments, when we did that, like I worked a lot with some of the other East Coast teams. We started merging together, and it was so great to see some of the guys we went through buds with, and it was like meshing instantaneously, and learning a lot about the dynamics between how other people view things. We had Terps that I just told this story the other day. We had a Terp that quit on us because I don't think he'd ever been in combat. And we were up there, and he saw the harsh reality of, like, Mosul was a bad place. You know, we had, at the time, the reason why we got called up was there was a, I can't remember if he was a Marine colonel or who he was, but was killed by a roadside bomb. And so they called us up and was like, hey, we need to fix this problem. Like, he was loved by everybody, great leader, great guy. And I remember when they came in and briefed us, there was this empty whiteboard. And he said, guys, he put a tick mark on there. He's like, I want this thing filled when you guys leave here. There's a problem, and we need to solve it. I was like, okay, like, we're pretty good. And that's when I started looking at, actually, that's when a lot of my new guys, you know, you've been on deployments and the whole, like, get your kill on and all that stuff. And some people were a little bit too eager, and I had to tell them, like, hey, man, don't chase the kill. It'll find you before you find it. Because it was, you know, when you've got freedom to go do whatever you need to do, be careful, man. Like, don't chase it. And luckily we had, like I said, good group of guys that were very deliberate, very intentional, that we could kind of bring those guys up. But when that Terp quit, we were up in this big, like, hotel building, and he was like, why did they shoot that guy? And, like, he kept questioning everything. I'm like, you realize that these are bad people. They had just slaughtered a bunch of Christians, and they're over here killing and raping people. Like, all these dudes that are coming around here that are engaging us, they're not just protecting their families, man. This is something different. And we had a Dishka up on the rooftop, or it was there, and they were using that to attack the coalition forces, and we ended up dismantling that. I can't remember if we blew the breach or something happened. They dismantled it, and then we sat him there until we got back and was like, all right, you quit, man. That means no more. Because we did take him out on side-by-sides. When we did those type of movements, that was the old Kawasaki mules. I don't know if you remember those. We were going out in those things, and we would take him with us. And he was great because, you know, we weren't getting into many gunfights. We were doing a lot of reconnaissance and running around trying to figure these things out. And we had taken these Kawasaki mules and painted them tan and just started outfitting them. One of the Marine logistics units that was there, and Master Guns opened up his doors and said, whatever you guys need. Started fabricating mounts for our guns on these side-by-sides and going out and doing patrols. And there was one particular operation we're going, and we're running up to this other base up north. And we're going through, there was 2 towns on either side of us. And there's this one road that went between them. And we came up, and I was the lead nav, and AJ was my driver. And AJ's best driver. I trust him. There's no one else that can drive than AJ. And he's super serious. He's knuckling the side-by-side, and he's very, very good at what he does. And I see these towns, and we see it on the right side, there's this bongo truck that's coming down. I say, hey, I'll stop, you know, get in our formation. We hold tight. And as the truck is coming down, we are in like a Mexican stare-off with these guys. They're driving. We're like, and me and AJ at the same time, like, hey, you seeing this? And we're like, yeah. He's slowing down. He's driving real slow. And I key up on my mic and say, hey, be prepared. Like, there's something going on with this guy. And sure enough, right as soon as he gets right in front of us, these 2 dudes in the back pop up with PKMs and just start lighting us up. And, man, I don't know how we survived it. Like, rounds, I remember rounds were hitting right next to me. And I felt in these side-by-sides that have no armor, no protection, and I'm strapped in. I had an M79 in my lap that I could use. I brought that thing up. It was like, thump, and it hit right in front. And I went to go, this is my adrenaline was going so much. I went to go and like reload, and I broke it in half. Like, it was like, I was like, oh, caveman. So I grabbed my rifle.
You mean you literally broke it in half?
So there's that pen.
Yeah.
that pen came up and was like bent up because I was like, crunch. And I was like, no. I was like, this is such a good weapon. And so AJ, being the good operator he is, he broke contact. And everyone followed suit. And we're the first one. So we had speed over security. And so we had to move. And we broke contact. And we're flying. We're hauling. And as everybody's like, I'm just praying, like, I hope nobody got hit. You know, it was such chaos that 2 PKMs coming up. And they're like all around us. And we ended up circling back. And I saw where those guys had went. And we happened to we broke contact. And so we started circling back. And we ended up heading back towards them. And I was like, right before we crested this little sand dune, I was like, hey, all stop. I was like, hey, I need to get my bearings before we head down there. And sure enough, like if we had crested that hill, they were right down at the bottom of the hill, that we just would have compounded the problem. So we sat tight and ended up making a plan, had to wait. It was 2 hours before Cass could be on station. And then it just turned into this whole ordeal. We ended up calling in some other units, and they cleared through the town, didn't find the guys. And it was just way too late. It was kind of like, if you don't take action in those few minutes that you have, it's not worth it. It was nighttime. This was during the middle of the day. It was nighttime by the time that we actually got to move through the town, but we were out there, and it's a good chance for me as a sniper school. I went through and learned to take pictures, and I actually was like, hey, let me see if I can send them pictures back in the talk. And so I did it. I went and used the comm and hooked everything up, and I started sending them pictures through the old school way of the tough book, and I was like, yeah, this is cool, man.
Right
I get
on.
to do something.
And then you're coming home from that deployment.
Yeah.
How'd that go?
Oh, man.
Because now we'd started doing the decompression stop. Because I came home, my last deployment in 2006, came home. We just got on a plane in Ramadi and flew home to America.
Yeah.
But then people felt like maybe that wasn't the best thing. And I kind of agree it wasn't the best thing.
Yeah.
But what we went to may have not been the best thing either.
No.
So you did a little decompression stop in Germany?
Yeah. So I had orders to a green team.
Mm-hmm.
And we had turned over the SEAL Team 7, and we had literally, like, within 24 hours, we did our turnover op, and we got into a really good gunfight. And we kind of told them, like, hey, right on this time, they're going to hit you, and blah, 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 like the standard routine. And so we turned over with them, and then I get on a plane. And I say this because I can understand. I was peeing in a bottle within 24 hours ago. Now I'm landing in civilization. Mm-hmm. I was living as a caveman for 6-7 months, and now I'm in civilization. Well, when we land the C-17, the ramps open up. They've got this bus, and it's got a cooler full of beer. God. And so they're handing out beers. Hey, congratulations, welcome back. Heroes welcome, I think. And
or big setup. If you think about it, it's kind of a big setup, you know.
Well, we're just pounding beers.
Yeah.
You know, and so we haven't drank the entire deployment. Now you get introduced to alcohol. Young kids that were just out, like, in a different mindset, and you get to stay in this nice hotel, and you get to go out into bars where other people are around, and you're having a good time. Well, I go out, and our new guys, they're not new guys anymore. After a while, you're just like, you're not new guys, man. Mm-hmm. And so we're like, hey, let's go get them and bring them out. Like, they have a new responsibility now. They're no longer can be called new guys. They're 1 platoon wonders. And we go into these. I love these guys. They were awesome, great new guys. And I go into their room with another guy. I can't say his name. He's still in. He was an officer, a little rough around the edges. Hung out with a list of guys, too much, I think. But so we had the bright idea. Let's go in and tell them that they're coming out with us. We're in their room. And they're like, no, we're just going to sit and chill. And we're like, no, you're not. You're coming with us. And so we decide, well, he starts peeing in the corner. And I was like, all right, I'm going to pee on your duvet if you're not coming out. It was such a stupid thing. I don't know. I was so childish to think this. And it's not like I peed a lot on there, but I peed in the corner kind of like, oh, you got to come out now. Like, I don't know why that would entice somebody, but it was such a stupid decision. And I'm close to being, like, really drunk. And so I pull the duvet cover off. There's, like, that little strip that doesn't serve a purpose. I pulled it off, and I was like, all right. And I went and finished going to the bathroom. I was like, no, seriously, guys, come on out. And I kind of had the talk, like, hey, man, like, you're one of us. Like, you're not a new guy. Like, we don't want you to be in that mentality. Like, you've got a responsibility now, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, no, I just want to sit and talk to my wife. All right, I can respect that. And so I left, and so did the other guy. And we go out and come back from going out. And there's a master chief that you probably know pretty well. Like, I don't know if he's still in or not. Mm-hmm. And he's sitting there. And He's like, hey, Murph, come here. He sits me down on this bench, and I was like, yeah, what's up? He's like, hey, I need your help. I was like, what do you need? Like, I'm a little tipsy, but I'll do whatever you need. And he's like, I need to find a guy that's been rock starring rooms. I was like, what's rock starring rooms? He's like, tossing mattresses and all that stuff. And I was like, one of our guys did that? And I was like, check, got it. He's like, yeah, can you help me find out who it is? I was like, sure. And he's like, you sure you don't know anything about it? And I was like, no. He's like, not even like a little bit, like somebody peeing on stuff? And then it clicked. And I was just like, hey, man, are you talking about me? And he's just like, yeah. And he just like went off on me. And I was like, whoa. What do you mean rock stars? Like, we didn't do that much. I was like, literally, like, it was just a tiny little, like a cap full of pee on the side of a thing that we threw down. Like, it's not even going to cause an issue. And he's like, that's not it. Like, the Commodore, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's wanting your ass. Your name came up. And I was like, thinking about those new guys, like, man, I'm going to get them. And like, what did they say to these guys? And the Commodore had said, hey, put this guy on the next flight home. He's coming to Commodore's mast.
Gosh.
And I still didn't know what had happened, like what the story came out. And so I flew back, and then some good leaders at that point showed up. And they said, hey, let's talk about what happened. And so they gave me the story that had been put out, and I was like, that ain't what happened. And so it turned out that the new guys that were in there didn't tell the story. Another guy came in that nobody liked. We all have that one guy, and he had bounced. He'd been kicked out of a platoon and put in our platoon. Nobody liked him. And so he didn't like me because I didn't put up with BS on deployments. He was a sniper, didn't even break open his sniper guns. And I'm like, you're not a sniper. Like, a sniper, when they hit the ground, they go to open their guns, get acclimated, and he never once during that deployment. And so he went in, and the Commodore and the group master chief was downstairs at the bar eating, and he went and told him the whole story, like an elaborate story that we tossed the thing, and that they had to call up room service and get new rooms, and that we broke lamps and all kinds of wild stuff. And I was like, how do I defend myself from a story? That cat's been out of the bag, and now I'm defending myself on a story that is outrageous. And so I sat down and heard what all happened. I told the guys, like, no, that's not what happened. And so same thing with the other guys, and we're all in our platoon space. And this guy hadn't showed up yet. Everybody's back from deployment now. We're doing our inventories, and one of the good leaders, the same guy that Watch Your Eyes, was he got to the bottom of it. He was like, all right, we're all in here. We're going to get to the bottom of this. Before he gets out of here, we're going to have like an internal meeting. And so the two new guys come in, and we're like, hey, what happened? And immediately they knew, like, oh, no, we didn't say anything. It wasn't us. And they're like, well, tell us what happened. He told us who did it, and it was that guy that nobody liked, and he hadn't showed up yet. Always late, always first one to leave. So he walks in, and he doesn't know that everybody knows the story. And so he puts him up front and center, and I'm standing behind, just sitting there kind of like in trouble. Everybody knew that I was in trouble. I was in my dress whites, and just knock that thing off. I'm sitting there, and he's like, hey, you want to tell us a little story about, we heard some stuff that went down in Germany. And he was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Integrity. I had no idea. Did you say anything? No, it wasn't me. And he told lie after lie. And then he was finally like, we know the truth. They told us. And I remember he looked over at those two new guys. He's like, we told him, we had to tell him. And he was just like, oh, well, and then his personality came out and said, oh, this guy's a piece of crap. He doesn't deserve to be here, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, get out. We'll deal with you later. Get out. And so I saw some people that had made mistakes that came down on me pretty hard. And they wanted me to basically, they took away my orders right away. And there was an argument. I was sitting in the Chiefs board, and I'm just standing there, and an argument broke out in the Chiefs DRB about, and they're like yelling, you've done worse than this, man. Like, this is an opportunity for him, not for you. Like, if you're mad about something, don't take it out on him. And I remember one of the guys in there that I went and worked for at Tradet was like, I'll take him. You're coming to work for me. You're going to go back and you're going to get your orders. Maybe not now, but we're gonna fight for it. And it was a blessing, man. Like, after that, I was bummed that I didn't get to go to Green Team with the rest of the guys that went. But going to Tradet was a huge opportunity for me. I learned so much good leaders stepped up and took care of me. And I started to see like, that's truly what it takes, man, is get to the bottom of things. Don't just react. Find out. I learned this later on, write the problem out in a statement. Write it out in one sentence. Can you? Sometimes you can answer the question that you need to ask when you write that out, when you figure out how can you put it down in one statement, because you got to gather all the details. Don't just jump to a conclusion. And that's really what they did for me is, all right, let's figure out like what the truth is. Let him tell his side. Somebody's got to go to bat for him. He needs leadership that stands up for him, because if you don't teach him that, he's not going to learn it. He's going to learn that you just crap on a guy whenever, they get into trouble. And went to Trade It, and man, God, what an awesome experience Trade It was. It was the guys that I worked with, JP.
Yeah.
I love working with JP.
Yeah. Yeah. The Trade It at that time, I was at Trade It as well at that time. It was 2009 when you showed up there. But yeah, just had a great group of people that were all getting after it. Everyone just wanted to help the teams. Everyone wanted the guys to be ready to deploy. It was awesome.
Yeah, the shift. I remember going through assaults. That's where I went, was assaults. And man, it was such a great seeing how everything changed from, do you remember it was you just got beat down going through training. It was like you didn't really learn as much. And then it shift is like, yeah, it can be tough, but we're teaching and training and opening up to the why. And for me, that was so deep and important to understand and to teach. Now I got my master trainer specialist to learn about how to design, develop curriculum, how to review it, how to implement it, and making sure everything's wired tight and understand what goes into training. There's so much that goes into training. I thought it was like, these are just a bunch of team guys hiding out. No, they work their asses off.
Yeah.
It was a good experience to see. Man, I'm telling you, Jocko, the platoons came through. Every single one had a personality. And you got to see team guys, new guys, experienced guys, grow from like operators to leaders. Those leaders grow and face those challenges, work through them. And I got to work through it with them. And I'm learning so much about like different good leadership styles, bad leadership styles, how you change, how you are effective with how you perform, and then how you handle it afterwards. You could be a terrible leader and have an effect on everybody in your platoon. I did see some of the guys that were like, hey man, I'll never forget. We're out there running assaults, and we took it serious. As you know, JP, it's strictly business, and we're up on the rafters, and it's hot. They're okay. They can go sit in the shade, but me and JP are up on the rafters just melting every single day. And this one of the platoon chiefs comes up to us, and I can tell he's trying to stand up for his guys. He's like, hey, man, can we just, like, take the rest of the day off?
How'd
I'm
JP like that?
It looked like kind of like he was trying to solicit empathy or sympathy from us, and I was just like, no. What do you mean? Like, are you guys hot? Go drink some water. That's why we have the water jugs. Like, we have these things in place. Like, we can take a break if it really is that hot, but we're not taking the rest of the day off. And then we went right back into training because I was like, come stand up here with us. Like, we have no shade. Like, I had sunburns on my arms. I was constantly wearing sunscreen because we're just up there getting beat to death by the sun. And granted, we're not running around through the house, but I was like, hey, if you need to take a break, I get it, man. Yep. Give you guys a break.
It's hot in combat too, by the way. Just FYI, you're going to be tired. Yeah, a huge part of my life was when I was mentioning working for Big Will, senior chief turned master chief eventually, Big Will Guile, but that was in training cell, SEAL Team 1. And we had such a great crew in there. But, same thing. I would go out with the platoon, watch them do, and I was a single guy, dude. I didn't care about anything. Like, every trip that we were going on, land warfare, CQC, mount, whatever we were doing, we'd get the chance to go. And it was awesome. And being able to learn and watch what worked for that platoon, that leader, he did this and it didn't work, and just absorbing all that from a detached perspective, because when you're not part of it, you can learn a lot by watching it. And seeing how the brief goes, and seeing how the leader interacts with the boys, and seeing what this chief did versus what that chief did, what that LT did versus what that LT did. And you just learn so much. And I took so much away from those few years that I was in training cell at SEAL Team 1. And it gave me, then I became an ensign. So now I was like a new officer, but I had been in for 8 years, and I had taught what we were about to go and do, like inland warfare and CQC. So it was very, very helpful. And I love when guys would show up at TRADET and they'd either come there either pre-LPO or pre-platoon chief, and it was just such a huge leg up because now when they'd come through workup, they were dialed most of the time. So awesome thing to be able to do. And you spent a couple years there, and then you finally do get to go to selection to go out to Dam Neck.
Yeah.
And did you go TAD out there? Is that the way it worked?
Yeah. So at the time, you got TAD orders. So you had all my stuff was still in San Diego in TRADET. Still had my locker, still had everything because you weren't guaranteed. You go out there and really screw things up day one, and you're right back.
Yeah.
Like it could have been a short stint or it could have been a long stint. Nobody knows. It's TAD. So go out there and give it your best shot and see what happens. And
went pretty good for you out there.
Yeah, man, it was great. Made it through Green Team, made it through all the way, and that's during the assault portion. That's where I was so blessed have going through TRADET is because you understood the why. You can yell all day long at somebody, go to this exact position, go here, do this, be a robot. But if you don't teach them the why, they won't understand the process.
Yep.
And so
because eventually a robot's got to think for itself.
Yep.
You go into a room, there's going to be some stuff that you've never seen before, and they're going to give it to you, some stuff you've never seen before. And then 2, 3, 4 rooms in a building like that, and if you don't know how to think, if you don't understand why you're doing what you're doing, you're just going to fall apart. You can't just be a robot. You got to be what we used to call a thinking shooter.
Yeah, that proved so valuable in that block of training because it's also where I learned it's not about the mistake, it's about how you handle it. And everyone makes mistakes. As fast as you go, they want you to be perfect. And so they'll give you the perfect instructions and you're going to screw it up. One little thing. Eyes not on sights. Little things that even their job is to put you through stress. And they had heart rate monitors on us so they could see. It was a game to them. I know it was. I know some of these guys that put us through it. I know it was a game to them because you'd be sitting outside waiting. And you knew when your turn was coming up, and they knew when our turn was up. We had this big screen on. They could see the heart rate spike right before we were about to go, and they start banging on walls and yelling. So it's like, heart rate spike. All right, cool. These two are up. You come in like, Murphy reporting. And all right, Murphy, get after it. And so it was when you got jacked up, you made a mistake. You knew, especially when they start yelling, because you're yelling out your infractions as you're doing the house run. You can't stop. You cannot stop. You got to find what's next. Whether it's you had the best run or the worst run, the house run continues. What's next? And so if you make a mistake and you snowball, you let it start to consume you and just like thinking about it. You can't let go and continue to focus forward and stay disciplined and be able to find what's next. You're going to fail. And that's kind of what they did. It's not the mistake. You can get better. If the mistake becomes a pattern, that's the problem. Yeah. And so I learned that. I made it all the way through, and it was a good time. It was a horrible time, but a good time. It was buds all over again.
And then you got back to TRADET. Now it's like, what is it, 2011 or something like this?
Yeah, 2011.
And you come back to check out, and you get rolled into like a freaking legal scenario that was going on, or you don't get rolled into it, but you're kind of adjacent from a guy that had done some dumb shit.
Yeah.
And there's some collateral freaking frag flying out. You caught one of those pieces of frag.
Yeah. I came to check out. I was going to my squadron, and I had literally shipped off all my stuff in pods. My car just got put on the truck and left, and I took a taxi to TRADET to say goodbye to everybody. And I walk in there, and I'm in the assaults office, like hanging out, and being like, all right, guys, man, I'm not going to be the guy that leaves here and never comes back. I'm going to keep in touch with you. And then like, hey, Skipper wants to talk to you. I'm like, okay, cool. And walk down to his office, and I walk in, and it was just awkward. It's the same moment like when my dad, you can sense something is wrong.
Something ain't good.
I walk in, it's like, it's a little too quiet, and they're kind of looking at me weird. And there's another guy in there, and they read me my rights. I was like, wait, what? It's like, is this a joke? Like, you guys know I've got a flight I got to get on, going back over to the East Coast. And like, no, this is not. Like, we were directed to read you your rights. You're being placed under arrest. And I was like, oh, okay. Now it's raw and it's real. And I was like trying to grasp, like, what did I do? Like, I didn't do anything. Did I speeding ticket? And I was like, no, there's no way. It could be a speeding ticket or something. Like, okay. And they started reading some stuff to me, and it was a guy, the guy that I knew had been arrested. I didn't know all this. Well, I did know of it, but I didn't think anything like, yeah, what an idiot. Why would he do something stupid? And during that whole thing, they had found some stuff that I was a part of that they tried to connect in it to build this whole case. And they're reading the stuff to me, and they're reading off some text messages that we were talking back and forth with. And I was like, that doesn't sound like me. And it didn't. It didn't sound like stuff that I was saying. I was like, I possibly could have said some stuff. And I was like, is that my number? And I remember the look on his face was like, I don't know. What's the last 4 of your number? And I said it, and he was like, yep, this is you. And I was just like, oh crap. And I didn't know what to do at that point. Like, it was you think like, okay, I've had this dream that I've been living. I went from Sean Murphy, this poor kid that was disadvantaged, that nobody expected to make anything of himself, and neither did I. So now I'm at the SEAL teams, figured out what Dev Group was, and was like, oh, I want a taste of that. And I go and I get it. And now it's like it's all about to get flushed, and you're going back to, you're not going to make anything. You're going to screw things up. And I was just like, this is all going through my head, and man, it hit me hard. Like I was sitting there, I was waiting to figure it out, and there was this. I remember I got called in for to be questioned by the NCIS, and I think ATF was there, and they had this file. And they called me into this office, and it looked just like in the movies. They had a big glass, window, and had this. It was completely staged, and they had this chair that was like. There wasn't cameras in there, but I knew it was being recorded because it was like perfectly positioned. So I had to sit down in this chair, and this other guy comes in, he slams his file down and is like, you're screwed. I'm just thinking like, well, tell me why. I still don't know the depth of what they're holding against me. And they read through all this paperwork. He's like, this guy, he was running guns and he's got ammo and blah, 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 blah. So just
things. Real quick, this guy was a SEAL, and he had taken guns out of Iraq.
Yep.
And sold them in America. And like, probably like, I think the number that I read was like 80 AK-47s, and then a decent amount, but like not a crazy amount, but something like 50 pistols or something like that. And he had taken these things illegally out of Iraq, brought them back to America, and he had connections through a guy that was like a felon.
Yep. And
the felon, in order to save himself, sort of started selling these things, these guns, these weapons that this team guy had brought back, and the felon guy was also working as an informant, and basically, and so this guy, this SEAL gets busted for, weapons trafficking. He's selling automatic weapons in America illegally. Like, you can't do that. And I don't know that guy. The guy in question. You can Google it. The guy's last name is Bickle, but it's all out there. So it's not like we're talking about some top secret information. But he got rolled up, and again, when I look back on it, and it's really hard to get in people's heads and understand. Like a 9-year-old could figure out that this is dumb, right? A 9-year-old would go, "Hold on a second, you're gonna take a bunch of weapons from Iraq, you're gonna smuggle them back to America." And then you're going to sell them on the black market. It doesn't take a genius to go, this isn't going to work out well for you. Look, seriously, like a 9-year-old, 10-year-old kid is not going to think that this is a good idea.
Yeah.
Well, for whatever reason, this idiot did think it was a good idea, and he did it. Mm-hmm. So he gets busted. He gets rolled up. And by the way, he's doing something like 20 years right now for these crimes. And so all this is happening. And of course, they take his phone and they see who he's been texting. And look, there's team guys. Not we all, but you have groups. People. You're friends with people, and so you're going to be on text threads that, and you're going to respond to people. And team guys are going to, send you. And there's also a lot of, dark and freaking sick and twisted humor on some of these things. So it's like all that's happening. But meanwhile, you've moved on. You've carried on. and you don't even know about any of this other. You don't know this guy's been selling freaking weapons and smuggling stuff back and just being an idiot. And I guess the things that tied you into this whole gig was, number one, text message. There was a text message group thread or whatever that you were on. And number two, and I think this is the file that you're talking about, you had signed for custody of ammunition, a lot of ammunition, meaning a lot, not a lot numbers, but a lot, meaning a lot number. Every box of ammunition has a number where it came from so they can track defective stuff. Well, this criminal had possession of ammunition that you had signed for at Tradet. And so they throw this thing at your face, the implication being you signed for this ammunition and gave it to this guy.
Yeah.
What they didn't realize is that there's tens and thousands of rounds of ammunition in each lot, and it's all over the place. Like when it's not like, hey, there's serialized 9 bullets that you signed for and you turned them over. No, it's like you and everyone else at Tradet is signing for hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunition, and then they're going to a training site where they're being used. And if someone is a nefarious criminal, they can theoretically take some of that, steal it, and then it can get found later, which is what happened here.
Oh, yeah.
If I got this right.
Yeah, that's correct. So to kind of expand on, Tradet at the time, we had that big ammo depot. And so the way that they linked the two is, one, they were trying to find a way to link us. And so the ammunition that he had, that lot number, and he was working at Tradet at the time. And so the same training rounds that you pull from for all the different training cycles that we go through was from the same place. That lot is so huge. It's the way that the facility can track if there's defective rounds, that they can say, hey, everybody's in that has this lot number is affected, pull this lot number. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, thank God I went through gunner's mate school, because this was our job. And I was running assaults, and so I was the one signing. It was an ammo expenditure report. And so you have to have 2 people. You had to have a chief sign it, you had to have the LPO sign it, and you had to have the civilian sign it. And the chief was actually sitting out in the hallway waiting on me. And so I'm sitting there, and I was like, do you know what that is? And he said, yeah, it's the paperwork that's showing that you were running ammo with Nick. And I was like, no. Ammo expenditure. I witnessed that it was expended. We spent those rounds out at training. We have to sign those. I didn't sign to receive those. I was on site. I watched. It said that those rounds were there. Yes, that puts that lot there. And I explained to them the whole thing. What we just talked about is like that big thing. You could tell that they weren't.
Yeah. Because you could expend 5,000 rounds from a lot, and there'd still be 5,000 rounds left over.
Yeah.
So you're saying, oh, I'm signing that I expended some of these rounds.
Yep.
That doesn't mean you counted for every round in the lot, and which is kind of what they were thinking.
Yeah. But I did. We did actually account for every single thing. We knew, like, with the GMs that would come out there, they took custody of the rounds. It wasn't us. So the platoons would go get their rounds from that guy. And I had, since I was running assaults, they had to have somebody sign from assaults, and I was the guy. And when I had that confidence of like, that's not that, no, I didn't actually, I was no way part of that. And that doesn't put me as part of that. When I had that level of confidence, I think it kind of like, he's not going to come clean. He's like, oh, well, don't worry. We got other stuff we're going to get you for. And they kind of let me go after that. And I was like, well, what am I here for, man? Like, why am I not over there, with my other guys that made it through screening? Why am I not with them? And I'm sitting here, and I did have some very, very rough times of sitting there being like, is my life over? Like, I kept thinking, I was like, man, how am I going to get through this? I got to fight, but where's this going to take me? And I had some good leaders that said, hey, man, you need to go get an attorney. And then another person told me, he's like, you need to go to court martial. And I didn't understand that process at the time. I learned. I'm glad that there was leaders that probably had been in trouble before too, and learned like, this is the way the system works. Like, if you're young, you still need to get somebody that, it's mentorship, right? You need to find somebody that has more knowledge than you. Surround yourself with smarter people. So that's what I did. And he told me, he's like, hey, request trial by court-martial and have an attorney. And the attorney told me, he's like, hey, I can't do anything until you say that. He's like, I'm going to guide you through. He's like, I went and did all these things, being like, to prove like I didn't do anything wrong. I just knew the guy. I mean, I actually did like the guy until like I learned all these things. And then I went and actually tried to find him and talk to him. I was like, hey, what happened? And he had like, hey, this is crazy and blah, blah. And I never could really get the truth of the matter. And we're all like trying to write character references for him because we all liked the guy, but he was doing these stupid things. And whenever it came down to like, where am I going to go next? When they said request trial by court-martial, that was a good thing. And so the attorney ended up pressing the JAG, because even after I got dismissed, I went to Captain's Mast and they dismissed it. They're like, there's no evidence here. I was still on a legal hold to where they wouldn't let me go to my team. And even my team or my squadron was like, where are you at? And I became like, now I'm this troubled kid going over there, and you're starting off on the wrong foot. And so I'm like, man, all right, I can work through this. And they finally pressed and said, hey, this is malicious prosecution. Unless you have something for this guy, he needs to carry on. Because I was in like this purgatory. I just checked out of trade debt. So no one truly owned me. Mm-hmm. And the squadrons didn't know me. So I'm like in this middle and like walking in. I do remember seeing guys that were like, I don't know why they don't like guys that go over there. But there are people who come up to me and like, you guys think you're so special just because you make it through. You think you're better than everybody else. And I was like, I don't think that at all. Like, who told you that? Like, who hurt you, man? Like, did you not get a hug or something? Like, why are you? I know that it was like probably egos or something. Yeah. And I kind of blew it off. There were some good guys that took me, and they didn't make it to the squadrons, or they never even tried. And they were like, no, man, you're good, bro. Like, yeah, no, don't worry about those guys. Those guys, they probably didn't make it through, and they're still butthurt about something. It. Yeah.
So now you do end up getting out there to the East Coast. I started off reading this whole thing, or started off this whole podcast reading that thing from Jessica Buchanan. Mm-hmm. Freaking epic operation. Holy shit. Was that your first mish with those guys?
That was the first week. God, this all happened.
Freaking awesome.
I remember showing up and, at first I had to wash the stink off. I mean, this is all within a week. The stink of, what were you doing, man? Yeah. Like, who are you?
What kind of people are you hanging around with? You
like, they're very idiot. They're very protective of like their culture and their brand, and I understand. Like, I get it, and so I'm trying to do my best. I'm like, hey, yeah. And luckily for me, some of the guys that were my mentors over at SEAL Team 5 were in that same squadron. I had to talk to them. I was like, hey, bro, listen. And they knew the guy, and they're like, no, you're good, bro. Just watch your P's and Q's, man, and you'll be all right. And I get my load out, and they tell me, it's like, hey, we're about to blow out on something. And this is right before President Obama was in office and the State of the Union was about to happen. And I'm getting all my gear tight. And a lot of the new guys, we just show up, and now we're about to go do an HR. And some of these guys at the squadrons, you don't get to do an HR. It's kind of rare. And here I am showing up week one, and they're like, get your gear tight, go to the range, make sure you got everything. And there's good guys like this squad, like there's a reason why they're the top 1%. They're all professionals, and they're all like, hey, do this, do this, do this. And they got me up to speed, and they're like, all right, here's what we're doing. And about a week later, and I was sitting at home, and I get the little pager. There was no kidding a pager at the time. Mm-hmm. Beep, beep, beep. And then, text chain came out, everybody calling each other. All right, let's go to work. Getting in, and it was so impressive watching the level of effort from every person in the organization that they put in to get out the door for another American. It was so impressive. I realized why that's the best is everyone knows, just like we talked about team gear, personal gear, what order. Everybody knew where they placed in the function of once that go call is established, everyone came together and worked extremely hard to get everything out the door. And it was the fastest the squadrons had been deployed in some time. And like they're planning, we get to Africa, and we're planning in our little planning cell. And it was like that surreal moment of like, man, we're about to go do a hostage rescue. And for me, I'm a brand new guy. I'm just looking in awe of these like warriors. Like these are the guys that, remember, I never knew what a SEAL was. Mm-hmm. And then now that's the way I looked at SEALs. And now I'm like, oh, these guys are like the secret best of the best. Like, you don't know about, they don't exist. They're the ghosts. And these were like guys I looked up to. And we had the whole operation. It was really neat to see how it unfolded, how we got authorities, approvals, and we're sitting in this big high bay, and all the different units, all the players came together, and they did a rock drill, and they talked through everything. And I was actually, there was the military free fall unit or task unit, and then we were the helicopter contingent. And I didn't get to do anything cool on it, but I got to be on it. I didn't care. I was just happy to be there. I was like, one, I was not in trouble. Mm-hmm. And two, I was with the best of the best everywhere. And we're about to go save an American life.
Yeah, the best of the best doing the best operation that you can do.
Oh,
it's
man.
Legit.
And so we, as you know, like you've got to have contingencies. And so we had multiple avenues to go in and get her. And this sounds bad, but I was kind of hoping that the free fall guys wouldn't get it so that we could go in and get it. You know,
of course. Like, it sounds bad, but it's the reality.
Yeah.
Of course, you're like,
come on, where's that cloud that's going to keep them from jumping? That's going to give them the no-go, and we're going to get to go do it. But it didn't happen that way, and those guys, they got to go launch on it. And we were in the helo standing by. And, so just so you know, I don't know if you've ever done this, but this is so sketchy. In the Black Hawk helicopters, mm-hmm. We're in this thing for 4 hours going to our loader zone or set down point, and it doesn't have enough fuel for 4 hours. So what do you do in the middle of the flight? You have a C-130 that comes in, and that... You
did the in-flight refuel.
Oh, multiple times. That was scary. You're like up and tucked in this... You got the wing, and you're like tucked in here, and like that's where... These pilots are awesome.
Yeah, they are.
I'm sitting there like bug-eyed looking out the window. It's like, where are those rotors? It was pretty wild. And I sat there for 4 hours, and then we went in, and they went and did their thing. And a new guy, one guy that I went through training with, was the guy that jumped on her. Mm. And there was a debate on whether or not we should be part of the assault just because we were brand new. Mm-hmm. And they said, you know what? These guys, they're good to go. Mm-hmm.
That's legit.
We got to go. They can do it. They've proven they've made it through. And I understand where the guys were like, hey, I've been here. I paid my dues. I deserve to be on this thing. It's like, well, you don't know who's actually going to be there and be the one. And he ended up coming through and jumping on her. And some other really good guys that were experienced helped also jumped on her and got her out of there. But it was just such a cool moment to be able to see the amount of effort that goes into saving another American life that's in danger.
Yeah, it's freaking epic. And you know, again, this is open source stuff that you can read, but the guys, like you said, Forward Stage in Djibouti, and she wrote a book about it. So this is, like I said, this is open source stuff, but parachute insert, 24 SEALs rolled in on target. There was 9 enemy. 24 SEALs rolled off target, 9 enemy killed, both hostages rescued. Freaking legit.
Yeah, I was like a little kid hearing like, hey, how'd it go? What all did you guys see? What did you guys do? And some of my buddies that were on it, they did a fantastic job. And it's pretty stressful because they rolled, like nothing goes as planned.
No.
And they had some cool stories of like, well, we ran into this, like this happened, and well, this was going down, and just seeing how they adapted and overcame and executed and got her out of there.
We did a hostage rescue in Ramadi of like this Iraqi kid, and it was funny because, you know, it just didn't seem like it could, you know, what are the chances, right?
Yeah.
We get this call like, hey, this kid, he was like a 16-year-old kid. He was being kidnapped. His father was the police chief or something in Fallujah, and he'd been kidnapped, and he was being held ransom, and they took him to Ramadi. And we're tracking all this through intel, and actually we got the word one night, and I'm like, we don't have any confirmation that this is what's going down. And so we rolled it 24 hours to the next night, and I'm kind of thinking like, oh, within the next 24 hours we're going to get, oh, it's actually not true, or actually it's this, or actually it's that, but no, we start getting more confirmation, more intel, clearer intel. And so we're doing the brief, the whole 9 yards, and guys, we're all jocked up, ready to roll. And we get a intel guy comes running in, like, they say there's IEDs in the yard and they have machine guns mounted on the roof. They're going to kill anyone that tries to save him. I'm like, hey, Rod. I looked at Leif, who was, the assault force commander. I was in ground force. I was like, look, I was like, looks like you guys are going to get some. Yep. But, we had a good plan for it, and we watched it for long enough. We saw that there was the guys were walking around in there. We could tell there's most likely not IEDs in that front yard. But anyways, long story short, went in, hit it. And, I'm now like just outside the building, and I hear like Leif is like, jackpot, and I'm kind of like, for real? And he's like, yeah, and I go, cool. And I went in, like, sure enough, here's this kid. Because we had pictures of him. I'm like, hey, roger that. Freaking awesome. And saved the guy. But it was awesome. Yeah, it was the amount of surprise of like,
jackpot?
Leif's like, jackpot? I'm like, for real? He's like, roger. And sure enough.
Such a good feeling.
Such
a good feeling.
Yeah, it was so awesome. And the cool thing was we had Iraqi soldiers, and they were with us, and we just like it hit the newspapers and stuff and didn't talk about us. It was just like the Iraqi unit saved this kid. So it was pretty awesome. But yeah, there's, like you were mentioning earlier, there's like, what a great operation when you can actually save somebody instead of kill people. Yep. So that was good to go. Things seem like they're moving in a pretty good direction at this time.
You would think. And then right about that time, I got the call that, man, it was rough. My best friend's mom, and she was my non-biological mother. Mm-hmm. She was my guiding light. And I spent more time, like when I was a kid, I would go and try and see my best friend, and he wouldn't be home, or he'd be out doing something, and she'd be there. And so I would sit and talk with her, and she was like always talking to me. She's very religious, and she had her Bible, and she was very like motherly and nurturing and a great listener. Like I would talk to her for hours. I would call him even on the phone, and she would answer. Next thing you know, I'm talking to her.
Is this Chris's mom? You mentioned a kid named Chris. Okay, so Chris. This is Chris's mom. That's what, just to tie it into the beginning of the podcast, you were talking about going to see your friend Chris, and their family was influential. So, okay.
Yeah. She had terminal cancer, and they had told me that, and it was one of those things you're like, well, can she defeat it? And I remember hearing from Chris, he was like, man, I don't know, this is the second time, and it's not looking good. And they spent a lot of time trying to battle it, trying to fight it. And she would do the health thing with trying to change her diets and stuff like that. And so I was going home as much as I could to see her. And I just saw cancer's a beast. It's horrible. I'd watch her just deteriorate. But she always had she was her, and she could connect. And so I felt like I was losing my mom, in which I was. She was my non-biological mother, that I spent more time listening, being guided by her, like being comforted her, and she was guiding me along. I didn't really truly realize it until now I'm like, man, she's going away. And it's funny, but when I finally got the word that she had passed away, it was I went and saw her one last time, and I knew, like you knew. And I remember I wrote her a card about hey, I loved you, all the things you did for me in my life, that, I'm going to protect your daughter and your son. And I remember they told me that she had cried when she read it. And so that was my way of I go back to when Mark died. I didn't have a chance to say goodbye. And that was my way of saying goodbye to her. And so I say goodbye. Well, about actually 3 days ago, maybe 4 days ago, I'm going to read something. So her daughter sent me this. So back, you remember when I was in my first operation, I prayed. Mm-hmm. So in her Bible, she had written down, had my name next to it. And she had a verse that she prayed for me, and had the same date time frame that I was on that deployment. It was Psalms 91:9-16. It says, if you make the Most High your dwelling, even the Lord who is my refuge, then no harm will befall you. No disaster will come near your tent, for he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They will lift you up in their hands so that you will not strike your foot against a stone. You will tread upon the lion and the cobra. You will trample the great lion and the serpent. Because he loves me, says the Lord, I will rescue him. I will protect him, for he acknowledges my name. He will call upon me, and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him. With long life will I satisfy him and show him my salvation. And her daughter sent that to me and said, hey, she was praying for you. And so I think back to like that moment of like, I needed something. And so during that same time frame, the purest form of love, and when somebody doesn't know, like that you're taking care of them, and this was her praying for me, like showing that she loved you. And that's the person that she was. And so when I lost it, it was like, what do I have now? Like it went back to, okay, like where do I turn to for that reassurance, that guidance, that motherly thing, even though I still had my mother, but losing that and then seeing that connection she had throughout my life, and that she was still praying for me even though I wasn't there. That was tough. That was a rough one for me whenever she passed.
So, and then how are you doing with that at work? What's going on at work now?
That time frame, man, in 2012, we had gotten back from that HR, and now I'm doing a number 2 at an outstation, and I'm getting a lot more responsibility. Well, when I'm out in an outstation, the job that I had was training and building up these African soldiers, these Somalis, and taking them to war and stuff like that. And so I had to focus, and this is something that I didn't deal with trauma very well at this point in time, and it comes to play later on in my career. But I'm doing all these things to like, try and find a way to focus my energy to, okay, keep working, keep being, the SEAL. Sean Murphy's a SEAL. What would a SEAL do? Get right back to work. And that actually did help for a while. It helped me, but I never actually sat down and like slowed down. Well, then I go to my next, I can't remember which deployment was at the squadrons, but I ended up going to Afghanistan. And I ended up blowing out my right knee because I had a left sprained ankle. And because I wasn't rehabbing it out there, when you're in an outstation, you don't have the kind of care that you needed out there. So as a team guy, you're going to try and make do with what you got. You're not going to leave the fight just because you got a twisted ankle. And so I was out there with like these bands and stuff like that, and actually patented a medical device because of this. My buddy patented it, but we own the company. And so I twisted my ankle or blew out my knee, came back, and I had surgery on it. And that was the first time I'd slowed down. As a team guy, you're going. Like when I went to trade at first, I was like, no, I don't want to stop. I want to keep going. I want to go to deployments. But I was still turning and burning pretty good. So when you're isolated, I had surgery, and I sat down, and I was all alone. I had this big house in Virginia Beach, but I was all alone. I was dating somebody at the time, but I was all alone. And I had, I started thinking like, where am I? What am I? Who am I? Like it started going down some pretty dark holes of like.
I was going to say, these are rough questions when you're sitting in your house alone in Palm Beach. What surgery did you get?
I had my meniscus removed.
Okay. What was how much time does it take to recover from that?
So I had 2 surgeries. The first one, they tried to repair it. So that was a long one. That was about 3 or 4 months. And that didn't hold. And then it flipped on that deployment that I had that sprained ankle, and that's when it locked up. And so that's when they cleaned it out. And that was only about 3 or 4 weeks, but man, when they took it out, and then I'm sitting there, they had me laid up, and I was like, I stopped. And I was like, much like when you go through a transition, you're stopped. You're at full, like that train's moving as fast as it can, now you're stopped, and your buddies are out there, and you're just like, where are my bros? And you used to be able to call, my best friend's mom, and I could talk to her, and it'd be my energy, my lifeline, and it didn't go so well. And actually what did save me were my puppy dogs. I had 2 dogs that I rescued. One was, his name is Vader. And I'm not I am a Star Wars fan now, but at the time I wasn't, but it just happened that it's a black dog, Darth Vader. Good name. And when I would be sitting there going through these tough times, he like he was like a cat. He would jump up on my shoulders, and then like he would just go to town licking my face, and I was just like, get out of my face, what are you doing? But he recognized me when I'm like going through these emotional times. And what was wrong with me is I was depressed. I didn't realize I was depressed. I was like, team guys don't feel this way. What's wrong with me? I was depressed because I'd been through so much, and I hadn't slowed down and processed what I was going through. And so all the things that I thought about, I think about every friend that I ever lost, every little thing it was a bad thing because I'm a true believer, and you have like two choices, positive and negative, and where do you go? And I was negative Nancy. Everything was like negative, but I had to process some of these things, and I was sitting there, and my dog would come up to me because I would be sitting there like questioning. I was like, man, Sean Murphy, who is Sean Murphy? Does this, I'm breaking down. I'm getting older, starting to see my injuries, and I'm laying there, and I don't take pain pills. I just refuse to take pain pills. I feel like if your body's telling you don't do something, don't do it. And if you're trying to recover, that's kind of an indicator. So I wasn't taking them. And every time I started having like these depressed moments, the dog would come up and just be in my face and just like, my wife today hates it. She's like, because the dog will still come up and like he will like start licking my leg or licking me. It's like a habit now. And I'm just like, oh, I love you too, buddy. Like being all like, friendly with the dog. And she's just like, that noise just drives me nuts. I was like, I'm sorry, babe, but this is a special bond me and my dog have. Like, I'm going to pet him. I love him. And my other dog, her name is Ray, because I wanted him to have a companion. It was important for me, I think, not only the way I see life, like you need to have a companion, you need to have that community. And so I had her, adopted her from New Orleans on one of our squadron trips.
Dang.
And you knew the military dogs.
I'm sure you didn't. Oh, yeah.
All right. So we had the military working dogs, and they had their crates, and we're in New Orleans doing one of our big training exercises. And I asked the Master Chief Asher, hey, there's this puppy that I want to save. And they're like, what?
What are you doing?
Murph, what? Did you just ask if you could bring home a puppy? And I'm like, yeah. And I told them, I was like, that's from a dog, that rescue it here. And they're like, I don't care. Just put it in a crate. Talk to the dog guys. And I talked to the dog guys, and they're like, wait, you want to put it next to one of our dogs? And I was like, yeah. Well, we're on the C-17. This poor dog, they said, just give it some Benadryl. Like, that's what people do when they fly their pets. Just give Benadryl and it'll sleep through the flight. Gave it some Benadryl and it fell asleep, put it in the crate, put it next to, as soon as I brought it up to next to the military working dogs, it was like, those dogs are like, I'm now in go mode and I want to eat that thing. And it wakes the dog up, and she starts throwing up, and she threw up the Benadryl. Now she's just like sitting next to these beasts. And I was just like I felt so bad. I was like, oh my gosh, this poor dog. But she ended up making it through the flight and bringing her home. And those two became my little savior dogs that were always there for me. Always there. I love dogs.
So is this when you started working with like NASCAR and stuff? Is this around the same time, or did that come later?
Yeah. So, this was right after I worked with NASCAR. Right after the deployment, I learned what a GFC was, Ground Force Commander, and how much goes into that. Like, hats off to the guys that do it. I can tell you a little bit about. I can't remember if I wrote this down, but the update when able.
Go ahead.
Why that's so important. So it was my very first operation as a GFC, and I had some really good guys that would help me out, that helped plan everything. And so you have all the quarterback roll-up sleeve that I had, like everything, all the lines I needed to give back to HQ. And I had great leaders. The CEO at the time, he was a task force commander throughout the region. Awesome guy, great mentor, awesome person that you want in charge, that encouraging you. Like, I had actually canked the first operation because I have the rule of three. Three things went bad. And so I was like, rolling 24. Called him, and he's like, good call, Murph. And so I was like, man, it's good to hear. Well, we go out on the operation. We go get this guy. And I had everybody in position. We're target secure. We have our guys. And I got to call back to HQ, and that's the net that goes out to everybody. And so I had my comm guy next to me, and I got ready to give him my little situation report. Keyed up, and as soon as I keyed up, this Afghani next to me opens up fully auto. Bah, 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 bah. It takes the dude out, and I was just like, I said in my call sign, I was like, we'll update when able. So I was like, what just happened? I came off, and it went out over theater. And so immediately the comm guy's like, hey, Murph, they're trying to get a hold of you. You need to get on the horn. They're saying right now. And I'm like, all right. And so I called the commander, and he's like, status. And I was like, hey, just so you know, I'm not quite sure. We'll update when able. Everything's good. We'll update when able. Like, I just kept saying, like, we'll update when able. Like, I'm trying to figure this out. And so I look at my comm guy, and I was like, dude, what just happened? Like, why did that guy shoot him? And it was because one of the guys had ran off towards an AK, and the Afghani was doing his job and just blasted this guy right as I keyed up. And so now the entire theater hears, we're up in the mountains of Afghanistan, and they just hear this gun go off, come over comms, and one guy, the first thing he says, they hear from this outstation, this patrol is like a gunfire, and then we'll update when able. It's like, what is going on? Like, hey, do we need to push the aircraft and all that stuff? And so I finally got things figured out and settled back down, and I was finally able to give him the quarterback roll up and say, hey, no, we're good, man. It's just, okay, now we have one Tango, KIA, and then the rest of us are good. We're heading back. And so as soon as I got back, the phone was ringing. It's like, Murph, what was going on? I was like, it wasn't that bad. And it was good that it happened that way. It wasn't chaos because it taught me a little bit about the process of making sure people are informed properly.
Yeah, how many people are listening, how many eyes are on what's tracking, check. That's good stuff to know.
Yeah.
And so you got two things, really. You got the ankle rehab device that you figured out, a way to allow people to do rehab, and you invented that, patented that, started that company. That's called TriVet LLC.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that you started was Hit the Surf LLC, which is like you working with teams, getting them to perform better. Yeah.
So I started that from a guy when I was a new guy at the squadrons. We were in Chicago, and we had to go to an event that they needed some SEAL representation, and I was a new guy. Of course, you always volunteer for everything because it opens up doors. And there's a Clint Black concert that we went to, and it was like open bar. You got VIP treatment, closed thing. It was a fundraiser for, I think, the Folds of Honor Foundation. And so I went, and I sat down at this table, and it was me and two other team guys, and then there was this other guy sitting next to me, looked like a young kid. And so we're just being team guys, drinking some Jack and, having a good time, joking around. And this guy, and we're used to it by now, as SEALs, when we go places, people are like, who are these guys? Like, this group of guys are all in shape, and like, they're just a bunch of fun. And he leans over and is like, hey, who are you guys? And I was like, oh, I'm Sean. This is so-and-so. And we're just SEALs here being, representation for, this event or whatever. And he's just like, oh, cool. And I was like, what do you do? And he's like, I'm a driver. And I was just like, and in my back of my head, I'm thinking, great. We got voluntold to go to this thing. And now I'm sitting next to the driver for the guys in the band. I was like, cool. Like, who are you driving in the band? Like, are we into like the step kids? He's like, no, I drive for a living. So what I did is I said, oh, like a limo or something?
Domino's or what?
Yeah. Like, cool, bro. You must be the best, driving. He was like, no, I drive NASCAR. And I didn't know anything about NASCAR at this time. Did follow. I knew who the 3 was. And, he was like, no, I drive NASCAR. And I said, oh, the guys that drive around in circles. And I was like, cool, bro. Like, that's awesome. And he was just like, no, what are you guys doing later? And I was just like, I don't know. What are you doing? He's like, I know some club owners. And he took me, and he's like, hey, do you guys all want to come to a race tomorrow? And I was like, let me ask the guys. I didn't know like if there were NASCAR fans in the squadron. And I put it out, and they're like, who is it? And I was like, it's Austin Dillon. And they're like, yeah, well, absolutely. And so he got us all like backstage passes and stuff like that. And started, and I'm big on character. Like, I'm not going to associate with you if you're a dirtball. And this guy, good kid. And I wanted to know, like, well, who is this guy? If he's got attention on him, like, what kind of person is he? And so I got to know his family, him, Mike Dillon, his dad, and then Richard Childress, who owns Richard Childress Racing. Still didn't know anything about him, but I wanted to know who they were as people. And great, great people. And he would call me all the time, invite me out to his house. I was going out there, meeting his best friend. I mentioned him earlier, Paul Swan, huge character. And so I noticed the community that they're involved in, and I just gravitated towards them. I was like, they're just like team guys. They're good dudes. They travel a lot. They rely on each other. They depend on each other. It's a lot of things. And so I started learning more and more about NASCAR. And one day he called me after a race, and he was like, hey, I want you to come in and do some team building for my team. And I was already doing that kind of in the squadrons and with non-SEALs and stuff. And I was like, cool, man. And as a matter of fact, I called Leif. Oh, man, I just remember this. I called Leif, and I was like, hey, I need some advice. I was like, he wants me to come and do some consulting. I don't know what to charge. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to think. And he was like, listen, this world there's a plethora of work out there that you can do. There's no end to it, but you need to be uncomfortable with how much you charge. I was like, what does that mean? He's like, because you're used to running a trip where it's like, you have the Navy paying for everything. So now you have to budget all that stuff out. And he kind of lined it out for me. He gives really good advice. He's like, and if they can't do it, if you really want to be serious about this business, do it for free. And I was like, okay. And so I went in and I talked to his, at the time, it was his head of their aero engineering, super smart guy, Eric Warren. He works for like the GM. Like he's got a doctorate in like how aerodynamics works. And the first call I had with him was, and I had just gotten my degree in organizational leadership, and I was already doing case studies on people. And so I started analyzing like my squadron and like the command and how leadership and stuff worked. And we had a 3-hour conversation the first thing, and he was like, dude, you're coming in. You're going to teach these guys. And so from there, he brought me in. I did team building for him. Started off, I did both the 8-car and the 3-car. And man, those guys are awesome. Ray Wright, he's their pit coach there, former baseball player. Jocko, I tell you, this guy, like, they do such a phenomenal job with, they take these athletes that aspiring NFL people that some of them did play in the NFL or sports, and other kids, they bring them in and they give them jobs, they give them structure, they give them guidance. They form a team so fast, and they have to be high performers in a very, very high stress situation. And I noticed that it was very similar to the way that we structure things, like who's in charge, who's making the calls. Communication is important. And so I started breaking it down, and I thought, you know what? This is a great way for me to understand it, because I'm in the later part of my career. I need to figure out what am I going to do next, that whole mentality of what's next. All right. He gave me an opportunity, and they kind of talked me into it. And him and his dad was like, yeah, I think you should do this. And so I came up with Hit the Surf, which I have a love-hate relationship with the cold, because it was at the time I was trying to figure out, like, what am I going to call my company? And I was like, all right, Hit the Surf. Because I remember in Buds, when you got told to hit the surf, you had an opportunity. What are you laughing at, man?
I like how you put that. Yeah.
Let me explain this thing. So when you're getting your butt kicked and you're hot and you're exhausted, you can't do any more push-ups, and they take you to failure. They tell you, go hit the surf. And you're like, man, another thing. You run out there and you're just going to be miserable. But when that cold water hit and it was rushing over my head, it was like, you ever have that hot feeling of like when you're just going through and you got that hot air and you hit that cold water and you come up and you breathe out and it's just like refreshing. And that was my opportunity, because I reset myself in that moment. I recalibrated. Okay, I got to be the first one back. It's a new race. It's a new opportunity. Every time you get told to hit the surf, if you're the first one back, it shows that you care. It shows that you're putting out. And that's kind of the way I wanted to, that's what I want to do in team building, is like, how can I change mindsets? How can I take them and hit the surf with them and be able to show them the opportunity they have before them? And that's how it was formed. And I could bring in SEALs that I worked with and give them the opportunity to have ways to talk about communication and why it's important. The tacit knowledge that they have, they could bring in. I could pay them well and be able to give them the opportunity to not just tell team guy stories, but tell the value in what they went through and what they've learned, to share it with these organizations that are looking to improve performance. And after the first one, it was really successful. I remember when I sat down and talked to the guys afterwards, the feedback I got was like, you know what? We brought in so many people and spent thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars on all these courses, all these presentations of guys coming in talking about this and that and the other. And we got more out of your week than we did to them. And I was like, why is that? And it's something that I think that you could talk all day long. You could read every book. You could do all these things and put it into your thought process, but you got to put it into practical application. And that's what I was doing with them. All these little drills that I had, I would go out and put them through some training and explain, going back to trade it, the why. And it was like they were able to not only learn it, but then they were having these small moments of like application. And so they could take away like the things I was talking to them about. And after that, it was all right. And he called me back again. And then he does PBR. He owns a PBR team. Man, those dudes, those bull riders. Oh man, I love those guys. As a matter of fact, next weekend I'm going to their home event. Have you ever been near a bull? Have you ever been?
Yes, I have. And the look you're giving me right now is yes, I understand. I've gone back there and like stood next to them when they're in their little cage, freaking rattling around, and you're like, yo, this thing is gonna murder somebody.
Yep.
And there's not amount of money that you could give me to get on this thing right now.
Well, they don't make a lot of money. That's a sad thing.
Me. Yeah, no, I get it.
Talk about brave souls. And they get hurt, and then guess what? They get up and they're like, let's do it again.
Yeah.
I'm like, I love it. I love you guys so much. Like,
I would have to see what it would be like if I was 23. Because if I was 23, I'd probably be jumping on that thing.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, at this age, it's like every time I see those guys hit the ground, I'm like, oh, that's an injury. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, yeah. And then meanwhile at work, you moved into where you're doing recce, right?
Yeah.
And you're working with Chad?
Yeah. Yeah, Chad. Man, that's out of all the mentors that I've had, I spent a lot of time with him. He guided me in so many ways that he was the guy that was soft-spoken, that didn't say much, but when he spoke, people listened. And he had his little quirks. Everybody's got their little quirks and stuff. And he was my team leader. I was his ATL. And he brought me up, teach me all about the planning, the nuances of what you need to think about, all the details that goes into being recce, of being a real point man and not chasing stars. The crazy thing about Chad is, people would come to him, and he just had a plethora of knowledge and just a really good man. He was a good man. And there was one day that we're in our recce hooch, and me and him are sitting there playing, and we're going over things, and there was a guy that came in that was like, hey, I need somebody to talk to. Me and Chad are like, we looked at each other, we're like, this dude don't look well. And that it was just, you didn't need to say anything. We're like, okay. And we just sat and listened. What's going on? And the things he was describing, he was going through, and we're like, man, this is rough. Like, we're about to go in deployment, and you've got a lot of things going on. Like, you need some help. And no team guy wants to be that vulnerable. I think we put up a shield at times, and he was opening up, and this was an opportunity. I didn't quite see it the way Chad saw it. Chad, I believe, saw some of himself, what he was going through, and he wanted to be the savior and fix it. I was kind of like, you okay, man? Like, you just need a break? Like, I just thought, oh, he's just burnt out. And Chad was like, no, I need to get him some help. And he took the lead, and there was some pushback on some other guys, but Chad, championed getting him what he needed, and he got sat down and got the help he needed. Now he was a family man, and so now he's back with his family doing really well. He's out making a great life for himself, and I love that guy. He was such an awesome dude, and seeing him like hurting like that, it was kind of scary. Like, dude, are you okay, man? Like, what happened? And it was just, he was at a point that was vulnerable and needed somebody to reach out to, and thank God he found Chad in that capacity to be able to recognize him and talk him off the ledge and realign him to get him focused back to where he needed to be, which then he came back and went back to another squadron and was an awesome team guy.
But Chad, didn't figure out, I guess, how to get that help for himself, I'm friends with his wife, and she's been on this podcast and kind of talked through the whole thing. If you haven't heard that yet, Chad Wilkinson killed himself. And it was really interesting, and what really kind of left the biggest impression on me talking to Sarah, his wife, was like, she explained so clearly that the guy that she married, like that person that she married, had changed dramatically and was kind of a different person by the time he killed himself. And her main point in saying that was that there was something going on besides like just, hey, this is a different phase of my life. There's some, whether it's TBI, whether it's PTSD, what it does to your brain, it was something, it had created like a different personality. And like, she was so distraught by that, by the end. And yet she was still surprised. She wasn't like, wait, she wasn't expecting it or anything. So just totally devastating.
I actually talked to him the day before. It was so surreal that I'm sitting there. We're going through like a different training cycle, and this is like you doing like surveillance and counter surveillance stuff, and he was learning some of that stuff, and it can be a little sketchy at times. It's a lot of pressure and stress, and I saw him at the chow hall with a couple other guys, and everybody else saw him. And it was just like you could see like he was committed to something. He didn't like he seemed a little off, but sometimes chow would get that way, just kind of quiet and be like, "Yep, nope," like one word answers, and it's just like, "Oh, okay." Gave him a hug. Good to see you, buddy. Took off, and then one of the guys that I worked for gave me the call the next day, and I was just like, it was again going back to like what I went through with Mark. Is like, I don't believe this. Are you sure? Like, is this like one of them team guy rumors, or is this real? He was like, no, man, it's real. And so he told me everything that happened, and I was like, oh man, like I had taken Chad to some of the NASCAR races too, and so I'm thinking, and that was one of the things that what I thought was, why? What did I miss? And the worst thing was, is this something that can get me? Is this something that is out there that we're not recognizing, that's this invisible monster that can get one of us? And it was, there was a lot of emotion that came through with that, on being mad at the guy, or, being upset at the situation, or you didn't have anything to control. You're just out of control. And does this thing come for you next? It was hard. It was real hard to grasp. And I can't imagine what the family goes through. And it's funny that, we do, every year Austin will call me and say, hey, I need a fallen seal to put on a Memorial Day race. And, he won his first Cup Series race with the team guy on his car, and it's in his museum. And so I get to escort some of the spouses around, because I always volunteer. Like, I want to be there. I want to be there for the community and for the family, let them know they're not forgotten, that there's still somebody there for them. And when I walk them around the tracks and hear their stories, they're the first ones that can see what we don't. They get to hear more about what's going on than what we do. And I think they're, what they go through, they're in such a hard spot. Like, they're the ones that they get to see more of the change than we do. Because team guys are good at coming into work. That's our safe zone, and we can put up a shield and put up, we can be our team guys at work, but they're the ones that see the other side.
Yeah, plus we see each other every day.
Yep.
Whereas, like, if Echo puts on 7 pounds in 3 weeks, he might not notice it. Mm-hmm. But if I saw him again, and I didn't see him for 3 weeks, I'd be like, dude, you're getting fat, or you're getting jacked, depending on which one. Hopefully it's jacked. But, it's just like one of those things where you don't notice the little changes over time. Yeah. But someone goes away on a 4-month deployment, and then another 4-month deployment, and you're not seeing them for 4 months, and then you're seeing them. That's a good point, where the families are going to notice some of those changes more than the boys will.
Yep.
So then what's next? You get married at some point?
Yeah.
That wasn't a trick question, dude.
Yeah, I got married. This is what I was after, a big part of my life. I wanted a family. I was pushing it off, or so I thought I was, to be a part of the family of the Brotherhood and the SEAL teams. And I destroyed so many relationships because I was, SEAL first, SEAL 24/7, go, go, go. I'm, the country needs me. I always had that in the back of my head. Mm-hmm. You come second, if that. Mm-hmm. My puppy dogs are number 2. You're maybe number 3 or 4. Mm-hmm. Boys are number 1. The mission's number 1. Then I I met my wife on a training trip. I didn't know she's going to be my wife, but we actually had a long-distance relationship. But the first time I met her, she had a son. She had a 2-year-old boy. And so this 2-year-old boy, Jack, I didn't know what to think of it, right? So at first you're like, okay, what does this mean? Is the father still in the picture? And the father was. The father's a good dude. It didn't work out. And so I go out and we have our date at a winery in Seattle. She was in I rescued her from Seattle is the way I like to think of it. So we talked long distance for a while, and it was funny because I love talking to her. Like, she was awesome. Like, in my way of thinking, I'm always like, what's wrong with her? Where's that red flag? I'm trying to find something wrong, right? And because I want to commit, but I'm like, okay, what's wrong with this girl? She seems pretty cool. Like, I get her, and she's got a son. Like, where's the red flag? And I would spend so much time, like, wanting to get to know her, and then I find myself planning the trips around her son. Like, I want to go hang out with him. Like, it was around Halloween. I had this whole elaborate setup for him that we spent time, like, just hanging out, like, playing games. And it was like, I'm a kid now. Like, I'm this SEAL at Dev Group that I'm supposed to be a hostage rescue. And I'm over here playing Legos with a little 2-year-old just having a great time. And she's like, I don't know what she was thinking. I'm sure she would have a great story about this. But when I'm over there, like, hanging out, like, being the gentleman to her, I always put her first, like, very respectful. Like, you know, I make sure that, you know, she got treated like a lady, but I'm also like, I want to have fun with Jack. And I remember, like, we were in a hotel room, and one of the chairs in there, I was like spinning around, like we're bouncing bouncy balls up and off the ceiling. And I'm laughing like a little kid, and I don't know what she's thinking. Like, this is what a Navy SEAL is. Like, he's over acting like a kid.
Yes.
Or
I can answer that question. Yes.
Yeah.
It is. Maturity level, about a 2-year-old. That's what we can relate to you.
Yeah. But it was a blessing, man. I tell you what, like, that's, you know, I'm telling you, when I say God has a plan, he has a plan, because that's when it taught me to be a man, be a dad. And it had to be very fast. I was an instant family now. And had to learn that, you know, my emotions, my behavior, I'm still trying to figure it out. Like, I know what a SEAL is, but what's a dad, a father, and a husband? And I'm learning all this with, you know, the dynamics that my upbringing kind of blessed me with, being able to have that same understanding of what a broken home is, what a dad is, what a dad isn't in the picture, what he is in the picture, and all these things. So I could tap into my dad and ask him, like, hey, how do I handle a situation? You know, and Jack was there, and he's such a good kid. This kid, so emotionally intelligent at such a young age. It's impressive. He knows, like, as a 3-year-old, I remember him being a 3-year-old, he know, like, if you're not feeling well, he's like, hey, everything's going to be okay. I'm just like, I'm being comforted by a 3-year-old. I'm looking like, how does this kid do? I'm not that good at this. And he's super smart kid, which it's a funny story of when my daughter is born with this kid. Once we finally get married, they move into Virginia Beach, and we wanted to have a child, another kid. I finally talked her into it, like, hey, I'm not that bad of a guy. You married me. Let's have some kids of our own. And she got pregnant, and we're about 2 months out from giving birth, like her due date, 40 weeks. And at this time, we had the baby registry, and nobody was buying it. Something was telling me, like, you need to hurry up and stop dragging your feet on this baby registry, get the nursery ready. And it was the night before I went and bought everything on Amazon. I hadn't painted the nursery yet. And at the time, she was, as we all know, you got kids, Echo?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. So you know that when women are pregnant, sometimes they snore. They need their sleep. Sure. And so she was sleep. I let her have the room in the bed. I would go sleep on the couch, you know, because we both needed sleep. And I get woken up around 3 a.m. to my wife, and she's shaking me. And she's like, hey, I just need somebody to be with me. And I'm like, okay, what's wrong? She's like, I've been throwing up for about an hour. And I was like, why? She's like, I'm in so much pain. And she's a nurse, so she's very smart, smarter than me. And she's like, I think it's trapped gas. And I'm like, no, trapped gas doesn't cause you to throw up. Mm-hmm. And she's avoiding going to the hospital, because I'm like, hey, let's go to the hospital. She's like, no. I was like, listen, I'm in the military. We can go to Portsmouth, and it's free. I'll drive you there. Well, what about Jack? And I was like, I'll call the neighbors. I had such great neighbors. I called my neighbor, Brian. I was like, hey, Brian, are you awake? And he was like, well, yeah, I answered the phone. I was like, hey, Annalise is going through something. Do you mind watching Jack while I take her to the hospital? And he's like, no problem. Came in. Jack loved it. He loved it because they go watch cartoons or whatever they did. And rushed her into the hospital. Or before that, so we're all standing there. I'm making the phone calls, and Jack comes in. This is how intelligent this kid is. And he sees that mom's in pain. He comes in and starts playing Queen. That's her favorite band. He's like playing the radio and like playing her favorite song, trying to comfort her. And I was like, in the moment, I'm like, hey, buddy, I love it that you're trying to help. It's like, that's not helping. let's just turn that off. And so we took him to my neighbors, and I rushed her to the hospital. And we went into the OBGYN or whatever the room is called, and they're like, okay, what's going on? And they're like, hey, just protocol, like, we want to tell you what happens. Like, if something happens to the baby or the mother and we have to deliver the baby, we're going to try and do an epidural first. And if we can't get that, we got to put her under if it's an emergency, and you can't be in there for that. You can be in there for the epidural. I was like, okay, why are you telling me this? Like, she's not due for another 2 months. And she said, okay, we'll pull off all the jewelry. She's like, we're just going to check the baby's heart rate and mama's heart rate and make sure everything's going fine. And I remember the nurse, her demeanor changed the second they're like, oh, we got the baby's heart rate. Yep, we can hear it. And all of a sudden she goes, uh-oh, the baby's heart rate's dropping. She's like, hey, Mom, your heart rate's dropping too. Like, the worst case scenario is happening. And the nurse told me, like, hey, this isn't good, because if Mom's bleeding internally, she could die and the baby could die. We got to make some decisions right now. And so I was like, do what you got to do. Like, just make it happen. Like, and now I'm freaking out. Like, okay, my wife is laying here, like, her heart rate is off the walls, and so is the baby. And they rush her out of there, and they say, sir, you got to stay here. We got to put her under. We can't get the epidural, so you can't be there. And so they put me in this room, and that's the last I see. And I'm sitting in this room for about 2 hours. And I'm texting everybody. Every single person I know is like, somebody talk to me, because I'm freaking out right now. Like, I don't know if my wife has died. I don't know if my baby's dead or what. And so I finally had enough, and I walked out of the room and went up to, saw this poor little nurse. I'm like, you get over here now. And she's like, whoa, what's happening? I was like, you tell me. It's like, my wife just got wheeled off of here. Her heart rate was dropping, the baby's heart. I tried to give her the whole story, and she's like, what's her name? And I was like, Annalise. And so they went and tracked down Annalise, and like, so nobody's came and talked to you? And I was like, no. She's like, okay, sir, calm down. Go back in this room. I was like, I'm not going back in that room without some answers. Like, this is human life. Like, this is the love of my life and my daughter that just got whisked away, that I don't know if she's going to be alive. She's like, no, your wife is in surgery right now. And I was like, well, is she going to be okay? He's like, we don't know, but we'll send the doctor in as soon as we know anything. And so that just made things worse. And now I'm thinking, you know, I was set, and my mind went negative. Don't go negative. And I'm like, great. My wife is gone. My baby's gone. What am I going to do? I'm going to be that guy that's in the teams forever and just going to take all my anger and hate on the enemy that comes forth. You know, I was just going through this scenario, and finally a doctor comes in, and I'm just like, you need to tell me something. He's like, hey, okay, listen. Mom's recovering. Baby's in NICU. And the way he said it, I was like, well, what's wrong with the baby? And he's like, we don't know if anything happened, but we weren't sure if she was breathing when she came out, but we intubated her and got her in the NICU, and they're doing some tests on her to make sure that we, you know, see if she's going to be okay. And right about that time, they start wheeling Annalise in, and she's still all drugged up, and I'm in not the right frame of mind. So I take a picture of her, and I was like, she's all loopy, and I was like, hey, this is what you look like. And I don't know what to do. I'm like, hey, are you okay? And she's just all still anesthesiaed up. And because the doctor told me, he's like, yeah, your wife's going to be fine. Didn't give me any fidelity on the baby. And so I didn't want to tell her that yet. She kept asking, like, where's Amelia? We named our daughter Amelia. Mm-hmm. So where's Amelia? Where's Amelia? And I was like, she's in NICU. They haven't given me any answers. She's like, I want to see her. And I was like, I do too. They said we can't go back there. So it was about 8 hours from the time that we got there to when we actually got to go in and see my daughter. And they still told me, like, hey, she had all these tubes in her and all these things. And but I was happy that I could go see her. Like, that's all I wanted. It's like, next to this baby that my wife just, you know, went through a traumatic experience, that we can now see it. She's going to be okay. She's got a few days to recover. They had to cut her out, and she was 2 months early. And I didn't know the whole process of what's a premature baby. And so they're explaining to me, it's like, oh, she's got to stay in here, and, you know, you guys are going to have to come back and forth. Well, what happened? This is March 19th. COVID. Country locks down.
Dang.
And I tell you what, Jocko, that was a test, but it brought us closer together. Me and my wife. I feel really bad for her because, you know, pregnancy, they go through hormone changes and stuff like that. And so she kept thinking she did something wrong, and they came in, it's like, no, it was a placental abruption, which it can happen. You know, if you weren't in a car accident, usually they sometimes happen. Like, you didn't have anything, but sometimes that happens. and you're lucky because people die. Like you were bleeding internally. We had to come in and take care of everything. And so we got to spend some good quality time, like seeing NICU nurses. Have you guys ever been in the NICU?
I've only been NICU adjacent because I've got 4 kids, and I was around when they were born. So like I'd see and thank God all my kids were kind of normal, healthy babies.
Yeah.
But, I'd be seeing the adjacent rooms, where, and seeing the, even when you have a healthy baby, they sometimes spend like an hour near the NICU, or there's, whatever little adjustments when they're monitoring them. So yeah, I'm kind of like NICU adjacent, and know that's just a rough place to be.
It really is. And the people that work there, you want to see an angel on earth, those people, like the nurses, the effort that they put in, the doctors. There you got all these babies, and there were babies that are younger than Amelia that were in there, smaller little baby, and they brought them, they gave them life. Like some of them, there's some very sad stories, like they didn't have parents, or parents didn't want anything to do with them, and we were in there every day, and you saw some parents that come in, and it was sad when you saw the firemen, because that meant that there was a baby that didn't make it. They would life flight it, but really they were just taking the baby away, and seeing them day in and day out have to deal with these little bitty babies, and a lot of them would make it through, and some of them not so much. And we saw that, and that was emotional on us, the babies next to us, not having a mother. So we'd come in, and I would sing songs to Amelia. As a dad, I was a terrible singer.
I was going to say, hopefully she's not traumatized from that, dude.
Well, I do have a picture on my phone. That's my screensaver of her smiling. It was the first smile, and so that was probably her laughing at Dad singing, Dad's being silly.
And was there any issues with you getting in and out of the hospital once COVID was in? Like, were they like, no, you can't come in here anymore? Yeah,
so we started off with we could both be in there. And then they were like, nope, only one parent could be in there. So I was, and keep in mind, like, I'm also essential personnel at work, and they do a great job of giving us that time. But when COVID happened, nobody knew what to do. And now only one of us could go in and out. It was nice because there was no traffic, but when we got there, it was like a decon station. You had to wash head to toe, and then you had to only be in there for a certain amount of time period. And I wanted to be there 24 hours a day for my daughter. I don't care. I don't need to sleep. I want to see my daughter. I want to be there with her. And she was doing well. She had like ups and downs, and every little beep was like stress for me. But she ended up pulling through. But there were times that me and her, like, we were getting so close, and then now it was like I didn't get to see my wife other than to high five her. And our command did this great thing called the meal train, where everybody would pitch in to make meals for you, bring it to you. And Jack was such a good sport. Like, he was having the time of his life. Like, he understood like there was something going on, but he was always so happy and so positive. And so it was like nice to come home and hang out with him, and watch Puppy Dog Patrol and play goofy things and listen to records and stuff like that. And one thing that while I was going through this, there was an amazing thing, that there was a lady that I worked with, and she worked for me, and I didn't expect it. But as I'm going through this, like, it was a very rough experience. And she reached out to me and said, and she gave me comfort. She's like, hey, she started telling me her story. She had a premature baby, and she sent me pictures of her daughter. She's like, everything's going to be okay. It was just that one little of like, hey, everything's going to be okay. Like, it was her, the best thing that she could ever do was share her story. And it was like, in my retirement speech, I thanked her, like, still to this day, like, I'm so grateful that she did that, because I was in a rough spot. Like, you don't know if your kid's going to make it. You see her in the NICU, and things could change dramatically real quick. And when she did that, I was like, there's hope. It was good that she did that.
So you make this decision to retire, and what was obviously you got family now, you got Jack, you got Amelia, you got your wife. Like, you think it's time, I'm going to move on.
Yeah, that was... So I always told myself that if I ever became invaluable, if I was the guy that knew too much, or the guy that was burnout, wasn't providing anything, I was approaching the time of, like, I was burnout. I've been through a lot, changes were happening. I wasn't in the assault squadrons. I was in a different squadron where we worked a lot with SEALs and non-SEALs. And so I had to lead people in a different capacity. And it was wearing on me because, with SEALs, we're so easy to manage. At the squadrons, you could say, this is your expectations. I need you to go do this. And if you're not doing it, you could be like, if you came to me, Jocko, and said, Murph, that was stupid. Pull your head out. Get back to it. Cool. You can't do that to people that aren't team guys. If you go to somebody and say, hey, you're screwing this up, stop doing that. They know their job. It's something that I knew inherently throughout my career. I knew that I could fix something. I knew exactly all the different phases of the operation, knew everything about it. And, because I had gone from being the assaulter to knowing just about everything that you could do. Now I'm in this point to where this foreign territory of leading people that don't have that same mentality, that standard that you start in buds of you get to a certain point and now you don't have the same reliance on that safety net. It's all special operations, right? So even conventional force, they get a standard that they set. And so I'm dealing with different personnel. And at that point, going through what I did with Amelia and Annalise, I wanted to be there. And so I could see it having an effect on my life. Like, am I going to be that bitter team guy that isn't good for the mission? I think I was getting there, and I just didn't want to get to the point where it's too late to be bitter coming in. And I had a lot of personality conflicts during that because the group that I was with, and I'll never forget, the first day walking in, and this another person that was in the Navy, she comes up and she's like, hey, just so you know, SEALs don't get along with us, and we stay out of your way, you stay out of ours. And I was like, what happened here? Like, we are a team. We don't say that to each other. Like, I'm not staying out of your way. And so I started doing some research, like, oh, well, some team guys didn't treat them well, and they always complain about team guys. And so I was like, well, I'll treat them right. So I'll try and be a good leader. And that's where I learned, like, the long-term vision of always do the right thing. And when Amelia was in the NICU, I had one of the girls that did not like me. She couldn't stand me. She wanted to bring me down. And I still to this day don't understand what I did to, like, and I know that you're not going to please everybody, but at the same time I was wondering, as a leader, like, why is that affecting you? Why is my presence affecting you so much? And she had gone through a pretty bad experience herself. And so behind the scenes, I was getting information, and you're not supposed to get certain medical information and pass it on. It's the HIPAA rules and stuff like that. And one of my team leaders brought it to me, and he said, hey, I'm getting this information. I was like, listen, we have a corpsman for this exact reason. I was like, let's rally around her, like, find out what we can do for her, like, get her flowers and start the meal train. Like, she's going through something, let's support her. And I'm thinking, like, how would I want to be treated? If I always think that if somebody doesn't like you, they're watching you real close. And so you have the opportunity to make the most impact. And so I was like, I got to do right by her. Like, I don't care if she doesn't like me or not. I want to do right by her. She's a good person at heart. She just may not like me for whatever reason. And so we had this whole text chain and supported her. She didn't know this. And she ended up filing a complaint against me saying that I violated HIPAA violation. There was like a whole big, she went up like to her congressman, which came down through the CEO, and the CEO was not happy and was like, what is this? First of all, why did we not hear about this, and where did it go? And so there was an internal investigation when they found the text chain. We gave him over all the stuff that we were doing, how I managed it, and he sat me down and was like, hey, you did the right thing. You did the right thing by supporting her. I know you didn't do any HIPAA violation. She's in a rough spot. I'm thinking, I was like, hey, is she going to be okay? Like, she went through a pretty traumatic experience. Is she going to be all right? And they're like, yeah, she's going to be fine, but she's going to stay here. And I was like, okay. And so I always thought, like, it doesn't matter. I could be negative and say, you know what, forget her. Like, let's not support her. I was like, but then what does that do for me? I think of, like, if I look back and reflect on what I did as a leader, was that the right thing to do? No. What I did was the right thing. But if I was like, no, don't rally around. And so I got to a point that I got to do some really, really cool stuff in that squadron. And then I kind of felt like, man, I have a daughter now. We went through a traumatic experience. I want to see her grow up. Jack is getting older, and I want to spend more time with him. And the way that I was going, I was spending so much time away, and there was stress coming from work that I was bringing home. And I was like, can't do that. I want to make this thing work. I want to be the husband and father that, I can be. And so I made the choice that I was like, all right, I need to retire. And went into my wife and we talked about it, and we had a plan. We wanted to either move to Seattle or Arkansas, and I didn't get to spend a lot of time with my dad, so I wanted to be near him, and that was driving me there because I know how important community is. When we were raising a family, we had a community there in Virginia Beach, but I wanted to be near my family. I wanted them to get, my dad was getting older. I wanted them to get to know my dad. I wanted them to get to know my aunts. I wanted to get them to know my brothers, to have the opportunity that if I stayed in, they wouldn't have. And so I was like, you know what, I'm going to retire. And she was okay with it. And we decided to move to Arkansas.
And then what was your first move when you got out? You got to have a new job. I mean, basically. So what was that?
I went to, So actually, I have a very large family, Jocko. If you can't tell, I had a stepsister named Stephanie and a stepbrother named Chris. So there's two Chris's. I got my brother Chris and a stepbrother named Chris. But Stephanie worked in Tyson Foods in Bentonville, and I was real close with her and talked to her about doing an internship there to go work there because I wanted to pursue Hit the Surf, and I still am trying to get Tri-Vit back to the warfighter. And so that's what I wanted to do. But I had to do something to take care of the family. I couldn't just get out and have hopes and dreams and expect that to make ends meet.
Hopes and dreams don't pay mortgages.
No, they do not. No, they're not. And so I still had a couple of events with Hit the Surf that were coming up, but I did the SOCOM Carrier Coalition, the Warrior Transition Program, and went to Tyson Foods, helped them establish it. And it was just a terrible decision. I went into HR, said, hey, because my mindset was, I'll go into human resources and figure out the organization. Well, I also learned that human resources deals with every single problem, and it's not for me. Like, I'm sorry, but coming as a SEAL, like, I'm going to tell you, I'm not going to sit down with kid gloves and be like, okay, what are you going through? Let's watch our P's and Q's. Like, I needed some time to like mature into that role. But I went there, I was just like, no, this ain't good. And what's funny is, so just like a team guy, you dress up, you come there presented the way that you want to be seen. I every day came in a full suit, did everything, attention to detail, presented myself, dressed up. And I walk in for orientation and I asked for a map. The lady looked at me and was like, a map? I was like, yes, I need to know where all these departments are. I want to know where I'm going. If I have a map, I can do that. And she was just like, I guess I'll try and get you one. Because it was a compound. Tyson Foods is a big compound. And they kind of looked at me weird. And so my sister, Stephanie, she pulls me aside and she's like, hey, this is about a week of being there. She's like, hey, listen, you're not making any friends here. I'm like, why not? She's like, okay, look around. Everybody's wearing cowboy boots and jeans, and you're in a full suit. Do you know who shows up in full suits? Consultants. You know what consultants do? They lay people off. So everybody's going to be looking at you like you're coming in to fire them. And I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. I was like, thank you for helping me out. Thank you for giving me the feedback to correct me. And it wasn't working out, man. I went down to the global security department down there and met some of those guys, awesome dudes, retired FBI guy, former law enforcement, my people, right? I was down there and thought that, okay, if I'm not happy, I need to be doing something with a gun or security or solving complex problems, risk assessment. I'm good at that. I'll do that. So I went down there, started making friends with them, and they had offered me a pretty good job, and I was going to take it. I was going to go live my life there, but I wasn't happy. I wasn't like content. Nothing's going to fill the cup like being a SEAL, right? You come in, you got some awesome dudes. They push you to get better. Everybody, wants to be the best. And so that mentality makes you better. And coming into that every single day, it fills your cup. And that's not going to be the case when I make this transition. I felt it. I felt it. It was about 2 or 3 weeks, and I was like, ooh, this is going to be rough. So I was doing that internship at Tyson.
And then you saw Jimmy May's post. Is that what happened?
Yeah.
On LinkedIn?
Yep, LinkedIn. I was on LinkedIn. And I'm trying to figure out, like, how does Sean Murphy put himself out there, not as a SEAL, but as a person? And so I got on LinkedIn and I saw Jimmy, and I remember Jimmy from his Buds Class 238. and he was in that same class. And I run into him a couple of times. I always liked Jimmy because he was a sparrer, and and Jimmy's just a likable guy. And he said that he wanted to get after the suicide problem. He had 4 friends in 4 months that had taken their lives by their own hand, and he wanted to create a community outside the community that you can get into to give our big focus is community purpose and goals. And it resonated with me, and I was like, I'm kind of already doing that. I'm like, hey man, here's what I've been doing. Like, I want to join forces. Like, that's what I want, and it's what I needed to. And so we got together and kind of explained what our vision was. And I love the fact that, because, as an SEA, you're a senior enlisted advisor. Your job is like manning and taking care of getting guys trained, prepped, sent off to war, making sure they're qualified, certified, all the things that get them prepared to go overseas, and they also can get them back. Well, nowhere in that cycle is it saying, this is how I'm going to prepare you for your next chapter. I'm going to help you choose you to be you. There's no one doing that. There is nothing there that's saying, hey, Sean, don't worry. You can work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and then the day after retirement here, you're going to step right into this new platoon over here that's going to get you going in this path. And
nope.
And so Jimmy and I was like, we've got to build this. Let's build the community, the command that takes SEALs. We'll screen them for character, and we'll connect them with the elite and the civilian world and coach and mentor them. Try and find a way to get them where they are in the military to help them transition before they get out, because it's too late when you're that last day of like, I've had a lot of conversations since we've been doing this of guys that, hey, I don't know what I want to do. And I was like, how far are you from getting out?
3 days.
Yep. And I'm like, oh, brother. I was like, all right, what are you doing? What do you got going on? Like, where are you at? We go through we have a whole long list of things, but I told Jim, I was like, hey, this is kind of what I've been doing. He's like, cool, let's do it. And I actually talked to Austin about it. I was like, hey man, this is what we're doing. He's like, I love it. Same thing with all of his people. His community is tight too. And so we did a pit stop challenge out there. I was like, hey, let's bring I'm all about experience. I was like, let's make a unique experience for people. And let's bring in the guys and gals that are wanting to support, like the donors and the organizational leadership that want to learn about these SEALs. And let's bring these SEALs together and have a unique experience to break down that communication and trust barrier that may be there because they don't know each other. They don't know the questions to ask. They don't know what value they have in stories. And let's do something they've never done before. Let's pit a NASCAR. And they're like, and Richard Childress is awesome. He's like, hey, whatever you need, man. Like my facility, I didn't realize how rich the history was of that facility. But he's like, it's open, whatever you need. I'm just like, I want to pit a NASCAR. And they're like, cool, yeah, go for it. Ray was a big part of that. And so that's kind of what we do is now we break down those barriers and start pairing up guys with mentors to coach them and guide them before they get out. So that now as they go through that last 6 months, we try and get them 2 years out. Because now we can start helping them line up with certification, schooling, all that stuff to get them where they need to go. And I'm real big on that experience because you can have, and it sounds bad, but a team guy's not going to trust you until he gets to know you. He's not going to put his faith and trust in you if you're not another team guy. It's just the way it is. We've built that standard that coming in, if you have a guy because you hear horror stories, it's like that foreign, I don't know what that is, but I've heard that you're bad. But there's a lot of great people out there. I tell people this all the time. If you have warriors going out doing great things, they're protecting something. Well, there's also warriors back here making the America country great. So they're giving it their all, and we're giving it all that we have. Let's bring them together, and that's an unformidable force. Like that is something that is powerful when you have good coaches, the right mindset to be able to bring those people together. And that's kind of what we've been forging ahead with, and it's been very successful.
Yeah, it's been awesome. So beyondthebrotherhood.org, and what you guys do is really do an awesome assessment of people, a screening of people. You do a peer review, which is really part of the secret sauce is reaching to people, peers. Like let's say we're gonna see if we want to bring Echo on board. Not only we talk to Echo, we talk to Echo's peers, we talk to Echo's superiors, and we talk to Echo's subordinates, and we get a full assessment of what this guy was like. Because, look, being a SEAL doesn't make you the perfect person. It doesn't make you the perfect, you could be a dipshit, for lack of a better word. Yeah. But you can also be a squared away person. And there's also, when you assess someone, you can figure out what type of scenario they're going to fit well into, right? Mm-hmm. If you can look at someone and go, oh, you know what? This type of industry would be good for this person because they're a go-getter. They have high energy. Oh, but this other person, more cerebral, be better in this type of industry. And then getting them trained up, spending the time with them, and then doing a really solid turnover to make sure that it's the right fit. I think the program that you and Jimmy have put together is as good as it's going to get it'll get better, I'm saying, but it's as good as exists right now for taking a SEAL from that life, which is, for lack of a better word, it's institutionalized. It's like when you're in the teams, you just know one thing. Like, people talk to me about, because I ended up getting into a bunch of different industries when I got out. I didn't know anything about the civilian sector. Didn't know about it, didn't care about it. Wasn't impressed by. I didn't care if someone was the CEO of the biggest company in the world. I would be like, nice to meet you. Yep. You weren't in a platoon? Okay, later. You know what I mean? It was just like, that was, and it wasn't disrespectful. It's just like, I didn't understand. It wasn't even part of my world. And so and then I got very lucky because as I was getting ready to retire, a guy that I did know who I was friends with through jiu-jitsu was like, can you come talk to my executives about leadership? And I was like, oh, sure. And I went and talked to him, and when I gave him the 4 principles of combat leadership: cover, move, simple, prioritize, execute, decentralized command. But when they started asking me questions, like literally the first question that I got asked, I was like, oh, well, it's because you're not doing this from a leadership perspective. And I realized that all this stuff that we had learned through the years applied to business and life. And so that was very, very lucky that happened. But now we have, you and Beyond the Brotherhood.org recognizing, okay, what type of SEAL do we have here? First of all, are they a good human? If they're a good, because, hey, you can be a good SEAL and be a bad human. Yep. We don't want them. You can be an okay SEAL and be a great human. Okay, we at least have potential. But also, where does this good human, good SEAL fit into which industry? And how can we get them out there to try these different industries? That's another thing I like, is Jimmy's taking people and putting them somewhere. Yep. Hey, try this, try that. Interacting with people, seeing if there's a fit. There was a little bit of time, and there still is, where basically someone might want like a token SEAL. Like, oh yeah, it's like a cool guy, and we get to hang around and tell, this guy was a Navy SEAL. And that lasts for a little while, maybe 6 months, maybe a year. Yep. But at a certain point, at a civilian company, if you don't add money to the bottom line or add some kind of value to the bottom line, it doesn't necessarily have to be money. It might be safety. It might be something comprehensive that's going to help our efficiency. Ultimately, by the way, both those things will help our bottom line. But eventually at a company, if you can't just be a token standing there, hey, I'm going to stand over here and look cool. That'll work for 6 months. That'll work for a year, but you don't have a career. So taking people, bringing them into situations where they can add value, that's what BeyondTheBrotherhood.org does. And they're doing an outstanding job of doing it.
Yeah. The other part of that, Jocko, is that how we align it. And this is what I really like. And we have Jay Harrison, who's a former NHL player, and he turned sports psychologist. He has an assessment that we put every guy through. We have it for every SEAL that applies to. Like you take the assessment, you get your initial read feedback, because you want to do right by the entire community. Well, if you get selected and picked up, Jay will coach you through this assessment. And what this assessment does is it has all these different attributes and characteristics that it aligns with different industries. And I'll just tell my story just to try and paint the picture for people, is that when he first gave it to me, it was just like any team guy. You give him something, I was like, I don't want to hear that. Like, that is, he said you could be a high school football coach. You could be a chief learning officer. I was like, what is that? And then another one was like a director of sales. Like, he had all these job titles on there. I was like, Jay, I'm going to have to be honest with you, brother. I was like, this seems like a little crazy gimmick, and I challenged him on it. And he was ready. He was like kind of smiling. He's very well-spoken professional. He's just like, let me explain this to you. He's like, I want you to think about these different jobs. Not that you need to go out and seek these things, but they all have something in common. And like, you would be happy doing these things. And we broke it down. And really what he made me realize is just like, I go back to trade ed. When I was training and teaching people, he says, you like to see people learn and grow. And I was like, yeah, I do. Because I went back to trade ed and I loved, that was like, of all the cool things I've done in my career, I go back to that time with, JP and Lois and, Vaughn and all those guys. Like, we were having the time of our lives, building curriculum, instilling it, teaching people the why, watching them grow, and then like seeing that go out and do great things. I was like, man, that is awesome. Mm-hmm. He was like, you're actually in a pretty good position with Beyond the Brotherhood because I think that's what you need to be doing. And he mentioned like, you could be a psychologist too. And I was like, nah, I couldn't do that, man. It's like, I like where I'm at. I love doing this and seeing, helping people because I've been affected directly by what happens when you don't. When you do stop, I had a little brief taste of it when I had that surgery and I started going like, okay, I was full speed. Now I'm stopping and thinking about things. It wasn't good. And then I get out. Now I'm sitting in Tyson and I'm like, because I went through it when I remember I didn't know what a SEAL was. Like, who is Sean Murphy? What am I going to do? And then I was like, oh, Sean Murphy's a SEAL. But then I had to realize I'm no longer a SEAL. Who is Sean Murphy again? Mm-hmm. Okay, what am I going to do? And I didn't have really any guidance. That's kind of what I hear from a lot of people is they're like, I don't know what I want to do. I'm just probably going to go work for the agency or FBI or I was just like, well, let's fill an application. Let's get you squared away. And then the guys that we do coach through, I push them to Jay. It's like, hey, man, before we push you forward, I want you to be aligned with an organization that not only, because team guys will grit through and they'll do a great job, but if you are happy there, think about the balance that is. If you are happy at work, and you're not only going to perform, but you're going to love doing what you're doing, and you're going to come home and be happy. Mm-hmm. That to me is like, man, that's worth it.
That's a win all day long, man. All day long. Does that get us up to speed? Does that kind of get us to present day?
It does. I think so.
Where can people find you? So you have hitthesurf.com.
Yeah.
You have trivetllc.com. That's this gadget system that you can rehab your ankles with.
Yeah, we're actually with a manufacturer right now. We're starting to learn on how to take it to market because right now we want to. It's a DME and durable medical equipment, and so we're going through the FDA approval process. We've already got it orthosis stuff like that. I'm learning a lot from this about the medical world, and it's we got some pretty good people excited about it, but we're about to break through on some things because we're advancing it because there's nowhere you could have a portable ankle rehab device for strengthening conditioning. It's for longevity, for post rehab, and then if you want different programs, like it's something that we're going to advance it to where I can't give away too much, but we got some ideas that we're going to put into place to where it's, you think about telehealth and where medicine's going, and that's where we want to take it to where somebody that can't afford healthcare or something, there's got to be something out there for them, and this is what we're trying to do.
And you're the executive director at Beyond the Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Right? That's your role there. I only found you on LinkedIn. Mm-hmm. Is that your only social media, for lack of a better word?
I've got, I do hitthesurf.com, and then I have HTS LLC on Facebook and Instagram. But other than that, yeah, it's LinkedIn or Instagram, Facebook, and I have an X account. But
what's your X account? At what?
I think it's HTS LLC.
You can always tell someone's a real active user when they don't know what their address is.
I'm sorry. I'm terrible. Like I said, I'm learning.
It's all good, man. HTS LLC, right?
Yeah.
That's right. Awesome. So that's people can find you. And I know that you are active and Jimmy's active on LinkedIn as well.
Yeah.
That's kind of his most, I don't know if he has any other social media. I think he's just there, but that's where you can communicate with you guys, and beyondthebrotherhood.org is awesome. Echo Charles, you got any questions?
Yeah, I got a couple questions.
Here we go.
Yes, sir.
What position you play in football?
Have you ever heard of Left Out? No, I played. When I was in high school, I was strong safety and tailback. And then at college, I played tailback.
Oh, right on. Dang. Okay. Okay, so here's a serious question.
Yeah.
So back in the day, you had Tuesday nights as your special night.
Yes, sir.
And you had macaroni and cheese.
Mm-hmm.
How long did that last? Like you having Tuesdays?
That was forever etched in stone. Tuesdays was always my day because there was 5 of us. And so instead of changing it up, I always stuck with Tuesday.
So right now, today, so in 2 days is Tuesday. Today, does Tuesday still have like a special feeling to you, even like right now?
No, not Tuesdays, but so going through that, and this actually ties into Beyond the Brotherhood and why I love giving back, is during that time frame, we didn't have a lot of food. And my mom, she worked her butt off all the time. And so when we had the limited amount of food that we had, we never had any like the name brand stuff. And one day she said, hey guys, I finally got a paycheck. The church is having a food drive. If we clean out our cupboards, I will reward you with letting you buy one treat that you really liked. And so with 5 boys, we're all like donuts, I love the powdered donuts and then the apple pies and all that stuff. And so we started having we were giddy and just like all that. And so we went to the store and we went to the church and dropped all the food off. And then we went to the store and we all got our little things. And we drove back home and we looked on the front porch and the food drive was for us. And my mom broke down crying. Like she just bawled her eyes out. And I'm like grabbing her. I was like, Mom, look at all that food. And I now see why, what she was going through, because she wanted to provide. And then,
that's pretty awesome.
That's crazy
Explanation of your mom too, of your mom's like, there's someone that's more needy than us. And she cleans out your cupboard, sacrifices your damn food. And then it turns out man, that's a moving story.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, we as kids, we didn't. We were like, Mom, we have food for like days. I was always hungry, cold, and tired. And then we were like, we're going to eat like kings. We're going to have like apples. What is an apple? We don't have to scoop out cheese from this big brown bucket that we got from the government, or like know the right ratio of water to powder to make milk. And so
it's funny. Like in my family tradition, this is my direct children. If it's your birthday, you get to pick where we're going. And we did that when I was a kid too. And I would pick McDonald's because that was kind of like the deal back then. And we didn't, you think about, we hardly ever ate out when I was a kid because it's expensive to eat out. And, both my parents were school teachers, not a ton of money. So we didn't eat out a lot. So then I had the same tradition with my kids and be like, hey, you get to eat out wherever you want. And the best was they would pick the classic malt shop across the street over here. Yeah. Our friends own it. And they really take care of us there. They always have, So I would always be triple stoked when my kids would pick the malt shop because we were going to get a real cheap meal and get fully taken care of. But it's just funny, like for kids, there's something to the fact that like when you had five of you living in a 1-bedroom apartment, you don't even know. It's like when you fly economy class. Yeah. Economy class is fine until you go to economy plus, which economy plus is kind of awesome.
Yep.
Until you go to business class, and then you're like, "Yo, I'm never getting in that back." And then you go first class.
Yeah.
So having that taste of things, it can be rough, but for kids, you don't care. You don't know about any of this stuff. You're just like, Mom, there's food. We're stoked. Or where do you want to go for dinner? McDonald's, bro. Like, yes, I'm going to get a quarter pounder with cheese. Let's go.
That system of having like your day where you get to make all the decisions, in your case it's the birthdays or whatever, but yours was just because there was 5 kids, right? Or
I think what they did is my mom was like, okay, you're the firstborn, you're Monday, you're the secondborn, you're Tuesday, you're thirdborn, you're Wednesday, and fourth Thursday and Friday.
But you would think that like later on, how like during the week, right, every day has a feel, Monday has a feel, like Friday has a feel, right? Saturday, Sunday, they all have these different feels. It would seem like Tuesday would have a special feel for you. I
wish it did, but I look at now I do try and do nice things for my kids. We make Friday night pizza night. We do pizza night because I know how special that is, like having that special like we just talked about.
Exactly.
But Tuesday didn't. I do think about it from time to time, but it's not like Tuesday I'm gonna do something special to honor that day of being able to say,
maybe he's over here trying to forget about it, bro. Maybe he doesn't want to think about that.
I'm gonna need a minute. Let me go over here in this corner real quick.
Okay. All right, there you go. All right. Man, that was it. That's what I was wondering. Thanks.
Cool, man. Any other questions, Echo Charles?
That's it. Good to meet you. Right on.
Yeah. Any closing thoughts, Murph?
No, we've got events coming up for Beyond the Brotherhood. If you're interested in getting involved, check that out.
Tell me what happens at one of those events.
So we have one coming up in November.
It's November, right?
Yeah, Veteran Day shootout down in Copandero. We're gonna have a silent auction. So if people want to, Houston, Texas.
Got it.
Copandero indoor shooting range. Get together with the team. Come on out. It's really not just competing, but it's also networking, getting everybody to meet some of the guys that they're actually supporting, and then also having the opportunity to network with them, get to know them, and humanize everybody, have a good time and raise some money. And then at the end, we're going to have an auction that we'll talk about some of the other events that we got coming up, like our Triple S, which is awesome.
Jimmy told me about Triple S. I know it's shooting. What is it? I know shooting is one of them.
Yeah.
What are the other two S's?
Shifting and saving. So we did it before.
Like a mobility thing?
Yeah.
That's shifting. And then survival is what? Combat trauma?
Yeah, we changed it up depending on what we want to do. This year we're going to do escape from restraints, like saving yourself. So it's going to kind of cool, put people under pressure and see how they work as a team. And it's a lot of fun. And Jimmy, we got nods now.
Oh,
and
nice.
So I brought some out. Had a buddy of mine that let me borrow some. I brought them out last time, and it was awesome. Like, it didn't dawn on me that some of these people probably have never
seen nods before.
And I let them drive a Humvee on nods, and they were just like blown. It was like the guys that didn't have nods, the guys and gals that didn't have nods. They were like, "I can't see anything. How do you know where you're going?" He was like, "I can see plain as day." And I was like, "Isn't it beautiful?" And so we're going to do that again and have more nods this time for people to experience that. So
right on.
It's a way for people to come out, get some good. I look at it as like you spend money on going on corporate retreats, and why not bring them out to have them experience, learn from some of the leadership and the things that these guys have been through, and then also get to tell your story as well, to impart some wisdom and knowledge on these guys that are so thirsty for that knowledge to share. They want to drink it up because it's just like anything. You have that passion to succeed, and if you don't seek that knowledge, then you're just kind of stagnant. So if they have that opportunity to give a little bit to some team guys that are looking to be part of that new community, that new family, to find some new goals to accomplish, then come on out. That's where to do it.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks for joining us, man. Really appreciate it. Obviously, thanks for sharing. You got a ton of lessons that everyone can learn from. And of course, thanks for your service, your sacrifice for the teams, for the country. And thanks for what you're continuing to do today to help out our brothers make that transition from the teams and move beyond them into the civilian sector, man. Really appreciate what you're doing.
Well, it's an honor. I appreciate you guys for having me. It's been a good time.
Right on. Thanks, brother.
Yep.
And with that, Sean Murphy has left the building. And then we were talking about performance.
Sure.
Talking about stressors, talking about some protocols that he goes through, very good protocols.
Yeah.
Having some reset points mentally, physically even.
Yeah.
Get yourself back on track. But physically, guess what?
Mm.
Got to be physically ready.
Gotta be.
Which means we're lifting.
Yeah.
We're running.
Sure.
We're sprinting.
Sure.
We're training.
Shoot.
Yes, boy.
Yeah. Of course.
And when we're doing all those things, guess what else we're going to need to do? Guess what else? Not even what we need to do. Guess what else we need? Fuel.
Of course.
The proper fuel.
Yes, sir.
I recommend Jocko Fuel.
Yes, sir.
Hey, check it out, jockofuel.com. We've got everything that you need. We got protein. I just pounded one, by the way. In that break, which was probably, 10 minutes we were talking? Maybe 12? I had 30 grams of protein. Just like that.
Yeah.
Just put down a mulk.
Yeah.
You had 30 grams of protein during the podcast.
And then another 30 during the second part of the podcast.
So you're at 60 right now.
Yes, sir.
60. So there you go. Ready to drink protein powder, joint supplements like Joint Warfare, Super Krill. We got everything that you need. JockoFuel.com. Also available at Walmart. Also available at Wawa, Vitamin Shop, GNC, military commissaries, AFES, Hannaford, Dash Stores in Maryland, Wakefern, ShopRite. Did I say HEB already?
You said H, but
HEB.
I knew where you were going with it.
Down in Texas. Meyer up in the Midwest. Wegmans out there in the Pennsylvania and eastern regions. Harris Teeter. Lifetime Fitness. Anyways, Shields, small gyms. We're rolling into all kind of CrossFit gyms. We're rolling into jiu-jitsu gyms like madness. We're going into Atos. Did you know that?
No.
Going into Atos.
Oh, right on.
We're going to Pedro Sour.
Yeah,
Kind of more people, you know?
Yeah,
If you got a gym, you want to have the Jocko fuel there so your people can be stronger, faster, smarter, healthier, and just better. You can email jfsales@jockofuel.com. So we got you covered. Also, when you're training jiu-jitsu, you're going to possibly need a gi. A gi is a uniform that you wear for jiu-jitsu. It's a piece of clothing that you wear. But there's also no gi jiu-jitsu. There you're going to wear a rash guard. Well, you can get both these things 100% American made at originusa.com. Miha did I was talking about this, I think, with Keenan and Miha. The percentage of people that train no gi, the percentage of people that train gi. The largest percentage of answers was I train both. So a lot of people out there, they're training gi and no gi. We got you covered either side. OriginUSA.com. American made. By the way, American made jeans. American made shirts. American made hoodies. American made boots. Did you get the new boots yet? They're freaking awesome.
The moccasin.
The mock toe boots, man. They've got like this cork footbed.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I think
It's a real thing, man.
Told you. I saw the whole process.
Super comfy, dude. Super good to go. All made 100% in America. So that's what we're doing. Oh, by the way, workout gear. Oh, by the way, hunt gear. It's hunt season right now, which I'm missing. We know why I'm missing it. We got other priorities at this time, which I know it's hard to have a priority above hunting, but we got one. So we're making that happen. But I see pictures of Cameron Haynes out there slaying. See pictures of John Dudley out there slaying. See all kinds of people in that Origin USA. By the way, if you hunt with Origin USA, will you put my name in your picture so I can see what you got?
Like tag you in the Instagram
tag me in the
post.
thing because I'm living vicariously by all the people out there.
Yeah, I dig it.
So do me that favor, OriginUSA.com. Tag me. That's right. Tag me.
Yeah, that's right. Well, and now I think there's a bunch of different things you can do, right? Tag, collab, what do you call it? There's different things.
Just tag me or whatever.
Yeah, tag is way more convenient.
Yeah, I don't know about the other stuff.
Yeah.
But just so I can see what you got.
Yep.
Whatever you got this hunting season, I want to check it out because I'm not out there with you. I'm jealous. But I'm not jealous. I'm happy for you, but I want to share the joy.
Yeah.
I want to go, yeah.
Be there in the spirit.
So there you go. Also,
Jocko has a store called Jocko Store. I know, crazy, right? Anyway, this is where you can represent your discipline equals freedom, because discipline does equal freedom. By the way, we knew that from the beginning. I know, but if you want to represent now, boom, you can get your stuff there. Got some shirts, some hats, some hoodies. New shirt out, jiu-jitsu shirt. By the way,
what's the situation?
Jiu-jitsu is life.
Oh yeah,
it's a good one. It's a good one. Came out good, but that's where you can get it. JockoStore.com. Also on JockoStore.com is what we call the shirt locker subscription scenario. Every month you get a new design that's representative of discipline equals freedom. A little bit different, a little bit outside the box sometimes, most of the time.
Sometimes it's right on target.
Sometimes it's right on target.
Right in the middle.
It's true.
Smack dab bullseye.
I agree. People seem to like it. It's good. You can check it out. Again, Clay, if you go on the website, you go top right, boom, click on that. It'll take you to the page. You can kind of see some past designs, see what it's all about. But yes, it's all on JockoStore.com.
I like it. You're also going to need some steak. Because listen, hey, sometimes when you are living 5 people in a 1-bedroom apartment,
sure,
and you're eating government cheese,
sure,
like our boy Sean Murphy was, sure, hey, that happens, man.
Yeah, it's real.
But eventually, hopefully, you get to a point where you can get some steak.
Yeah. Cool.
ColoradoCraftBeef.com, PrimalBeef.com. Get some of the best steak there is. Not some of. Get the best steak there is. Also, Colorado Craft Beef has the beef sticks.
Yeah.
The meat sticks. It's so good to go. Primal Beef launching some jerky they sent me. And Sean Glass is like, he sent a message through my wife like, hey, make sure he doesn't eat the jerky because we're going to do it for something with it or whatever. I ate the jerky. I didn't eat it all yet because he sent me a lot, but it's freaking tasty. So primalbeef.com, get some jerky. ColoradoCraftBeef.com, get some meat sticks. And both of those, get yourself some steak. That's what we're doing. Also, subscribe to the podcast. Also, JockoUnderground.com. Check that out. We just recorded one this morning. prior to sitting down with Sean Murphy. YouTube channel. We got a YouTube channel. Echo is putting some really ridiculous AI formatted images on there.
Sure, it's not ridiculous, but yeah,
It's totally ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. Out of line.
out of line. Now.
Out of line.
Okay, all right.
Well, they're at least questionable. They're borderline.
Well,
I think they're over the line.
You did literally reject one of them, so I guess you might be
Yes.
right. You're right about that.
But most of them, the good thing is you at least know if you have one that's really questionable, you're sick. Because like the latest one that came out, what was it? It's something, I forget.
Not my circus, not my monkeys.
Oh, is that what that one
That's
is?
the most recent one.
See, that's a good one. But the image that you have of me on there,
You
which
with
is
a
an
couple
AI
monkeys.
Oh, okay, I get it. But it's just like a picture of me looking all
Monkey-ish. Yeah, with two monkeys in the back and it
Yeah.
says not mine. Yeah.
okay. Well, subscribe to that so you can see the dumb AI generated images.
Yeah. Huh.
You're like like let's say a chef, he gets a new tool.
Sure.
And he starts like cutting the meat or
Yeah,
cutting the cake in a certain, or he gets when they put frosting on a cake,
Yeah.
and sometimes it's fancy,
Yeah.
and it comes out of a different type of tube,
Yeah.
but now they're going crazy with it. That's
Okay.
you with AI
That-
pictures, bro.
that's
You've lost your freaking mind.
No,
You're going crazy.
I don't think you're wrong. I think you're right. We got a new tool. We're gonna experiment with that one.
Yeah.
See if we can't utilize it in real life.
Publicly experimenting.
Publicly
Like
experimenting.
occasionally a guitarist will get a new effect on their guitar,
Yeah.
and then they'll just make an album, and it's all this effect that they overused.
Hell yeah.
That's you right now.
Hey man,
Overusing.
I thought everyone pretty much loved the one of you dressed up like a clown. Everyone liked that one.
that one was pretty sinister looking.
Yeah.
Was that an AI prompt? How does it work? Do you say draw Jocko dressed up as the Joker and make it look super sinister?
Well,
Or do you? How does it work?
it depends on what you're asking. So how do you make the whole thumbnail?
No,
or
no,
just
just-
how do you get a picture of
How
Jocko?
do you get that picture of that thing? Do you have to input a picture?
Yeah. So you get I don't want to waste everybody's time, but basically you have to. But I got to get a few pictures of you, real you, and then you got to essentially learn how to use this
Tool.
tool, which is through another program thing called Discord, and then boom, you got to and then anyway, so you input your pictures, and then you'd use a prompt, I guess it's called, I don't know, say
So you
Jocko.
can say make Jocko look like the Joker.
It'll say make Jocko look like the Joker from Batman, and be detailed. Boom, it'll spit it out. It won't look like you. So now I gotta do a prompt called swap this or swap that.
Got it.
One of the pictures that I inputted as that ID, boom, swap the picture. Now it won't fit because your head is shaped different. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now you got to bring it into Photoshop and do a whole bunch of stuff. So it's a process, is what I'm saying. But yeah, you talk to the AI like it's a person,
Yeah.
essentially.
Some people are fired up for that process, aren't they?
Anyways, we're trying to utilize it. For
YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube channel so you can follow Echo's Follies.
Thank you.
Also, Origin USA has a cool YouTube channel. Also, Jocko Fuel has a cool YouTube channel. Check all those out. Plus, Psychological Warfare. Plus, FlipsideCanvas.com. Dakota Meyer making cool stuff to hang on your wall. Books. I've written a bunch of books. Everything from leadership books to novels to field manuals to kids' books. A whole series of kids' books called The Way of the Warrior Kid. It's getting made into a movie, by the way. Did you know that?
I did know that. Someone,
Hey, rumor has it
sir.
you're in the movie.
Rumor has it.
Is this true?
It's yeah, bro. Yeah, it's true.
Do you think there will be at least a percentage of people that are kind of going to see the movie because you're in it?
Yes, I think there is a percentage, albeit small. There is a percentage of people that, yes, that is their motivation. This is what my attempt, there's just so many people I want to thank, but
okay,
my attempt is to bring authenticity and excellence, to a film any way I can.
You just misquoted.
What was it? Legitimacy?
Legitimacy. Excellence and legitimacy. That's what Echo Charles brings to the scene.
That's what we're trying to do over here.
Excellence and legitimacy.
In any way I can.
The director of the movie is a guy named Mick G. And he's fired up. And he pointed out in a scene, complicated scene, lots of things going on, lots of people playing their role.
Sure.
Hundreds of people, by the way, are involved in all this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And out of all that activity that was going on, all the people that are some of the best actors and most popular actors in the world, by the way.
Yes, sir.
But all that, there was one thing that got revealed, and that McG pointed out. And that was Echo Charles brought excellence and legitimacy. Yeah. It was you and Ryan.
Yep.
And Ryan's a black belt from where? Real black belt.
Gracie Baja.
And you and him were providing excellence and legitimacy, in a cage match in the background in this one particular scene.
Yep.
I felt it.
I felt it too.
I think everyone felt it. And we know McG felt it.
Yes, sir.
Excellence and legitimacy.
Man, my man.
I feel like this is the beginning of something big for you, my homie. Right. So there you go. Way the Warrior Kid movie coming. Also, Mike and the Dragons. So check those books out if you want. Echelon Front, we have a leadership consultancy. We solve problems through leadership. One of the things that Sean mentioned was getting hands-on and doing things. Well, we have a program at Echelon Front called the FTX. And everything that Sean and I were talking about, trade at and assaults and training things, we kind of simulate that. I mean, it's at a much more sort of simplified level, but boy, the leadership challenges are the same, and that's what we do. We teach leadership. So that's JP Donnell. Also, Sean mentioned JP Donnell many times today. JP runs that program. He's the chief of experiential training. So that's what he's in charge of. But he's also got a great crew, and they do a great job. So that's Echelon Front. Go to echelonfront.com. We also do long-term consulting with companies. We have live events. You can discover all about this at echelonfront.com. We also have online training because you can absorb information and knowledge through classes, through tests, examinations, role plays. Like there's a bunch of ways we do it. If you're interested in learning the leadership principles that we teach, go to extremeownership.com. And these are not just leadership because you're in charge of 400 people at a company. This is the kind of leadership that you're enacting with your family, with your friends, with yourself. So check out extremeownership.com if you want to get engaged with that. Also, if you want to help service members, active and retired, you want to help their families, you want to help Gold Star families, check out Mark Lee's mom. You heard us talking about Mark Lee today. And his mom started a charity organization when Mark was killed. It's americasmightywarriors.org. It's an unbelievable organization that has helped out so many people and so many of my friends. If you want to involved, you want to donate, go check out americasmightywarriors.org. Also heroesandhorses.org. Just graduated a class, Micah Fink up there in the bush, the mountains, or as you would say, mountains.
Sure. Hell yeah.
Helping our veterans get their soul back. And then finally, you heard a bunch about this today, Jimmy May's organization, which I'm also involved in, beyondthebrotherhood.org, just doing an outstanding job. And you heard about that today. If you want to check that out or support it or you want to get involved with it, go to beyondthebrotherhood.org. Once again, if you want to connect with us, Sean Murphy, you can find him, hitthesurf.com, trivetllc.com, and beyondthebrotherhood.org. Also, he's on LinkedIn at Sean Murphy. For us, Echo is at Echo Charles. I'm at Jocko Willink on the social media stuff. I'm also, you can check out Jocko.com. Just watch out for the algorithm on all these things. Thank you once again, Sean Murphy, for joining us, for sharing your lessons, and for what you did for the teams and what you're still doing for the teams. It is much appreciated, brother. Also, thanks to all of our military personnel around the world for what you do each and every day to protect our freedom and our way of life. And thanks to our police, law enforcement, firefighters, paramedics, EMTs, dispatchers, correctional officers, Border Patrol, Secret Service, as well as all other first responders. Thanks for what you do each and every day to keep us safe here at home. And everyone else out there, there's ups and downs in life, and things aren't always going to go as planned. You might get rolled back 1, 2, 3, 4 times. You might get rolled back 3 times and then sent to another job that's not the one you wanted at all. Stay on the path. Keep going. And you'll get where you're supposed to be by putting one foot in front of the other. And no matter what happens, keep getting after it. That's all we've got for tonight. Until next time, this is Echo and Jocko out.